far as we know, we are assuming that these people, these so-called elites, we're assuming that they are the bad guys. As far as we know, they could be the intermediary between the real bad guys. And they could be just looking out for us as best they can, as far as we know, hypothetically.
What?
I'm just saying, they don't necessarily have to be baby-eating monsters, bro.
That's kind of like what Geo thinks. He thinks that there's someone above what we call government in control of them, and who would that be?
Well, there are elite bloodlines that are incestuous that control all the governments.
Well, what are these bloodlines?
I didn't know they're incestuous, though.
Because they write about it.
And to think about this idea about bloodlines, right?
There's a difference between inbreeding and then incest.
But to talk about bloodlines, you would have to trace back to some sort of hierarchy, because if it's the bloodlines, right? Who started that bloodline? Why is it significant? So it goes back to a deity or entity or something.
They're all related.
Yo, don't underestimate the power of old money.
That's what I'm saying. All right.
Really old money.
Yeah, but how does one get money though, right? They don't just pop up in existence and be surrounded with gold, right? It just doesn't happen. At a certain point, if some authority, some higher up didn't anointed them, right, through some sort of blood, they had to make it out the mud, just like us, bro. They had to figure out that they was involved in some sort of system that didn't convenience them. They had to figure out how to maneuver the system that they want. Right?
Yeah, they did.
All right.
They just
at a certain point in their time. That's what I'm saying. So if you say that there was old money, there was always, that doesn't add up, because their ancestors are not just gonna. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not gonna pop up with riches. It doesn't happen that way.
The idea is that way back in the day, they subverted the government and controlled the finances, and and you have like that. I think it's Amstel Rothschild's famous quote, like, so long as I control the wealth of the nation, I care not who is in power, who like runs the government or something like that.
Because rich people are not concerned with governments. The governments are for poor people, bro. Governments are for peasants. These people, they are their own governments. They do not need governments to do shit. They don't need governments for roads, for fucking buses, for anything. We, the peasants, we need governments.
Well, they can control government as they see fit.
Because they create them.
Exactly. Because they control the finances, they control the media, they control public perception, so they can sway government as they so choose.
And if we were to say that, if we were to believe, right, let's say for those that believe in God in this way, that God rewards them for the good that they do, they seem to be getting rewarded, bro. So they must be doing something right?
Nah.
No,
is in the afterlife, in hellfire.
But the answer to your question is because they hoard currency. The only way anything valuable moves is if we get up every day and use our God-given energy to go out there and produce. They're hoarding that in multiple ways. That's the answer. I don't hoard currency at the same. What do you mean? Get somebody to do work for them.
Honestly, we're slaves. We're their slaves. Because we're working within the system, and they fucking control the system.
Who controls the system?
That's what I'm saying.
Nobody, you're good. Everyone loves you.
They
There's
make the
nothing going
system.
Eli's right.
Yeah, they're capitalizing off of our.
They're not hoarding currency. These people make.
Oh God, that's the only way to do it. To use the system is to overbearing the system that is here by hoarding the currency of the people.
What does
maybe
that,
you want a specific
when you say
answer?
Hoarding the currency,
maybe you
what
want
does
to
that
know
mean?
who set
No, like hoarding.
The system that we're born into. We're producers of everything that exists, other than nature itself.
But who you think developed?
God. I mean, is that what we're talking about?
Who you think created that system?
About that.
I mean, listen,
God created everything.
Your guess is mine.
Matrix, you're kind of
could have been God.
The ether's not having
or somebody, some families, got together and say, "Hey, man, oh, my fault, my fault."
The ethers are suplex.
It could have been God or royal families, bro. Somebody have to develop that system.
No, the system
Yeah,
you
we
just
got-
said was in
My
place, right? Yeah, we hear you, bro. I'm trying to answer you. Or what's it? Or whoever is trying to answer you, but you keep talking.
No, you're probably right. They love you.
Bro, the system doesn't give a shit. The system isn't. It doesn't have feeling, bro. You know what? You know what I think is going on. I think the system is just a system that's been created with all the failing civilizations, all the trial and errors, all the goods and the bads. Whatever system we have today is most likely is the best we're gonna get ever, right? To completely destroy it and say, yeah, we're gonna come up with something, right? Us that haven't done shit significant with our lives, right? We don't know anything about anything. We're now just finding out about governments, how they work, how we thought they work. You know what I'm saying? We haven't really contributed to society to be like, oh, these fucking people, these people that are the people that create societies, bro. You know what I'm saying? They
So we should
create
probably praise them
societies.
and, do whatever they
It
want.
isn't about
Well,
praising. It's about
every
acknowledging the truth and to say that we know the truth and somehow that they are wrong. Somehow they don't know what they're talking. Come on, get the fuck out of here, bro.
They're
Get the
pedophiles,
fuck out
dude.
of here. They have the
Sex,
money
magic,
to acquire
rituals. What are you
knowledge.
talking about?
everything
You don't think
said
they're wrong?
doesn't.
Like,
Nothing. Hold on, bro. Nothing you said invalidates my statement that there are those families, you called them, have hoarded currency to create these systems. Or the system was already in place and they were there to, again, take advantage of our currency. Nothing you said invalidates that statement.
I'm not talking to invalidate you, bro. You said it. Okay, cool. I don't even understand what you say by hoarding. I don't understand why people that know how they
I
seem
tried to
to
explain
understand
it.
how the world works, right? Why would they need to hoard anything? They could just create a new system, bro. What you're saying doesn't make sense to me. I don't like the whole thing of we need to band together because the
Well,
elites are
it doesn't make
evil,
sense.
kind of shit. That doesn't seem to. It doesn't make. Well, that's what I'm saying. That mentality doesn't make sense because we are under their system. Everything we have done ever in our lives, everything we think we know, they had a part of teaching, right? So how come on, bro? It seems like we're on the wrong side of
No,
history.
they've
We're on the wrong
manipulated.
side of history. Have we ever considered that?
They,
That maybe we're in the wrong.
they,
God damn.
are you making a statement or are you asking questions? I don't understand.
I'm
And if you're
always
trying to
asking questions, but
understand
I'm not
me,
God to make no statements.
okay, so again, these people have hoarded currency. That's why they have more people producing for them than say me, because I didn't spend my life trying to figure out how I can leverage people to get what I want. That's not what I chose to do. That is what some have chose to do. Some people do bad with it, some people do good with it. But we can't deny that there are winners and losers in the system, probably because a lot of people don't try, let's face it. I guess that's part of what you're saying. But that doesn't
Yeah,
cancel out the fact that during the hoarding, okay, you don't understand what I mean by hoarding. Well, I just explained it. The leveraging of other people's time to get value for you. That's what hoarding is. So if you have
got it.
more than others, it's hoarded. So that's what I mean.
So
I'm not talking about
what
what's
makes
right.
people
I'm not
susceptible
talking
to
about what's. I'm not talking about what's right and wrong. I'm just talking about how the system came to be. Obviously, the people with more have figured out how to leverage people, and
or
they've
they figured
created this system.
out the system and then got more through it?
Well,
You
they
know,
created the
can I be honest
system.
with you? You sound like a cuck, bro.
So hold on, let me say something.
Yeah,
before
like a
you start.
government
All right,
apologist or
so
something. I'm not sure what.
since 2016, well, I'm going to explain myself now.
You're cutting out.
Since 2015, is this flat Earth shit, right? 2017-ish, 2018. Been looking into it ever since. I understand now the importance of taking action in one's government, right? Like Plato says something like the consequences of not participating in government is much too high, something like that, right? And I might understand what he's trying to
Well, you know what?
say.
You know,
And I think of myself, I think of my generation. My mother productive to grow a country, to grow a nation. Now is on me. It's my responsibility because I know about it. So I have to think about all the generations of people that don't even know they're under the system.
Who said that?
I was where you are, right? I totally understand. I felt like I had to activate myself within the realm of politics, or at least understand what's going on. Perhaps maybe sometime run for like some kind of position in local government to try and change things. But here's the reality: we dead ass watch them use the same tactics that the ballers use here. For instance, one of the general concerns, the main concern in 2016 was election fraud. And then the people who had the louder microphones said, "What? There's voter fraud and it's these people doing it." And no, fam, no. The election system in itself was frauded. Here are the people who frauded it. Here's them on camera. Here's them not answering justifiably for their actions. And all they did was circle jerk, use fallacies to give us answers that weren't really answers. So that's what's stopping us from actually being active in government. I was active, and then I said, "Fuck this shit," because how do you go again? That's like us sitting in here with anti-flat earthers all day. Well, eventually we realize nothing's going to change. We have to do something else. So as far as transforming the government, nah, fam, they're not listening. I have to do something else because they don't govern.
That isn't the government. That voting system, laws, acts. That it isn't government, bro. That's the
I'm not. I know what you're saying. You're saying that's technically separate. What I'm saying is they've rigged that system. It's supposed to be reasonable and useful, but it's useless because the people that are in power use logical fallacies and mostly actually informal logical fallacies to not address the concerns of the people.
I don't know what you're trying to say. Like, are you saying that all the crazy people that went to Epstein Island, they're actually our friends? They're good people?
Who, me? Is that
no?
Are you asking me that?
Oh. No, of course not.
No,
Matrix, are all the politicians that went to Epstein Island actually good people?
Matrix.
Did I say that? No, I'm not. Definitely
I'm
not
asking.
talking about anyone being good people. I'm talking about. I'm analyzing the system. People are people, bro. They're corrupted. That's it.
Not everybody.
Doesn't matter if it's
Dude, the
Epstein,
system is not
Trump, or a local fucking preacher. They're all fucking corrupt.
The system is not a thing, right? Like it doesn't have any.
System is not what.
It's nothing. It's like a gun. A gun can't be good or bad. Like it's.
You can come up with a better one.
There it is.
I'm not an anarchist.
People are bad.
You know what I'm saying? Like
or do bad.
People can be bad.
Good, but the point is that you were saying they. Now you're changing it to where I'm not talking about people. You literally were, though. You were like, maybe they are just doing the best they can to protect us, and we don't get it. I mean, they build society. They.
They do. This is I'm just speaking fact.
DJ Matrix.
All those they told you to get a vaccine.
Has anybody in your family ever built a country?
What?
Or anybody
Matrix,
here, right?
Yeah, dude, your mic
if anybody here has ever created a country.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck is going on with my mic.
Been in a what?
I have. Yes.
You been in a fight? Is that what he asked?
I never built a country.
An Age of Empires.
Yeah, there you go.
Yo, fam. So you want to talk? So wait. So are you talking about like what? Babylonian government? You talk about the Roman Empire's
Maybe
government that we live under right now?
Maybe not.
Because who the fuck is saying maybe not? It didn't sound like Matrix to me. So
the Roman Empire never fell.
Yeah, that's the government we're under now. Is that what you're saying? That the one that birthed all these atheists, that this is the system you're saying is not really impartial to anything. It's actually fair and we can decide how good and bad we are. Is that the system you're talking about?
The best we have.
I personally think that the system is
You
meant
can say no.
to either destroy you if you are lazy and ignorant, and to advance you if you understand it and respect it.
What?
But it was the answer to my question no.
What was the question again?
Are you talking about the Roman Catholic government that we're still under right now? The one that birthed the atheists and this whole
government
school
in
system.
general.
No, government today,
or just
government today looks identical, if not basically exactly the same as the Roman Empire's government.
What's your point about that? So what? Were you just saying the modern day
I'm
government?
just saying is.
I know, but you're just being a contrarian. He's just stating
No, I'm not. I'm
today's
not being
government.
contrarian. Today's government is the same government that breeded.
So what?
You guys.
It's today's government. It doesn't matter what it replicates. He's saying today's government.
Bro, you can't just interrupt like that, man. Just let him finish, and then respond. Right?
You did have a valid point. What are you getting at, Elijah, with it being Roman? How's that relevant?
It's all Roman. I mean, look at Napoleon's coronation.
I'm pretty sure your name's not Elijah.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I spoke anyway. So if you don't like it, mute me.
But I asked him.
No, come on, don't do that, man.
Sorry.
Ooh, can I mute?
You can go next though. Go ahead, Elijah.
He's basically saying who created the system and what's wrong with it. So the first thing I'm asking him as a qualifier is what system? The system today, the same system that's been in place for over 500 years, maybe over 1,000. I'm waiting for him to say yes or no so I can ask my follow-up. Maybe the point will exist there.
Hey, until then,
talking about system, government. So it doesn't really matter. Roman, whatever name you want to ascribe to, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, well, okay. The same way that they use diversionary tactics and lies on the people before is the same exact thing that they've done today, as I described, and the same exact thing the anti-flat earthers do here.
Correct.
Is use formal and informal logical fallacies to address people who are concerned about certain aspects of reality. Just point blank period.
And whose fault? Ultimately, I ask yourself this, right? This is just for you to ponder. I agree with what you said about them using tactics, and regardless of whatever they do, right? Ultimately, when it comes down to it, who is responsible? Them for
it's our fault.
Putting out propaganda, or our fault for accepting the propaganda? Ponder on that one.
I've already said it's our fault. So just
slavery sounds like a choice.
It is.
So just being reactionary, and because I already pondered this without any thought into it, I would say it's our own individual faults.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree.
And this is what I'm getting at. Nothing to do with people, what they're doing with the Clintons. It is our fault.
We are
people.
It
has been. Yeah, okay. Before this generation, right? Before we were blessed to have this information, It was our generations. It was my father and my mother. It was his father and their mother. They were responsible for not
there's a
putting
distinction.
me or for not putting their generations in a better place, right? You get what I'm saying? Now we have this responsibility that we have.
Yes, but there's a
at least this is what I'm doing with my. I'm trying to show this to them.
Yes. Okay.
You're breaking up, Elijah.
No, I was talking through you, and then I decided to shut up and wait for you to finish.
I'm done, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you can't separate one from the other. So when you say whose fault is it, I do say it's our fault in the sense that there should be more people like me willing to say, you know what? I asked a specific question pertaining to the woes of these people over here and the things that happened to them, and you didn't respond directly. I need to take you out of power. That's not happening, so the people are getting dicked around. That's not all my fault. I kind of have to live with the fact that there are anti-flat earthers working as a buffer between me and the message I'm trying to get to whoever's higher up there so I can stop this shit from happening. But I kind of can't do that because of the buffer.
Yeah, it's not your fault. It's the fault of each individual that lets himself get fucking taken.
Be deceived. Yet let he who is going to be deceived be deceived. Like, it's not much we can do.
And because there's so
that's what
many,
I'm saying.
You know, we're sinking too. But that's just because you need people in a society, and
or you're roboting.
You know, just ignorant. And
is everybody roboting today? Is it a problem with Discord?
Was I roboting?
No, you're not roboting. You're just low. No, he's just low. I can hear him though. He just has. It's like he's driving or something. I can. If you just listen, you can hear him. Yeah, it's just listen.
So, but yeah, this is like a principle it's repeated in different areas in life. Like in law, you have the same kind of idea. You know, ignorance of the law is in defense of the law. So in the end, the buck stops with the person. You know, your self-governance, your agency, and then you have the same thing with like in business. You know, caveat emptor, buyer beware. If someone's trying to scam you and they scam you, it's your fault. You got scammed. You know, you have to protect yourself. So it's the same kind of principle is recurring in different aspects of life. In the end, the buck stops with you.
Correct. So you believe in objective truth? You believe
Ricky,
in
you're first,
objective...
then you, Egypt.
Yeah, that's a good question. Just I'll make a point on his statement. On the biblical side, you're supposed to use discernment, and then try and fight off deception. But you're also supposed to expose deception and to warn people about if they're being deceived. It's a huge part of the biblical stance.
Brother's keeper.
That's why I'm here, actually. I've told people night and day that I'm here to fight against deception.
Me too.
Me three. I mean, but not from a biblical understanding, from a Quranic one. But we were asking, you were asking at least percentage, but I didn't hear a comeback from him.
Sorry.
Personally, I don't feel like I have to fight deception. I feel like I have to understand it.
I can agree with
Correct.
that.
Yep.
Despite what the person or people, the deceivers, despite what they convince themselves of, someone being deceived, it being their fault, does not absolve the deceiver of the guilt. That's not how that works. They're still guilty of deceiving, even if the other person wasn't smart enough or attentive enough to stop it.
We're not talking about the other person. We're not talking about the other person.
But we kind of
absolve themselves from that kind of karma.
It seemed like there was a little bit of discussion
we
about
kind we
both sides.
we kind of we are, because you can't separate that from the person like me who is now speaking out against it and them blatantly like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Everything's on the up and up, bro. What are you talking about, bro? Like that's what's happening. So it isn't just people being deceived. What about the people like you and me who aren't deceived but are being stopped anyway?
In what sense? I mean,
so that's the fault. That is the fault.
It's pretty
of them,
balls of you to say
not
that.
of me.
Pretty balls of you to say that you're not being deceived. I mean, a person who's deceived doesn't realize they're deceived. So to just be confident that you're absolutely not deceived is it's pretty
yeah, but that person can figure out they're being
that's a straw
deceived,
man.
Arnold.
No, that's a straw man.
I feel like Elijah knows bullshit when he smells it.
Is it?
That's a straw man, because what you said. Yo, guys, let me respond to the one guy. Okay.
All right, straw man. Why?
So I said it was a straw man
to the one guy.
Said,
to the one guy, he's saying, "Listen."
Yeah, because you said that I basically said that I'm not deceived, like in a general sense. I don't know what I'm deceived about. I just know what I've been deceived about.
Nice.
You sure?
That's spot on, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You sure you're not being deceived that you thought you were deceived? I mean,
well, then you could do infinite regress on it and say, well, how do you know you're deceived about being not deceived? But come on.
I'm just saying.
No. You're going off of a fucking. This is not the point. The point is, what are you deceived about? That's the point.
So it's up for each person.
Trillions of different things.
Like.
Who was trying to
like what we're? I mean, all kinds of stuff.
I want to jump in real quick, but it's very interesting that you're so adamant about the fact that you know you're not being deceived. Like you're saying that you know you've been deceived.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Oh, maybe you didn't say
that.
It did seem like he gave off that impression, though.
I heard him address that not even a minute ago, so I don't know how you didn't.
This seems like one of those situations where global it's one word.
So how do I know I'm being deceived?
So like this.
So how do
where's my respect?
So how do I know that I'm being deceived? Because
no, that wasn't
in politics.
That wasn't my point.
When I ask,
can I tell you?
I'm not talking.
Can I finish what I was going to say first?
Yo, somebody mute the
you
third
interrupted
party.
me.
No, you guys interrupted Smooth. I heard everything that happened. He was trying to talk, and then everyone blurted up. Why?
Yeah, and then Matrix, I muted you because you were roboting really bad. I'm gonna unmute you, but I don't. Yeah, it was just all robot. Yeah, I think Eli, you did kind of jump on Smooth, so maybe I like.
Smooth and
If
Eli.
you felt like he was calling you out or something, I hear you. But like, if he can just finish, and then boom, you can respond and whatnot. Then we can hear both sides. Because when it's at the same time, it doesn't make for a very like a listenable stream if it's multiple at once.
What's going on with Gio and Witsit today? Why y'all two sound extra chill?
Okay.
I want what you having, bro.
Go ahead, Smooth.
Thank you, guys. So basically what I'm saying is that I don't think you really took time to listen to his point. You immediately shot back and said that this is an fallacy or some type of break in an argument. And then you responded saying that I know the things that have just been deceived to me. You're saying that you figured out that you've been deceived and you've experienced it and uncovered the truth, right? And I think what his message is how do you not know that you have the wrong answer? Like, how do you not, he was trying to say that those who are deceived do not know that they're being deceived. And if you think that you know the answer, in reality, you may not. He's just
Elijah has empirical evidence that he's been deceived. So do I. That's why we're here.
So are you saying that? Are you saying that deception is subjective?
Sorry, I'll speak for myself. Right.
True that. And it's true.
Just because you get deceived doesn't mean you know the truth of what you're being deceived about. It's just about knowing the lie. You can, like, there's lots
That's
of things you can
exactly
get
what I said.
deceived on. Yeah, there's
Still
lots
waiting
of
to
things you
answer
could be
you, bro.
deceived on and still not know what the true story really is. But
Just keep in mind, I'm trying to stop you from strawmanning you, if you care.
You could compare the situation to the globe Earth. We know we don't
Matrix,
live
you're
on a
not
fucking
helping.
globe.
No disrespect at all.
All right.
No, dude, we could hear him. He was coming through.
I'm just saying that we could compare the situation to the globe Earth, right? Where we know that we don't live on the globe, but we don't know what the shape of the shit is, right? We have no idea, but we definitely know that shit ain't a globe. It cannot be.
Correct.
Right? That's
yeah, there
what
is
I was
no
comparing
shape.
the situation.
Listen,
So
listen,
what?
no, look, it's not about, yo, a lot of times y'all be caught up in the rhetoric and shit, and I'm just talking about systems, okay? So I've been deceived before.
Really wants to meet you.
I know what deception looks like. You know how you think you're in a happy relationship and they present one reality, but it's actually another reality.
Yeah.
So, number one, you can literally uncover deception by finding out the truth if there is a truth to be found. If you truly were deceived, all you have to do is uncover the truth.
I understand
But
now what
what,
you're saying.
so why are you asking me, how do I know that I'm not being deceived? Well, I only know that I'm deceived about the things that I've uncovered the truth to. You're asking me, well, how do I know what the ultimate truth is? I don't know what the ultimate truth is.
I think we're talking about. I think I understand what happened.
Yo,
right?
Matrix. It's only okay. Go ahead. Fuck it. I mean,
I think I understand what happened. You guys are talking about two different kind of trust. You describe something like somebody betrayed you, and Carter, maybe that's why you are aware. She's talking about something like a conspiracy where it would be difficult to actually pinpoint, and say, hey man, you're guilty of this because it's a conspiracy. I think they're two different things. But still, nonetheless, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, because it's different situations, different rhetoric, different circumstances. There's only one road to the truth, though.
Right.
So
And I guess
whether you uncover a conspiracy or uncover someone cheating on you, what you're uncovering is the truth. That's the common denominator. Like, there is no difference.
Yeah, and I guess
It's
what
just
I'm
the
trying to
paths
say.
to him are different.
All right, so what I'm trying to suggest is that
Yeah, hit us with the punchline, Smooth. What's the punchline?
on the road to truth, right? It's not always a straight road. How do you know you have been able to turn the car off? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so the
Is
answer
that
to you is
on
I
the
wasn't
road-
on the
on the
road.
road-
I wasn't on. Listen, so when I'm telling you that there's a problem with your premise, you can't continue with your premise after I've said I wasn't on a road. You hear me trying to tell you I wasn't on a road, and you continue with your premise. So on the road. No, I actually wasn't fucking on the road to discovering that the earth is not a globe. It fucking landed in my lap. It was in my face when I discovered the truth of it all. I wasn't on the road. Maybe you just want to reposition your question.
Oh, you actually ran it over.
No, Matrix. Maybe you want to reposition your question.
I mean, if
Yeah, put it on the sidewalk.
sure, it's on the sidewalk now. And what I'm suggesting is that it fell in your lap, right? But you have learned at least one more thing since that thing happened, right? You've joined this community, you've talked to people, you've explored other ideas, right? You're taking the path to full understanding, right? So,
as we all are.
No. How can you fully understand? You can't know everything about everything. We're finite beings with finite
He didn't say that you
time.
will fully understand. He said you're on the path to that. That doesn't mean you'll ever reach that.
You guys are talking past each other. You guys
You
are
might
not
know when you're in
understanding.
heaven.
You can't be on a path to a place that doesn't exist, though. That's the only reason I'm.
No, full
like,
understanding. God has full understanding, right?
I'm never gonna become a god, fam.
You aren't.
So I don't think I'm on that.
You could
I don't
still
think
be on
I'm
the
on that.
path to increase.
I don't think I'm
for
on that.
yourself.
I don't think I'm on that road, dog. I'm just saying.
Will you not have knowledge of all things when you're in heaven? I don't know.
All I said was
Okay,
I
so
don't
you guys
think.
are
I
you're
don't
getting
think
really,
I'm on that
really.
road. I'm not telling you I know I'm not. I don't think I am.
All right, you are getting really bogged down by the structure of my thought. You're not paying attention to my thought.
The
I
structure
just
is
heard
what's
someone
most
say,
important for communication to be valid.
why are you stepping over me, dude?
Well, go ahead.
Excuse
me. No, like, why?
Because the structure.
Hold up. Don't grandstand. Make your point smooth, and then you
All right.
let's keep it smooth.
So all I'm saying is that as you progress through life, right, you are moving from position X to position Y on a time graph. You will learn more things. We can say learning more things is the path to understanding Jesus Christ. Now that we can get that out of the way, I'm saying to you, how do you know that what you know is the truth? Just like you're telling me, how do I know that the globe is the truth? Right? There are forks in the road, and the whole point was to say, have you contemplated ever once since becoming a flat earther if you are actually still correct?
Have you what?
I think we contemplate that question here
You got
all
to
the
check
time.
yourself all the time. Of course we do that.
We talk about those kind of things every day, bro.
No, you
No,
talk
it's
about
not-
how
no,
the
but
earth is
there's
not
something wrong there's something wrong about the way that you're thinking about it. And here's what I mean. So the reason that I'm still on this path is because I had one question years ago. Okay? So the one question was, how do we know that this is geometrically a sphere with the dimensions that they've given us? Okay?
Yeah.
There is no justification for
Yes, there
the
is.
claim. Okay,
None.
but anyway. Okay, so anyway. Anyway,
You keep on hand waving
I've
it. I say it every
determined.
day.
So
Just use that dimension if you
anyway,
can find
it's not
dimensions
an
that agree.
argument. He's trying to
Oh, God
understand where I'm
damn it.
coming from. So this is not a debate between me and you. You can believe it's a globe and believe you have justification. I'm sure everyone who thinks it's a globe believes that, and I'm sure they're gonna want to stop me from saying that there's no justification. Now just shut the fuck up and let me finish what I'm saying.
So are you done now, or you still gonna finish?
He's gonna keep on going.
No, he wanted to finish what he was saying.
Obviously, I wanted to finish, bro. Like, what's wrong with y'all? Like, I can't even be chill, give breathing room while I set up a conversation, because the moment I stop, it's like y'all like, okay, that means I should jump in now. That's crazy as fuck.
Well, there's
I'm trying
other
to set a
people in here want to
There's a lot
talk.
of people in the room.
I know.
Everyone wants to get it.
Can I go next after Elijah?
Okay. So then, if y'all want to get in, then y'all won't get to hear the answer to his question that he addressed to me. So the next time somebody asks a question, but everybody else wants to talk, just remember your question might not get answered. Go ahead, since that's edifying and that's the path that we're going to take now. Go ahead.
Guys, be a little sensitive
Somebody
to
else go.
Elijah. It seemed like the betrayal thing happened recently, guys.
Oh my God, it goes on forever. It doesn't stop, Elijah.
Anyway, I was literally about to give the justification, and then you started interrupting. But anyway, you can go ahead.
I just said horizon drop with altitude. That's pretty good evidence. You can
Well,
determine
that's retarded. I wish Elijah would just make his point. I mean, not that I'm saying that he's not, but like he had to address everybody, and then he never really got to what he was trying to say in the first place.
Yeah, at this point, Elijah, I would say, can we get the finale?
Dude, Gio is awesome right now, dude. You chilling, Gio?
I'm trying.
You chilling?
You got about
No, I
three
feel you.
people that keep on interrupting. It's very hard.
Well,
what you guys don't seem to realize is that Geo and Witsit are currently sharing a blunt.
Bro,
in,
I knew it. I fucking knew it, bro. I fucking knew it.
They got that good shit.
Yeah, man. Kai's got on her cookie baking game.
Come on, man.
Hey, pass it up.
2DP, pass it this way.
So the globe
It
is
is
just
every time,
based on like the main premise that the Earth is a globe is based on too many assumptions. No, premises need to be validated, not assumed. So therefore, that's a truth that will never be untrue. That's how I wake up every day. That's the only truth that I have right now. I don't have a truth about anything other than that. The fact that we experience this as a horizontal plane is not even debated because y'all say that's how we experience it locally. So, I mean, that's my experience. I have no other questions. I have no other comments or concerns.
My God, Elijah,
So I'm
another 5
gonna
minutes
give
go by.
my
The same
closing
thing over and
statement.
over again. Can we just
I'm gonna
get to the bottom? You keep on making outrageous,
Zanny,
egregious.
Zanny boy, it's me,
Yes.
buddy. Just let me finish. All right. So
Don't
my
ask
final
me any more
question to you.
questions. I'm sorry. Nah, because the room is tired.
Fine. My closing argument is, if you're on the path to true understanding, why are you still here fighting against the globe instead of trying to figure out where we actually live?
Didn't I just tell you I wasn't on the path?
But then you said you were on the path.
Didn't I tell you I wasn't?
But then again, you said you were. So I guess.
Well, now I'm saying I'm not.
Okay.
I mean, I literally argued with percentage about how I'm not on the path. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
You said you don't truly know.
The problem is if
I'm
you
not
on here,
whatever path I'm on. Obviously, we're always on a path if we're moving. But the path to understanding, the ultimate understanding, I'm not on that path. I'm not
yes,
here.
you are. You're here.
No, I'm not.
So what are you here for? What are
You're
you
not
here
here?
for? What's your?
Bro, you're not here? Is
What
what you're saying?
What the fuck's going on?
The ultimate truth might never be known. I mean, the
Guys,
key to
Elijah,
knowing that you have to look for truth means you have to first discover the lie. Once you discover the lie, that's all that's important. The truth could be a trillion different things.
So what I'm trying to say, Elijah, is that because you are on here, right? Not all the time we speak about the globe and flat Earth, right? We do that occasionally. Most of the time, we're just talking about the nature of our reality, and in doing so, it is because you're learning, right? Different people come in with different cultures. They mention different things, and you research it. That you're quite literally is on the path. How else would you describe it?
I don't really do that these days. The last time I really speculated was I speculated that the sun was a laser. Like that. After that, I was like, yeah, I'm good. The Earth is definitely not a globe, and the sun is some other shit that nobody ever proposed. I'm good there, bro. Like, what's the problem?
I was trying to get you to speculate earlier when I asked you how do you explain the redshift, but someone else started talking.
I'm too ignorant. I don't even. You know what I did right after that? I said, you know what? Fuck this. I got like about 3 videos queued up on Redshift.
Maybe
Because
not.
I typed in Redshift shown. I want to see what Redshift. Like, I just don't understand what it is. To be quite honest.
I'll tell you what we should have done is you guys should have let me handle that spectroscopic redshift bullshit. Now you're never gonna know.
You can't even
Why don't
fucking
you do it
pronounce
now,
it right,
Jeremy? Well, Jeremy, do it now. It's like
Where's the
night's
Globers
young.
at? I asked to have 5 minutes with Nate. No one would let me. Like, you guys are crazy with
I'll
it.
give you 5 minutes.
The fuck?
Ooh, well.
That was real lusty of you, Nate.
No,
Like,
seriously,
for
I'll give
real,
you 5 minutes.
guys, when
right
I asked
now.
for
Jeremy a minute
5
man.
minutes,
He quick
5
with it.
minutes with someone. For 5
Jeremy,
minutes
here
with
it
someone,
is.
I don't know why you guys won't give it to me.
Stop bitching. I gave you the option. Yes or no? You want the invite?
This is more than me going over this with you right now. Relax. It's about these guys. I do this shit all the time. I'm like, hey guys, let me get 5 minutes real quick. And then I get one sentence out, the person responds, and then 4 people jump in.
You know what?
But
Just
y'all
Like, yo,
five
you guys
minutes, we'll give
you
you
guys
10.
are becoming more
We'll give you
frustrating.
10, how
You
about
guys
that?
are becoming more frustrating. You guys are becoming more frustrating than the Globers at this point.
Yo, so
Jeremy,
let me get this
you
straight.
weren't here. Jeremy, you weren't here to stop
We'll give you 20 minutes.
all of this
then. How
shit
about that? That's
from
20.
happening to me.
So
Like nobody wants to
even
hear
know what
you
happened.
cry
Yo,
when I
Jeremy.
was just sitting here fucking struggling through the struggle of a lifetime.
To be
So
fair,
the
Jeremy,
mods
there's
are
a lot of
extra
people in
chill
this room.
today?
5 minutes is a hard ask.
I'm noticing
No,
that
it's
the
not,
mods
bro. We've
are
been
either
doing
are
this shit for years.
Yeah, but
Years,
usually,
really,
like,
5
know,
minutes.
Yo, has there been progress
we're on an
throughout all
upswing
these
of
years? Have you
people
guys
in the
had
room.
progress
So.
debating each other? Has there been
Progress because no one can ever get 5 minutes. Something, then somebody else diverts it onto something else. Then somebody else jumps in. Witsit, I can hear Witsit going through the same headache I go through all the time.
Oh, I'm chopped liver then. Sure.
Well,
I'm
I
just
mean,
saying, I give you guys all your time.
Boring as fuck.
Jeremy, but you're talking right now. Just do it, bro. Go ahead, go for it.
Okay, Matrix, are you gonna be quiet for 5 minutes though? Because I don't want to.
I don't believe you.
I just need to ask.
Guys, I believe Jeremy asked for 10 minutes.
well, I mean, I
For
guess
5
it
minutes.
kind of brings up a question of
Let's do a
whether,
1v1.
yeah,
Smooth versus Jeremy.
like in this stream where people could call each other out for like a 1v1, and that could go for like 2 minutes, 5 minutes, maybe even 8 minutes. I mean, to be fair, to kind of still have it be open, probably wouldn't go for too long. Like we can have other live streams for doing longer type things like that or presentations. But yeah, I mean that's an option.
Let's do it right now. Smooth is the
I never need a long time, bro. I'm in and out with it.
Yeah, you just I guess you have to kind of.
That's what she said.
All right, Smooth, you up for it then?
Sure.
All right. Take it away, Jeremy. No one talk.
How does spectroscopic redshift? How does that prove distance?
Dude, you're gonna have to tell me. I have fucking no idea.
Oh, so we're not gonna do it then. I know because the guy that was gonna do it, he's gone now.
No,
Kosho.
Jeremy.
Kosho, we need you.
Wait. No, you guys are missing this opportunity. You're
To be
missing
fair,
this
this is
opportunity.
exactly what my conversation was kind of about. Like I was.
All right.
Well, Smooth is
So
right. It's an opportunity to educate him and see like how a non-biased or unbiased, like neutral, someone new to the topic would react.
Yeah, literally, I know absolutely nothing about this, and I'm
Yo,
fake as shit,
tomorrow,
so,
can we-
like, all right, or not. So much for 5 seconds of anything. So, Jeremy, try to tell me. Let's see if we can find any like holes. Why does it not work?
Dude, I need a guy that knows about this to go over it with him.
But you know
I can't
about
go over it with him
You're
that
saying-
someone doesn't know anything about it.
But
Nigga,
if you know enough
play both
about
roles. Play the global and
Bro,
the
I-
flat earth. It's all good.
No.
How I do shit.
No.
I freestyle and shit. I don't know anything about spectroscopic redshift. All right. One time I beat a guy that was a radar
hold on,
specialist. One time I beat a guy in a debate that was a radar specialist, and I don't know shit about radar.
Hey, Jeremy, so that's the problem here. Okay? Like, you're telling everyone that, listen to me, because I know all this shit about spectroscopy, okay?
It's not what he said at all. Shut up.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what he said. That's not what he meant, though. What
That's
he
not what he
meant.
said at all.
That's what
That
he
is
said.
what he
That's not
said.
what he
Not
meant.
even remotely close to what he said at all, even a
Well-
little bit. Shut up.
Well, here's the thing,
Don't
though.
tell him to shut up, man. That's not respectful.
I'm gonna tell him to shut
But
up.
in any
He's being
case,
dumb.
Jeremy's saying
Shut up.
he riffs with it. He doesn't. He
Who's
can't be
the
just
one
like
saying
some
shut
an
up?
act.
Who's
or
this?
what
Who's
have
this little dickhead?
This guy spent his
Just go
whole
on
life
with
doing.
the redshift.
Yeah,
This guy
that's what
spent
he.
his.
I think we
I
know
was
what
in
you meant,
Jose's
Jeremy.
one day. I was in Jose's one day. This guy spent his whole life doing some radar shit. All right, I beat him in a debate on radar.
Yeah.
I don't know shit
Jeremy.
about radar.
That doesn't mean just
How do you
because
know
you
you beat
beat him on a debate on radar doesn't mean you know anything about radar. Like
I still don't know shit about radar. I feel you.
What? But I know. So what I'm saying to you is that like you're trying to tell me how it doesn't work, and I'm saying, okay, like really tell me because I know nothing about this. Right? Like if you understand this system so well that you can tell me it doesn't work, then show it to me. Tell me all
Listen,
the points.
Listen,
all you're saying, Jeremy, all you're saying is that all
He's
you
not
know how to
listening
do.
English.
I know.
Well, okay.
Listen,
well,
I don't
If
know
you don't know
shit
how it
about
works, his points won't matter, dude.
shit about spectroscopic parallax. All right, I don't need
Maybe
to know
not.
anything. All I need to know is just enough to find the holes in the shit that you say.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Fair
But the thing is,
enough. And that is a unique skill to have.
yeah, that's fine. But the last time I heard him argue it, though,
Stick with
he was
it.
missing. He was missing a lot of good points, though. Like you should really understand the topic if you're going to argue about it, because even though Jeremy thinks he was arguing good, he really wasn't. Like the last time I heard him arguing, he
When?
was making some really bad points.
All right,
It
do
was
we
a while
have a
ago.
new challenger?
Before my life.
Arma.
Here's the challenger.
Before my life.
This is Brody 1v1.
What
Here we
he's
go.
saying.
Yeah, Arma, what was the topic that he was wrong about?
Saying I've never debated spectroscopic redshift before in my life. I don't know shit about it.
Hello?
You said you wanted
What?
5
What did
minutes
you hear me
discussing
debating?
it, so what was that 5 minutes you wanted to say?
If
Yeah.
oh, okay. Who's talking right now? Who's? Am I up? Who's going?
No, that's
Confused.
a good point.
What
Jeremy
up? I
did
think
for
we're changing the
5
topic
minutes.
right now. So,
Jeremy
Arma, what was the
did-
topic
Jeremy-
that Jeremy was talking about where he thought he was right, but he was actually wrong?
If I'm correct, I could be wrong about this, but if I'm correct, I believe he was. If it was him, I think he was saying, "Oh, what if the lights were just like in the sky, just like redder or something?" Or he was getting like the part about spectroscopy wrong, where you know how spectroscopy has like a little signature, like a little like design. What do you call that?
Yeah, I don't think we
word?
need 5 minutes for this one. You don't even need
Yeah,
any poem,
anyway.
man. You're beating yourself
Well,
right now.
No. Okay, so hear me out. So there's in spectroscopy, if I remember correctly, because I'm not an expert on this. In fact, I don't really know a whole lot, but there is
Okay, then
basically.
don't talk. We're not going to have two people who don't know about it talk.
Hold up, man. Let him finish.
Okay, so
Yeah,
so
going to be like a bum
for
fight on the internet.
yeah, so if I remember correctly, elements they have like a specific like signature, right? When it comes to like which bands of like light they have whatnot, right? And so I think he was getting that part wrong, and then not realizing that the argument he was making on that was just like weird or whatever. Like you really do need to understand the topic if you're going to really
See,
argue.
how
it, you
the
know?
fuck do you know that he was wrong if he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about? Jesus Christ!
And you don't know what
I'm
you're
not
talking
trying to
about
be
either.
a
Well, I know a little bit because I remember someone who did know it. They told me about how it worked.
But
right?
you
And so-
don't know it. You remember.
Oh,
what
you
someone else
know
told
that.
you.
I remember.
So
a
you're
little bit.
criticizing Jeremy and you're doing the
Hold on.
exact same thing?
No. I know
Yeah,
a little bit.
literally.
I know a little
Literally,
bit.
Matrix.
Hold on, I
Nail
know
on
a
the
little-
head, mate. Sorry, can I just say, Matrix? Nail on the head. I don't think there's any point carrying on because you've already demonstrated that you don't know anything about this. So why
Well,
are we
no,
talking
not
about
that I don't know anything. I just know very, very, very little of it. All right, but the
Well,
thing
that's
is,
the difference.
Yeah, but we
Isn't
can't
it? You're
rely
not
on your
expert.
testimony because you're an unreliable
Yeah.
witness.
Well, I don't care then because you're not an expert. You don't know what you're talking about.
No,
like,
but I remember-
why do you ever
Exactly,
listen?
dude. Like,
But I remember
I'm
the-
not even on. I'm on your side, and I'm telling you to shut the fuck up because how the fuck do you know if Jeremy is wrong if you don't know him more than Jeremy, and if Jeremy doesn't know if he's actually wrong?
Well,
like I'm saying,
hold on.
don't
I
have
do think I know
to.
more than him. I do think I know more than him, though. I do
Let
think
him
Then
finish
you guys
up.
should
Go
debate
ahead.
it right now.
All right, we could start throwing out what we do know because I do think I know more than him. I don't think I know a whole lot. I'm not confident to talk on it, but I do think I'm better than him.
Then
all
don't.
right?
Then don't.
You're not confident to talk on anything, dude.
Yeah, I'm confident on some things. It's just not this topic specifically
No, you're
because
not.
I haven't personally researched it, but I remember someone who did know
Then
about
shut
it.
the fuck up. Don't
Hold on,
research
no,
it.
Smooth. No.
Chill,
Listen,
man.
all right.
Man, God
listen,
dang, man.
listen,
Come on, y'all.
If you're gonna defend my side, I beg you, just go fucking read it before you make a mistake. Just go fucking read
all
it.
I'm saying is that all I'm saying is that when that argument happened, I remember that Jeremy was
Fine.
getting a lot of things wrong. All I'm saying, my main argument is that you should really know the topic if you're going to argue about it. That's why I'm not really arguing about it. I'm just arguing that Jeremy should really know the
Fair
topic.
enough.
Hey,
Don't
dumb
remember
dumb.
what he got
You
wrong,
should
but you
really
don't
know.
know.
If you're gonna insult somebody, if you're gonna insult someone and say that they were wrong about something, you sure as fuck
That's
better
not an
know what they were
insult.
wrong about.
But I'm
He
not-
is
Jeremy
right,
was
Arma.
wrong.
He is right.
But you
Yeah,
can't
that's
even
not
say
an
what the
insult.
fuck he's wrong about.
That's
so
fair,
how the
but
fuck do you know he was wrong?
because at that
He's
day
relying
when
on
that
he's
argument,
relying on past like experience. He doesn't
Yeah.
maybe he doesn't remember it.
I don't remember the
anymore
details.
or something
Yeah,
like that. But at the
exactly.
time,
He's relying on third party witness.
But that's why my main argument is that you shouldn't argue about something, right? If you don't know the topic. That was my main argument, right? If you don't know the
help.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we've heard you say that like 6 times now.
Yeah, well,
So,
maybe I have to say it the seventh time. Maybe I should say the seventh time because you guys don't understand. That's my main argument: is that you should really argue
make
something.
me
if you
a
know it.
fucking
And
moderator.
Jeremy's whole argument. Hold on, no. Jeremy's
just
whole.
needs to
Chill out,
calm the
guys,
fuck
chill
down
out.
and stop.
Can I make a
Here's
point?
what's going to happen
Hold on,
now.
Crypto's talking. Go ahead, Crypto.
I feel like
Make me
we've had like an
moderator.
hour to 2 hours of really stagnant talking. We've been talking
Make me
around ideas and around topics. Nothing interesting has really happened. Can we get to a topic that's like more direct, more interesting? We're not talking about egos. We're not talking about personalities. Or can we actually get to like the meat of something? Does anyone have an interesting thing that they want to bring up that we can actually debate?
Maybe if you make me a moderator.
I have one.
What is it?
Let's talk about the floating frog.
A floating frog.
No,
Yeah,
let's
I'm
not
really
talk about
obsessed with
shit.
this idea right now.
No, we're not.
The floating frog. They can manipulate. At least they can. At least they know their thing's real, right? You got
Sorry.
bendy space time. You don't. You got bendy space time. You don't even know if that shit's real or not. At least with the floating frog, they know that shit's real and they can manipulate it.
What the fuck is a floating frog?
Okay, so
magnetic thing, I think.
here's a So earlier we were sent an image of a frog floating in a dish, basically a lab in, I believe it's Slavic country starts with an N. Someone help me. Netherlands.
That's not a Slavic
university.
Definitely not a Slavic country.
It's like on the west coast of Europe.
This is the conversation we were having exactly 12 hours ago.
Yeah,
You're not off to a
that's
good
exactly
start.
it.
I'm not familiar with it. Keep going.
Yeah, so these researchers were able to levitate a frog by inducing an extremely large magnetic field, right? And they have video evidence of this frog floating. They have a paper about it and everything like that, right?
I could see that.
Gravity debunked.
It wasn't necessarily the magnetic field was large. It said it was powerful.
Yeah, that's actually smaller when it gets stronger.
Just concentrate.
Gravity debunked.
You're both of
Bathroom-
you are 100% correct.
I asked if
So-
I could make a point a while ago. I wanted
Gravity debunked. Make me a moderator.
I wanted to make a point on what the guy was saying to Jeremy about not arguing about something you don't know about.
Oh, yeah.
And I can understand why you would make that argument, but just as an example, let's say somebody who understands calculus has got
How do we
a bunch
go
of
from
equations on
frogs
the
to-
board.
Yeah, can we go
Why-
back to
why-
the topic? Like, why are
why
you
would
pulling
you
us
interrupt
out?
that right
We were in
now?
the middle of a conversation.
No, you weren't. I
We were
literally
in the
waited
middle of a new
quiet and started
conversation, and you took us back.
Hold on. Let's let him make his.
Yeah, we all
point.
realize
I
Arma
literally
was
didn't do that.
incorrect.
You're incorrect.
Wait,
Sometimes the
hold on.
quickest way is
Who's
through,
correct?
so just let
Hold
him-
on. Arma's
let him make
what?
his point.
Arma's what?
I said you're incorrect.
How am
You're
I
arguing
incorrect?
something you don't know about because you don't know anything about redshift.
So I can't
But
make the point.
What?
Is that
I know a little bit of it, but that
Guys,
wasn't my point, though.
Everyone, this is getting really bitty again. Can Bob Dole just be allowed to finish? If it's got nothing to do with the new conversation, we can just ignore it.
Yeah, but Vax is talking
yeah,
shit,
that's
though.
fine. You can just.
Come
I
on,
just
I'm
wanted to
getting
point-
really bored with this, guys. Bob Dole, just go.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out something. If you have somebody like who's working on like calculus and he's got equations on the board, okay, and somebody comes in and they've only done like, let's say like middle school math, geometry and stuff like that. They understand addition and subtraction, division, multiplication. They can still look at the board and identify part of the equation where the person has like an equal sign and has made a mistake in their addition. They can still say, hey, your addition right here didn't add up. Your 2 + 2 says equals 5 instead of saying equals 4. That
Yeah, that's
doesn't
fine.
mean that they shouldn't point that out to them. They don't have to know calculus to know that that part is wrong.
That's fine. That's fine. But once again, though, from the at least this is once again, I don't have any whatever. But from what I remember, he was getting something wrong because someone had just told me earlier that someone actually knew about the topic. Told me that it works like this, and even they were even saying that too to Jeremy, and he was just sort of like, I guess, had a different argument in his head, like a different idea of how it worked, whatever. And so I just remember that. All right, like it is important to know some of the things because what if now, right, the mistake is not the equal signs, it's actually something else where it's actually like something he doesn't know. The person they don't know is like actually like crazy math calculus bullshit, right? Then he can't correct that because he has no knowledge on that, right? So,
Bro, why are you going over rehashing like a debate that you can barely remember, that you don't know anything about, but you're telling other people that they need to know about stuff before they debate? But you relentlessly keep rehashing this debate that you don't know anything about.
We were almost off of this. Thanks, Bob.
No, listen, because my main argument, right, is that there
Thanks,
could
Bob.
be.
Here for you, Jeremy. I'm here for you.
Yeah, my main argument. If I'm gonna take what's his name, Bob Dole. If I'm gonna take Bob Dole's argument, right, this analogy, right, if I'm gonna consider
He's
that, right,
100% right.
it only works. It
right.
works with the equal signs, right? But the equal sign thing, right? But what if it's something else, right? That's like, actually like calculus, crazy math related. Then the person can't correct that because they have no idea of how calculus or whatever works. All right, but that's kind of what Jeremy was doing. He was touching that part that is calculus, not.
I'd
Equal.
like to take Bob's point and kind of change it a little bit to something that I think is more important. If the person has calculus on the whiteboard, then they should, and they know calculus, and the other person doesn't know calculus, they should be able to explain in simple enough terms what's going on. If they know it well enough, they should be able to explain it simply. And in that case, the person can understand the concept, and they could poke, realize where like the logic doesn't jive, or whether there's kind of an issue with how he's doing it. Because it should work in broad strokes just as it does in terms of like the details.
Okay, back to the floating frog.
Gio. Hold on, one thing, Gio. I think you weaken the point, because Bob Dole was 100% right. If you know a subject well, so we're saying that the fourth grader knows addition or whatever well enough to be able to recognize it. And this other guy who's rambling on about nothing, he is 100% right too, because that student would not be able to know what integrals are, right?
Yeah.
It's not the person who's doing the math, because I was in calculus, but I didn't design calculus. But I learned enough about it to be able to help my fellow students on what integrals to use and what formulas to use. I couldn't explain why, but I knew what to do. So I'm saying it's not reliant on the person that is performing the activity to be able to explain it or anything like that.
Okay.
All right.
And all of this shit, I don't really know anything. All right, all of this shit is all freestyle off the top of the head. I'm exceptionally well at spotting flaws in things.
But Jeremy,
I know when people are bullshitting. I grew up with the biggest scam artist in the city was my uncle, so I can
That's
spot
such a what,
the
Smooth?
bullshit.
Hold on, Smooth. That's such a what? Want to hear this, Smooth? What were we gonna say?
That's such a bad thing. Like, because
exactly, that's my whole argument. Yeah, it's a bad thing to just be like, I don't know the topic.
Expert in smells or dog crap to know when you smell dog crap, all right?
That's fair, but that only works in certain situations, though. Sometimes you do need to know the topic, though, because the argument you're making, it has a huge flaw in it. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you need to know the topic.
Bullshit.
You're 100% correct.
I think that's more often than you think.
Hold on. If you know what a dichotomy is, and you spot a true dichotomy, you don't have to be like an expert in the field to say, wait a minute, it can't be both of these things.
That's
Let me think about it for a second. And then you think about it for a second, you're like, I can't think of another one. And then you bring it up, and it's like, hey, does anybody see like a third option here? It's like, no, okay, well, that's a true dichotomy. Both of these things can't be true at the same time. Right?
Yeah.
The issue there, right, is that what crazy man is saying that I don't. Sorry, dude, I'm on my phone. I don't know what your name is.
Well, who's crazy, man? Hold on. Whoa.
You.
Arma, I'm not crazy, all right? Smooth brain. All right, go on.
Smooth brain.
Okay. So that guy, he's 100% correct, right?
Oh,
the original conversation started by me trying to ask Jeremy to explain something to me. And Jeremy, because he claimed that he needed 5 minutes to really take this topic and show us the next level. I said, Jeremy, explain it to me. He
5
couldn't.
minutes.
He said he doesn't know. And
10
we
minutes
all
tops.
said, well, Jeremy, you're interrupting me. You're a mod. You need to show true leadership.
Sorry.
All right. So what I'm trying to say is that I said, Jeremy, in order to really claim that you can really take this down, to really take it down, I know you have great debate skills, but you really need to know the topic. Because just like with calculus that we're using, how can the fourth grader, right? They can correct the addition, but they can't correct the fucking integrals. That's the point here. Both of you are right. Jeremy, you can't really debate something to the nth degree if you don't know what's truly going on.
Not true. I've done it for years in this arena.
And you've talked
so
shit.
that's not true what you just said.
He just debated not knowing what.
Just because you've done it
but
doesn't
this
mean you
isn't
should be doing
this,
it.
this but this isn't a conversation about anything.
Yeah, back to the floating frog.
Jeremy doesn't just fly by the seat of his pants. He goes light speed
and
by the seat of his pants.
and again, sorry, again, you're talking like you just talked past percentages point that we all thought was valid. I don't know which. Yeah, because if someone is talking about calculus, then they damn well better be able to explain it to someone. Because the moment that they
you
do
don't
that,
know. Why? That's insane.
Wait a minute. Wait. You're saying hold on. If you're saying no, then you disagree with percentages point. But I don't
Here we go
understand
again.
how you can disagree with. Okay, first of all,
they're
if
both
there's something
right.
that should be understood, it should be able to be understood in a very simple, packaged way. If there's a flaw there, a person should be able to detect the flaw if the flaw is there.
But calculus doesn't take 5 minutes to explain.
Let me explain to you why you're wrong, right? We all have taught somebody in our family something that we didn't completely know. Or we've all done something, right? We may not understand how a computer works or how Facebook is programmed on the back end or anything like that, but we can sure as hell show grandma how to create a profile, right?
How to play Oregon Trail.
So what we're saying is that the Geo introduced a third party to the scenario. And originally the scenario had the calculus student and a fourth grader. And the fourth grader is going to be able to tell the calculus student you made an addition error. Sure. But the fourth grader won't be able to say if the calculus student made an integral area. That's also correct. Geo introduced a third party who is demanding that the calculus student be able to express the idea of calculus to the fourth grader. And that's where I'm saying you don't need to. The calculus student can still do calculations without being able to fully explain why calculus exists, how it works.
Oh, you're having a different conversation then, because the ability to either explain it or express it easier on paper has nothing to do with the fact that the fourth grader can listen or learn calculus, because a fourth grader can fucking learn calculus if they fucking wanted to, and they could say, hey, this thing that you're saying about this is incorrect.
Can I just say that there's a teacher in my school. There's a teacher in my school that teaches the Coriolis effect every year to his students. Okay, and this guy doesn't know what the reference frames are. So I mean,
I don't think that's true, Jeremy.
that is absolutely true. When I went to talk to him about
I think you guys don't know what reference frames are.
Why is it? I'm sorry, Jeremy, for every time I've talked over you, because the way they disrespect you, like I did, like you're my homie. If I've been disrespectful like that, I'm not trying to. I'll go head to head with anybody. But the way, stop disrespecting Jeremy and let him say what he got to say, man.
Yeah, there is a teacher. There is a teacher at my school who teaches the Coriolis, and I was about to have a little discussion, not really debate, but I was going to have a discussion with him on it. And he didn't know about the reference frames. He wrote them down. He was like, "Oh, inertial, not inertial reference frames. I'm gonna look into that." Cool. So, I mean, these people are teaching this shit and don't even know all about it. So, who are you to say I can't debate on it when I don't know all about it?
I reprimand them. He's probably not the greatest teacher then. Okay? But I'm saying, Jeremy, you came in here saying to everybody, hey, everyone, I'm upset because you guys did not let me take that debate. If you would have let me take that debate, I would have crushed it. I know this topic well. I'm able to do it. I just need 5 minutes. And
I never said I know it well. I said I didn't know anything about it.
No, initially you said that you know it well. You really are good at this.
I never said that. I never said that. I explicitly said I don't know shit about it. I told you right off the jump.
You like to put things in people's mouths. You're a pervert. You did that to me too.
So
ready?
that's funny as fuck. But initially, the discovery that Jeremy didn't know what it was about was later in the conversation. Just letting you know, it wasn't the first thing that Jeremy said. I'm not putting anything in his mouth. Yeah, later, perv.
You can put something in my mouth anytime, Jeremy.
Yes,
that was
homo.
weird.
Listen, I never said I knew all about
No,
spectroscopic
no.
fucking parallax. All right, I told you I. Go ahead, Eli.
Sorry.
Just wanted to say to Ruhif that your no homo came after the 3 seconds, so now you're officially gay.
Oh,
Oh,
officially gay,
2 second rule.
Sorry, Jeremy. I just thought this is what I wanted to say. Jeremy actually wanted. If this is the only reason I critique Jeremy. Jeremy, you wanted to have a particular conversation. Right now, we're suffering through a conversation that neither you nor any of us actually wanted to have.
I know.
Because now this guy wants to talk about.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's not even about the frogs. All you said was, I want to debate someone who knows about the topic. I don't know shit about the topic. He's trying to say, no, you said you knew a lot. Bottom line is, what we need, though, for Jeremy to do what the fuck he wants as a human being, he can fucking do whatever the fuck he wants. And if he wants somebody who is knowledgeable in the subject, he should be able to speak to that person. Why the fuck is there so many people coming out saying, yeah, well, you know what, you don't understand stuff, and you shouldn't really be requesting an audience? That's no, fam. If he wants to fucking find somebody to talk to, let him do that. Because if you would have let him do that, guess what? The conversation would have continued on a trajectory that was much.
Here's what we're saying.
I don't know about
you
better.
don't. Here's what we're saying. You don't go.
I heard what you're saying. It's not going to.
No, you don't, man. You don't go to the Gracie
I know what you're saying. Regardless of what you're saying, he should be able to debate whoever he wants, even if you believe he don't know shit. Who the fuck are you to tell him that what he should do? Okay.
It's my freedom as a person to tell him what I think he can and can't do, but he's free to make his decision. The point is, you don't go to the Gracie brothers having 1 year of fight experience and tell them how to fight, right?
Who the fuck are you to tell him that?
Just
I'm
wanted to
an educator.
If he wants to take a swing at somebody from the Gracie's gym, he can fucking go in there drunk off his ass and smack the shit out of the biggest guy if he fucking wants to. So
just
what?
wanted to mention as well.
The other guy. Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that Crone Gracie is a flat earther.
Is he really?
There you go. Yes, he
Yeah,
is.
it was on what's his face, Eddie Bravo's show with he was on Eddie Bravo's show with Eric DeBay, and they were just chatting shit for about 2 hours.
Yep.
You know, ain't no Gracie getting hugged.
Which one?
We're gonna build
I think it's
flat.
You know what happens, because this is a
too many
very
egos
weird
right now.
phenomenon.
Elijah,
It's a
man, come
weird
on.
phenomenon.
Someone just asked me a question. Can I answer it?
My bad. Go ahead.
Someone asked me a question about the brothers.
Yeah, which Gracie was it? There's a bunch of them.
Oh, it's spelled K-R-O-N, Crone, I think. Anyway, I can send you the link.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks. I'll watch it.
So here's this weird phenomenon. People would come to Far Rockaway, Queens with their friends who thought they were good at Mortal Kombat. Was it 4 or 5? I can't remember. And you know what they'd do? They'd be like, yeah, no, come on out to Far Rockaway and play Eli. Knowing damn fucking well they were going to get their boots smoked.
Yo, I used to do that with
Now,
GoldenEye.
the phenomena,
I used to do that with GoldenEye.
But the phenomena that we're seeing here is, well, Jeremy is slated to get smoked because he don't know shit, right? And it's like, instead of letting that happen, because humans love to see a train wreck, it's the opposite. You're like, oh, you're gonna get smoked, so actually, don't go against my proponent. Don't go against my champion because I don't want to see you get obliterated. That's not even natural if you ask me. It seems it actually sounds like I don't want anyone challenging my belief. So let me just say you get your ass kicked. So you best not fuck with me. Because if I knew he was gonna get his ass, I just shut the fuck up and said, "Yo, matter of fact, my man's whoever it is on your side that is very good."
Yeah.
I would have messaged them. I'd have been like, "Yo, Jeremy's in here talking shit. I already done egged him on, greased him up. Yo, go up in there and fucking wear him out."
Elijah,
Like, but
I
that's not
respect
what's
the
happening here.
I respect the Mortal Kombat. I got Street Fighter. Street Fighter 2 on here. I take anyone on here, bro.
Yeah, I'm good at Street Fighter 3, Second Impact, and Third Strike, but I'm not good at the other ones.
Street Fighter 2 or Street Fighter 2 Turbo, anyone, bro. Y'all can have it, bro.
How about Super Smash?
Are we starting a game night? Is this happening?
Yo, how can we make this happen?
Paying off? No, I'm just kidding.
Man, I would devastate y'all.
Why don't we have game nights? Come on,
I would devastate y'all in Smash Brothers.
Smash
Yo,
Brothers,
okay,
I do Street Fighter, bro. Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat 4 and Nintendo, Mortal Kombat 64 and Nintendo 64. What you want? What you want?
Yeah, GoldenEye. Jeremy brought up GoldenEye. We
Hey, I fucks with the GoldenEye, and I don't know if you guys remember this weird one.
You're living in the past. It's all about Perfect Dark these days.
Perfect Dark. The one with the girl, right?
That
was the one that had the missile that followed motherfuckers, right?
Yeah.
Yo, that game was
Devastator or whatever.
That game was
Tranquilizer darts, bro. Everybody be walking around with the googly eyes, running in circles.
Yo,
Shit.
I discovered that game hella late, bro. That game was that shit was better than the fucking GoldenEye, bro.
Dude, I was playing that shit like in the 90s. Loving it, bro.
Yeah.
I got y'all Mario Kart, the original Mario Kart.
I made Perfect Dark.
I got Mario Kart 8.
Studio anyway. Sure
My family will fuck y'all up.
Get back to the fucking floating frog, please.
Need.
He's still on about that.
The frog is dead, bro. The frog died 12 hours ago.
No, it's good. It shows that you can actually change the gravitic direction with a.
Yeah, I know. I was just joking.
Why a frog, though?
But where are the electromagnets in nature that are causing that?
The Earth.
Everywhere, all electrostatic.
Okay, here's the background for everybody. So, this university in the Netherlands introduced a very strong, not large, magnetic field, 16 Tesla, and we're able to levitate a living frog. And there's videos and papers that support it.
There you go.
Shit!
That's the background.
When did this happen?
Really, really cool. I don't know.
It's
up in the chat.
ago.
I think it was around. I think it was around 10 o'clock CST in the chat.
Well, but did they do this like recently?
No, it's been a while.
They've been able to do this with like spiders and other insects for ages. I don't. This is pretty old news.
But it makes sense that if biology is basically diamagnetic or repels a magnetic field, if you initiate a strong enough magnetic field, you should be able to levitate a living thing.
Well, yeah, but then doesn't it also indicate to you that we live within a field where that's possible?
Well, yeah, you're actually adjusting the independent variable. You're changing the charge. And that changes essentially its buoyancy and density coefficient.
But I think it requires an immense amount of energy to do that.
Yeah.
Is the field that we live in strong enough to do it? No.
No, it's not. So the magnetic. So there's two things with magnets. There's like kind of the size and proximity to the magnet. That's an important issue, and then the power of the magnet. So your average MRI magnet, which is like anyone who's into electricity, it's 4-phase, like 300 plus volts, huge wires. That's a 1 to 1.5 Tesla. So 16 is just enormous, very, very concentrated extreme power. What's really cool is that the reason we believe this is working is because we're repelling the individual building blocks of the frog. So because the frog is like as a whole, we're repelling like all the little bits of it at the same time.
Is it true they don't turn MRI machines off?
Yeah, no, we so MRI machines, the magnet inside of them gets extremely hot. So you have a two-step cooling system. You have helium in an enclosed system that actually contacts the magnet. That's the original heat sink. And then you have a secondary glycol AC chilling system for your helium system. So that we run it all the time. The MRI machine is shut down into like a power saving mode to like save the magnet, but the cooling system runs 24/7.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like where your head's at, though. I like where your head's at, though, Smooth, with that whole O3 shit. Right? That's where it's produced. That's where we should see the most of it. I like that logic. That's good. That's
If
smart.
anyone's got any like funny little compilations of like moon landing fails or anything to do with the moon landing, like obviously I don't need like a 3-hour documentary about the moon, but if anyone's got, I saw one really funny one where it had like Chuck Norris sniping, and every time he shot, it would show the people on the moon falling and then getting jerked up or whatever. If anyone's got any GIFs or short videos, a few minutes long, about the moon landing, it would be greatly appreciated.
Did you see the new American Moon document? Not new, but I mean the last one.
Yep.
Witsit, I don't know if you know this. We never went to the moon. The humans were never there. Witsit. That was all fake.
I'm well aware.
Who's this guy? Are you one of those guys that also says Santa Claus isn't real?
I'm a moon denier.
These guys are popping up everywhere.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
I mean, why would you deny an event that you have no physical evidence for? That just doesn't make any sense.
That way the mice and flies, there's fucking flies all over the place. Yeah. Trying to get them.
Can we go back to Street Fighter? Because I'll whip all your asses in COD 4.
If anyone's
tell you
got
right
even
now,
like the Don Pettit, anyone got that video?
Which one?
I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond.
Oh boy, yeah, that one's a classic. Was that guy just freewheeling? I mean, what was he even getting involved in? And how did that get out like that? He was so loopy in that one.
I think that they just put that dude up there because he's slow, and I think it's funny.
Yeah, I saw this awesome.
Some of the stuff you
Don
said
Pettit
is just
video
beyond outlandish.
It just goes chugga chugga chug. See, that's a good question for Kosha, maybe even Rufus. Do you really believe that they drink their own poop as coffee on the ISS?
I've not heard that that's the case. They recycle their urine.
Yeah, not the shit though.
We just went over that the other night. Confirmed.
Yeah, and I
So they literally have shit-eating grins on their faces.
I thought that technology's not out yet. Like they're working on it.
Very literal.
He's literally talking about experiencing it like years ago, man. That technology is not out yet. Come on.
Yeah, you guys better not say shit about drink. Hold on. You guys better not say shit about drinking piss. All right. There was a guy who was talking about drinking piss. All right, in one of these servers. All right, he was like a flat earther. So you guys, you know.
Shay.
Yeah, we're taking the piss out of him as well. I promise you.
I think years from now we're gonna have people in here bragging about how NASA gave us like pee drinking technology.
It's kind of hard
trying to get us all to eat bugs and whatnot.
But sorry, are people claiming that the ISS people recycle their shit?
Maybe.
Yeah, no, the ISS people are claiming they recycle their own shit into coffee.
Yeah, they turn it into a potato. Like, I'd like to see the claim.
And then you'll just
somewhere.
blindly believe it. So
Well, no. I would
yeah,
like
you
to
will.
see
If
the
they
claim.
tell you that they do that, are you going to believe it?
Yeah, can someone
show
put
me
that
the
claim in here?
technology
I would love to. I want to see that. Is it like
Bro,
a
it's
Twitter
just like there's just like the water process for urine becomes water. It's the same with shit. You turn shit back into the
I know,
food
but
that
like,
you ate.
where?
This is all
Who
just
said
simple
that? Like, I want to. Like, was it in a
NASA.
YouTube
This is
video?
science.
Where? Like,
Well, you
that's
don't
what I'm
think they
saying.
can?
Like,
Hold up.
They can
Smooth.
reconstitute a piece of broccoli.
You were talking over right the hand. You're kind of quiet right the hand, but go ahead, bro.
And you match
I just say you don't think they can reconstitute a piece of broccoli from like the shit after you eat it? Of course they can.
I
That's
have
what they
no
do.
idea, dude. I just want to see the claim. I think it would be funny. I just want to see like NASA guy eats poop. Like, do you have that picture or the link so I can look at it?
No, they're gonna call it broccoli, but it's technically it was like poop. They just picked the poop out and then turned it back into broccoli.
You outside?
Do you?
Gnarly.
I would like to see them 3D print though food out of their poop though. Like, I mean, no jokes aside, that'd be kind of cool. Like they deconstruct the poop into like shit. I mean, you know what I mean. Like this is stuff that you can.
What's going on with poop? I'm confused. Do they do broccoli now? I'm so confused at the poop.
I think I found
No,
the
they're
clip.
talking about 3D printing using this shit. That would be funny.
I was trolling.
What?
I was trolling. So.
Yeah.
Well, I know they definitely drink their own piss, right? Like they say that they piss and then they distill it and drink it. But I don't know about the poop.
So right the hand, do you have a bunch like of chirping birds in the background or something? Or is your
little chickies
microphone super shit?
No, I got some baby chickens.
Okay. Good.
Yo, what's wrong with the periodic table of elements? Right, the hand. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it.
What is wrong with it?
Nothing wrong with it.
Some bullshit on there.
You tell us, Jeremy. What is wrong with it?
I don't know. I'm cool with it.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Okay,
man.
next thing.
Well,
The floating frog.
You guys know that they drop at different accelerated rates, right?
No, they were in here saying that Bremen drop tower thing. They were saying that was going up or something.
What?
But it gets launched.
I don't know. Left lane was
simulate free fall.
So why they fall at different accelerative rates? So
yeah, I don't know. Good question.
I have yet to find that paper. I tried looking for it. I couldn't find it anywhere.
is any level
Like, I
of
couldn't-
answer as to why they fall at different accelerative rates? So
I can't even read the paper. That's the problem. Like, I need
It's
to
hard to take
read
whatever you
it.
say seriously. Is it? Because last time I asked for a
If you
safety
came out and did something that crushed your whole
4 years
paradigm,
ago.
So you agreed that if they do fall at different rates, then something's going on with your little gravity claim.
Sure.
No,
something.
dude. I just want to read it.
Yeah, we just want to read it and then make a judgment, right?
I'm just asking
Yeah,
you,
like-
like for intellectual honesty purposes, like if
Yes,
things
I
fall
can
at
get
different
to
rates, that would
intellectual
debunk
honesty,
your claim about gravity, right?
Yeah, I
But can you
commit
just
to
send us
intellectual
the
honesty
link?
all the time.
I just
But
asked
I
you a
don't even
simple
know if
question,
you're
and you.
representing the claim. And in this
Don't
paper, do they
ask
give an
us the
explanation?
question when we ask you a question. I'm sorry I keep talking with you, man. That's weird.
Buddy, I'm the one that asked the question.
Buddy.
My guy.
You're not my buddy guy.
Just stop asking questions when we ask the question. I'm the one that asked the question. What are you talking about?
You're
Yeah,
asking
sorry.
hypothetical. I don't know about this paper. I don't know what it says. I don't know whether you're representing it accurately. Like, I don't know what explanation they
You just see
give
them
for the
drop at different
phenomenon.
rates.
Like, I just
I
don't
don't care
know.
about the explanation.
Yeah,
Well, I
that's what
do.
we're saying. We've been asking for the paper. You jumped into a conversation with Jeremy. We said, Jeremy, where is this paper? He brought it up.
That's another lie. I'm the one that brought it up.
No, Jeremy brought up the experiment first, the drop tower.
No, he didn't. No, he did not.
Yeah, Winsett brought it up. What are you guys talking about?
He just has to lie. He can't help it.
Then my
I
mistake.
mean, why though?
I
Why?
truly
You must have just
thought.
misremembered.
No, it's a lie because he said because he's trying to double down.
I
right?
made a
He's trying to
mistake.
double down.
No, I'm apologizing. I'm not doing anything. The two parties that I claimed to be different both agreed that I was wrong. That's it.
Yeah.
Chill.
Well, I'm just saying the reason you said that was because you wanted to somehow double down on the claim that I was just responding to your question with a question. So you had to try to your best to make that an actual reality.
No, I just want the goddamn article. I've been asking for it all goddamn day, man. Like, where is? I can't find the paper that has the GIF that you've posted, the black and white GIF with the elements and that backdrop and it bounces. I can't find that paper anywhere, and I'm asking for someone to send it to me so I can really read what went on. Because like Jeremy admitted, he doesn't know everything that's happening. So now I just have some skepticism, and I want to see what the paper actually says.
I don't know everything about
and
it
make
either.
my own research.
I was just asking, do you guys agree that if elements fall at different rates, then that goes against your claim of gravity?
Maybe. But please show us the paper.
See, you guys are like robots, right? Like I just said, I don't know everything about it. I was just asking for the intents and purposes of the conversation, and then you just keep responding with your script. Like, it seems weird to me.
Don't respond to a simple fucking request for a paper.
I
Please
just
give us
told
the
you I
paper
don't
so we
have
can
it,
read it.
Ruif. So you just keep saying it, though.
What's the point of talking about it?
So funny.
It's just the principle
funny
of
how
it. I'm saying, in principle, it was a debate idea, right? It was, well, you guys do agree. You guys are robots, though. So you just keep saying the same script over and over.
No, we're saying we don't know. We don't make just random claims, yes or no, without thinking about it and analyzing it, right? And
That's
we're
what I was
talking
asking
about
you to think about it. Not I didn't say that I could prove anything. I didn't say anything. I said, what do you guys think? Like, why would they fall at different rates?
And we're not sure what to think at this moment because new evidence may suggest that what we believe it is a lie. New evidence is being presented on the table that there's an experiment that exists that could show our model to be false. So right now we're not
That's
going to make
already
a claim
happened.
what we think because we want to see that evidence. So if
Quantum
you could
mechanics
please
has
send us-
already debunked your gravity model 1,000 different ways. So don't pretend you just
no
care, you
paper.
just need some evidence and then you'll update what you think. An entire field of mechanics debunked gravity.
Right. Do the specialists in that field agree that it's been debunked?
Yes,
if not,
every single person, every single specialist in quantum mechanics knows that relativity is not compatible with the quantum scale.
Can you show me that?
Have you seen
'Cause
it's been
I haven't
debunked?
seen that in the news yet.
So you guys have never done any research, basically, but
No,
you talk about this stuff.
what
That's
you've
what's
just
so
said, I
weird
agree.
about it.
With what you've just said, I agree that they are incompatible at different scales. I've heard that from the specialist.
Yeah.
But for you to say it's been debunked,
Well, if relativity is true, then it would have to be on all scales, okay? Because it's a claim about the natural world. It's a claim about gravity. It has to be true on all scales.
maybe quantum mechanics is wrong, maybe relativity is wrong.
Maybe quantum mechanics is
one is
wrong.
Maybe one of them is wrong, right? But for you to say one is debunked, and for the specialists in the field to still use it.
Here, this is from
means that it hasn't
Scientific
been debunked.
American. And all the fundamental... Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All the fundamental forces of the universe are known to follow the laws of quantum mechanics, save one, gravity. That's from Scientific American.
Yeah, and like to say maybe quantum mechanics is wrong is like doesn't really make sense. Like quantum mechanics has all kinds of like theoretical, opposing, and competing ideas of interpretation, but the observations are not debatable. Like we we do them a million times. See, relativity doesn't have any actual experimentation or manipulation at all, right? Like it's just an idea. But you can try to do things and reify it and be like, oh, well, this happened because of this. I think this is good evidence towards relativity. But quantum mechanics is much more different. It's actual reality where we're physically manipulating things, right? And so we see what happens when we do that. And it doesn't work with relativity. And every specialist knows that at the least, relativity will have to be updated. Everyone.
I mean,
It's been debunked.
No, I think I disagree with the way you're using that word.
Because you don't like the word because you're defending your belief system. That's it.
It's like saying Newtonian mechanics has been debunked.
Yeah, it was debunked on the quantum scale.
Yeah, like
They
I said,
won't
I
even
disagree
admit
with
that Newton was replaced.
But
They
they
won't even
admit
admit that Einstein.
Go ahead.
Left.
I was just going to say that they admit that Newtonian physics doesn't work on the quantum scale
It
or
didn't
the
even work on the solar
galactic
system.
scale.
Doesn't even work
Or
on the solar
galactic.
system. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They won't even admit that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That it works on the Earth.
Preceded.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the small scale like fuel the big scale, right? Like, isn't the big scale just all of the small, tiniest scales put together? So if the smallest on the smallest scale, it doesn't work, then how do you put all the smallest scales that don't work together and have it work?
You don't. It's a religion. It's just a religion. It's like if it's an actual accurate theory of reality, it's on all scales. That's just objective.
Andrea Ghez, Nobel Physics Prize winner 2020. She said that all laws should work everywhere in the universe, and if
Can you show
gravity
me that?
doesn't work at that quote, yeah, I can get it.
Quantum mechanics and special relativity are incompatible. Pittsburgh University.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's I take that from the experts that yes, they're incompatible. But like I said, I don't think saying Newtonian mechanics has been debunked. I don't agree with the use of that word, debunked.
First of all, no one's talking about Newtonian
Incompatible
mechanics.
means one
I actually talked
doesn't
about
work.
your modern version of your religion, not the 100-year-old one. But here's Stanford also telling you that it's wrong.
No, all I'm saying is that our disagreement in this conversation is your use of the word debunked. Because Newtonian mechanics
if something
works.
makes a claim and then that claim is proven to not be accurate, then it's been debunked.
No, I disagree with the use of that word.
No, that's what the word means.
We need an arbiter.
Data, where are you? Data.
Okay,
So
let's
I'm
read the
going to
word
say
debunk.
that
The definition for debunk: expose the falseness of an idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Does Newtonian
Now,
mechanics
relativity
work
makes all kinds of predictions,
99.9% of the
and they were proven wrong. They were proven false.
Yeah. Again, my analogy is with Newtonian mechanics. I just disagree with the use of that word. I'm not going to repeat it again. So.
Well, because you're not saying anything with any substantive specificity. You're just saying, I don't like the way you're using the word. I'm using the word objectively, though. Like, whenever everyone knows that relativity in its current form is not viable. Now, quantum field theory is trying to integrate it, but there's still all kinds of things. Like, Kosha will come in here and tell you that they work perfectly together, right? But they don't. Even within quantum field theory, which is trying to integrate relativity, there's still all kinds of things that they have problems with. And one of the basic things, like, for example, like as small as the electron debunks relativity, right? Because the electron, with more and more precise observations, it looks as if it's in all kinds of different places at once, or it doesn't actually ever have a specific location until you decide to try to measure the radius of it. So the fundamental question, if a particle is in multiple places at one time, is it bending and warping space-time in all those locations at the same time? It's incompatible on an astounding level. Like, they can't even sit at the same table.
Yo, I'm not finding this fucking quote. I debated these guys. You're 2 years behind, all right? I debated these guys on it 2 years ago in Gems. They started debating on what the word should means, all right? She said it.
Wait, you're saying that you
If you have
can't
two
find it, but now you're telling me just to believe you.
I'm not
But
looking
you
for it.
get
If you want to go look at it, it's fine. If you don't want to look at it and you don't believe me and you think I'm lying, I'm fine with that too.
all right, yeah, Jeremy. Can I point out something that I find kind of funny? What's happened between you and I?
That's why they're
You
proposing
told
quantum gravity.
you told me, Jeremy, that you can't find it, but that's what she said. That's it. I'm not gonna look for it. You made a claim that that's what she said. And
Here's
she
MIT,
basically
quantum gravity.
And what I think is kind of cool, Jeremy, is that you told me to essentially just trust you, but at the same time, we're
No,
not
I didn't
supposed to
say
trust
that.
anybody.
And
I
here's
didn't say
Stanford
that. I said
again.
if you don't believe me, I don't care. Don't trust me.
Oh, okay.
Don't believe me. I debated these guys on it 2 years ago. The fact she said it isn't even in contention. You're just behind.
And here's Caltech.
Yeah, I mean, I've been here for a minute, but I'm down to still talk about the
compatible, right? Like one can't work.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys just agreed.
Mike, welcome to the globe.
Oh, that is not a warm welcome, Ruin. Been deceived our whole lives, realized the deception, and then we got Ruhith and you're like, hey, come right back on over. Oh, come on.
I was just wondering if either Ruhith or Smooth had managed to check out Kotsura's video at 37 past the hour, where Don Pettit describes that he takes a dump and then drinks it the next day. I tagged you as
Pettit
well.
was doing that like way before he was an astronaut.
And here's
Probably, yeah.
Shit eater?
Wait, 37 past the hour by Someday Dead, that one?
Yeah, 30 seconds. And I've posted a video above, which is about 4 minutes, which is basically him saying the same thing, but at home.
Alright. 1 sec.
Asking for a friend if you guys believe this.
Crypto. I'll just watch the 34-second clip. All good.
Yep.
Yeah. What are you asking?
I'm just wondering if you believed it.
Yes. They recycle
Okay.
urine. Yes. Yeah.
No, not urine. Shit.
No, it's not what he said.
No, he talks about shit.
Which word do you think he says shit?
Poop.
Did we just watch the same video?
Dingleberry.
Yeah, by Someday Dead. Yep.
Okay, did you watch the video I showed you?
You linked me to Kotsura's video. 34 seconds. Fake station coffee. Chugga chugga.
Okay, in that same sentence, I said I've also linked a video just above.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you heard the one but not the other. Regardless, in the video that you just watched, there's actually an infographic behind him of someone sitting down on a toilet. Right. So,
okay. So the infographic's wrong then. All right.
And here's some more.
Right. Okay. Sure thing.
Of actually taking a shit. Let me have a look at. Oops. Hang on. Wrong one. Let me have a look at the infographic. But then the infographic at the end, he's like got a container of liquid. Hang on. Let me listen to it again.
This conversation is shit. And those guys are shit eaters, probably. Who knows? They're insane. Just bald-faced lie like that. Like they're...
I just watched the video. He never said he recycles his shit to make coffee.
Did you watch my 4-minute video?
No.
Oh, right. Okay. So probably both of you need to watch my video.
Your video?
Where's
Penn
your
State
one?
scientists?
Yeah, where's your
Penn State scientists have developed a system that converts human solid waste
12:36.
into something not only edible.
All right. I'll put headphones on for 2 minutes.
He just posted it again, but it's not showing the thumbnail for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why that's.
Here they are
Don
talking about they have to
in
come up with a new
space
gravity.
Ace, that one.
Yeah. I mean, look.
That's one.
Yeah, the one I just posted.
And here you go. The problem of time and is a conceptual conflict between general relativity and quantum mechanics.
You can go back to the previous conversation. To be honest, I completely derailed what was.
No, you're fine. I'm about to go to
much
the stream.
more.
I'm just throwing all this in here where they can just deny it all they want. I don't care.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, they're about to deny what I'm saying anyway, so what's the difference, really?
I'll read this before I leave. So, in theoretical physics, the problem of time is a conceptual conflict between general relativity and quantum mechanics, in that quantum mechanics regards the flow of time as universal and absolute, where general relativity regards the flow of time as malleable and relative. The problem raises the question of what time really is in a physical sense and whether it is truly a real, distinct phenomena. It also involves the related question of why time seems to flow in a single direction, despite the fact that no known physical laws at the microscopic level seem to require a single direction. For macroscopic systems, the directionality of time is directly linked to first principles such as the second law of thermodynamics. Overturning of absolute time and general relativity through classically, space-time appears to be an absolute background. General relativity reveals that space-time is actually dynamical. Gravity is a manifestation of space-time geometry. Matter reacts with space-time. So space-time can interact with gravitational waves. The dynamical nature of space-time has a vast array of consequences. There you go. I dropped it for you. You can just read all the problems with it. Or not. I guess you can argue stuff like, I don't like how you're using the word debunked.
I'm not sure that what you read there actually means it debunks anything.
It literally says that they don't work.
I didn't get that out of what you read.
Well, Left Lane, are you actually going to read the 8 different links I just dropped from different universities, or?
No, I mean, yeah, I would, but I just drive all day, every day, and when I get parked, I can just fall out of my chair and climb in bed. I do need to read more of that stuff, though.
The constraints are the imprint and the canonical theory of the diffeomorphism and variance of the four-dimensional theory. They also contain the dynamics of the theory, such as the Hamilton is zero identically vanished. The quantum theory has no explicit dynamics. Wave functions are annihilated by the constraints, and Dirac observables commute with the constraints and hence are constraints of motion. The expectation is that in physical situations, some of the variables of the theory will play the role of time with respect to other variables which would evolve and define dynamics in a relational way. This runs into difficulties and is a version of the problem of time in canonical quantization. So yeah, I didn't read that for obvious reasons. No one knows what those words mean. So
Crypto just left. Fuck.
Damn, Crypto. Did Crypto just leave? I just watched it too.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, damn.
Right the hand. What's the go with the username?
It's a tribute to George.
A tribute. George M.
He will be missed.
Who's George?
George Natchik.
George
He died like
Natchik.
a week ago.
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, how was describing George Natchik? Yeah, very clever guy. Died about a week ago.
No, that's not how I describe him.
Okay.
Is he like someone
not a tribute.
who would be in here?
Yes.
Oh yeah, he'd be in here calling you an asshole and saying you're wrong. He was a real teacher, a man's man.
And this guy. That's sad. It's kind of fucked up. Kind of funny though.
All form, right the hand. Wouldn't expect anything different from me though, champ.
Yeah, cry me a river.
Poor guy's house burnt down about a year ago.
His dog died.
Yeah, that's.
And his dog died.
I've had my dog die too. You didn't see me coming on fucking thing and crying about it. Shit happens in life.
Did anyone give you shit about it? Did anyone say, "Oh, suck shit right the hand your dog died"? Fuck with.
He was a bitter old man that used to fucking curse at women, call them bitches. He'd call people names. He'd turn you down. He was just a bitter old man. You don't. Those are the facts, bro. Don't you whatever. It is what it is. You don't want to be remembered shitty. Live better.
Just don't be a cunt.
Fuck. Yeah, should have told that to George.
Dude, I honestly respect that guy. Just said it. Probably, I don't know this situation. Both of you are right, but dude, that guy fucking got under that guy's skin.
Are you talking about the George that would come in here, like was it the professor? Maybe not. Maybe that was someone else.
He's a very smart guy.
Yeah.
Did he come in here though? Like, was he in this chat or was he in other chats instead?
Probably. He used to go to Brandon's a lot. Did he come in here, Gio?
Was it George Con?
The George that would get in fights with Paige back in the days.
Paige and George. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
He's been on here, yeah, but probably not
Okay.
in a while. Yeah, not in a while. But in the beginning,
Yeah, he called Paige some horrible.
Yeah, and Paige called him some horrible shit as well. So
Well, so that excuses George's actions. And there you go. Way to state somebody's responsibility. Oh, so he's.
I had my criticisms of George as well. He kind of half doxed Rakia, and I had to go at him about that. Thought that was poor.
Bro, he called that the guy's job, dude. He's just not a.
No, he didn't tell the guy's
He
job.
did what he did.
No, he didn't. He just didn't.
He did. He did. No, he didn't do that.
The Brian Mullen situation.
Yeah, he did not call his job.
Who I don't know. I mean,
Well,
No, he
I
didn't.
do.
No, Brian Mullen said that he didn't.
I remember
Brian
that-
Mullins
I remember
actually
that
went.
going down a couple years
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, he
George
wound up
talked
actually
about it.
getting a promotion. At
Yo,
his
did
job.
George die?
R.I.P.
George
George.
talked about George
George
talked about what
Hanachuk
he
die?
did and who he.
Yes, Jeremy.
Oh Jesus, he was something. That guy.
He was indeed.
Was he back?
Yes, he was something.
Without him, would we be where we are today? So when I pass away next week, you're gonna be like, that son of a bitch.
I would be like, yo, I wish he would have learned not to interrupt people before he left.
He was cool to debate with. I mean, he was a bit of an interrupter, but
And he would go on and on. Oh my God, just droning on about just things he knew and nobody cared about. Just
he was a bit of a monologuer. He went on. He knew it. He knew his shit now.
Yeah, it's better to hear some.
Your audio shit.
I got one of his fucking things I use to this day. The fucking water level over level. He's got the
above horizontal. It was very cool.
Yeah, he's got the water over.
In fact, Jesse Gordon got that as well, I think. Not over ice,
yeah,
though, which is actually probably harder.
Did he get it on the ocean? I'm just curious if anyone's ever seen the horizon above level on the ocean. Do you think that could happen?
It was over liquid water, which is, I think, harder to do than doing it on ice.
I know, but do you think? Well, George's was on water, but do you think that you could get the horizon over horizontal on the ocean? You think that's possible?
On the ocean, the reason why it's easier on ice is because you've got the inverse temperature gradient, and that makes the refractive gradient stronger.
We have it on water.
Yeah, maybe.
We already have it on water. George's was on a lake, a watery. It was water. It wasn't frozen water. It was
okay. All right.
The one I got is just water. I'm just saying. Do you think this is possible to happen on the ocean?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, because I was debating a guy in here earlier who was acting like it was impossible to happen on an ocean.
No,
because it was a larger body of water.
After that debate, did you go and research it?
No, dude, why?
No, he just wants to get people to disagree.
Nonsense. His argument was nonsense. I ripped it to shreds live in front of everybody. What did I need to go look up after that?
Maybe in the pursuit of truth. I guess I'm confused on your mission here. Is your mission here just to get in fights? Because honestly, me too. I love it. I love the brawl.
You know what I'm here
if
for?
Your mission.
I'll tell you what my mission is. My mission statement. All right. It's here to spot the. My mission is to spot the nonsense and all the shit everyone says. I don't care what side you're on. It doesn't matter.
Okay, Jeremy.
You're calling refraction nonsense now, though, right?
What's up?
Like, are you calling, like, my understanding of refraction, you would call that nonsense, right?
No, you have a good understanding of it. Light bends down towards a denser medium. That all checks out. But in the atmosphere, you don't know. There could be other effects. You don't have an actual position. It's not like a fish tank where you can be like, all right, this is the actual position. I introduce a gradient, and now the light bends down. That's cool, but long distance over the atmosphere, there could be other effects happening.
Like what? What kind of effect?
I don't know. We'll never know until you guys actually show that, oh, yeah, it is higher or lower, or this is its actual position.
Given that we understand the components of the atmosphere, right? Nitrogen, oxygen, what's the smallest one's argon or something, isn't it? We know it's got carbon dioxide. We know all these measurements, and we can replicate them in a lab and get the refractive index. Like, I don't see where the disconnect is to just applying it to the atmosphere. You're saying we don't know what else is in the atmosphere. I'm fairly sure that we do.
Yeah, well, in the lab in a fish tank and in the atmosphere is two different things.
Yeah.
Well, no, the lab is replicating.
I know, I'm right. Thank you, Smooth.
No,
the
Jeremy,
lab is
right.
replicating the atmosphere.
And you're right too, Mystery Man. Both of you are right.
Hang on, who's this guy?
So, listen, you guys are both right, Jeremy. The fish tank is not the same as the atmosphere, and you're right, Mystery Man. The fish tank is supposed to replicate the atmosphere. So, what we're saying is, yeah, we're not up there. We can't really figure it out. Maybe if we fly a plane up there, maybe there's been some type of experiment, whatever. But to save us some money, we're going to say that's good enough. We send a balloon up there. We kind of saw what kind of gas is out there. We made something similar in the lab. The test results were similar in both cases. Let's wipe our hands. That's done. What's the next thing? And, we accept that because it fits into it. It does nicely fit into a lot of other ideas. But when something starts to not jive with it, then we will go back up and, investigate it more. But for now, that's okay.
Well, guess what? It's not jiving.
Okay, so at what point does it not jive?
All points.
It doesn't fit either.
No. I want you to specifically tell me so I can understand exactly. Not all points, not at what why don't you think our idea, right, of the ozone or the atmos or whatever, we're saying, why that's not okay?
What was your question?
Well, for one,
Why is it?
It's based in pseudophysics.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. Why, like, maybe we got it wrong, but, like, what do you think, right? Like, sorry, I'm just really fucking blazed. Maybe I'm just going to back out. I don't think I'm even saying anything right now. I'm sorry.
Okay. If I go 100 meters in the air, Jeremy, and the density gradient is going to refract downwards, like, do you accept that it will 99.9% of the time refract downwards?
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We don't know. You don't know either. See, I am saying I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you also, I know that you don't know because you've never actually checked this in the atmosphere over long distance.
Well, yeah, that was my point.
You won't acknowledge that at all, though. You will never acknowledge what I just said, Ruhif. Ruhif doesn't think I'm right.
No, but see,
you don't have any substantive objection. It's just it could be this, it could be that. Right? Do you have any substantive objection?
Rupit, what he's saying to us, right? He's saying He accepts that we found similarities between the two situations. But because we have yet to examine every part of our model's gradient, right? Refractive index gradient, we can't for definite say. He's attacking our ability, our link between what we do in a lab and what we assume everything's going to be. That's what he's attacking. Like we've made a logical connection, you and I, that this is acceptable. He disagrees with that logical connection.
I'm just saying this is a big. Go ahead.
Yeah. There you go. No. Anyway, I think you disagree that we know the components of the atmosphere because we've replicated those in a lab.
All right, Jeremy, can you agree that we've sent a balloon up and we've taken samples of what that gas makeup is, and then we've ran tests and then we performed that similar stuff down in a fish tank? Can you agree that we mostly know what's in the atmos?
Yes, and then you replicate it with a laser beam that's not coherent light, that's not incoherent light. You've done it with certain types of gases. You've never done it with the actual atmosphere. Okay, you haven't replicated. You haven't done the thing that you claim you could.
Jeremy, we're not saying that. That wasn't my question to you. My question was just like, can we agree to move forward and say that we know what the air above us is made of?
To a certain extent, sure.
Yeah, and we've replicated those components in a lab. Oh, you got to feed the dogs! Got to feed the dogs!
Got to feed the dogs. I'm just getting home for tonight. You haven't replicated it. You've used a laser beam that's coherent light.
We're not there yet.
Sunlight and the light we see out in the atmosphere is incoherent light. Okay, you've done it in certain. You've done it in specific type of gases. You've never done it in the actual gas of our atmosphere. We are there. Smooth. What are you talking about?
We're just at the point of saying, do you accept that we, for the most part, know what the air above us is made of? And you said yes.
To a certain height, yes. To a certain height, yes.
Okay, all right. So the next.
But now we're bringing it to the lab. We're there.
But the next part is with what do you think the next deficiency is, right? Like, why don't you think that what we experience can be related to the air above us?
What's the question?
Why?
You guys got me for like 30 more seconds. So.
Why don't you think? Oh, Ruhup, you go, please.
Oh, he's got to go. It's all right. I mean, we've shown you enough demonstrations of inducing a density gradient to cause light to bend. I mean, you can reject those.
I understand that, but you've never done it. You've never done it with the actual the air of the atmosphere.
Yeah. Dang Joss has used liquid nitrogen. Yeah, liquid oxygen. What do you think liquid nitrogen fucking evaporates into?
Electricity, where it comes from. You're talking about
the
differential of current and volts.
All right, see you, Darryl.
Good luck.
Go and feed your dogs.
Jeremy. Have a nice day.
Well, I mean, when is anybody going to keep ignoring the voltage that rises in the currency differential? We're going to keep ignoring that for, and you're going to call it air and the air up there and ozone, other crap.
Oh, God.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, turn them up down.
How do you get it? What is it? Can you make some in a lab? The air up there. Is that ozone? What is the air up there?
It's nothing to do with an electrical differential.
How's it produced? How do you separate it? How do you make it in the lab so we can manipulate it? What would you use?
It's called cryogenic distillation.
So you put it in a bottle? How'd you get it there?
I mean, let me just
some air up there, or whatever. Go ahead.
Let me just make the closing statement. Doing it in a small scale in a fish tank is not even close to doing it in a long distance over the atmosphere. There's other effects going on. You've got a downward current.
Yeah.
You've got this. You've got
Right.
other things happening in the atmosphere. It's a very
What do you think the problem is with doing it over long distances, Jeremy?
How could you? You don't
That's
even
not
have
my
a
problem.
gradient. You got a cliff.
No, the problem is that I think there'll be
that's not our
curvature that we
problem.
need to take into account, and you think there won't be.
It's a cliff, not a curve.
How do we
It's a
solve that
cliff.
one?
How do we solve for your cliff? You add a cliff note, and you know what I mean. The cliff of the earth.
Cliff of the earth.
3 hours, 6 minutes
Yeah, are you
ago.
going to show us the cliff, the curve where the stuff magically drops off? Oh, there it goes. Oh, Bill and Ted. Excellent fall. I mean, it's big enough for the sun to drop down past. It's got to be huge, right?
Yeah, it's not really how it works.
Oh, Jesus,
Well, I thought
right the
we were in
hand, you're
like
such
an
a cunt.
elevator, like the globe elevator. You know what I mean? I thought they were going to show us how like stuff drops in the elevator, but we want to talk about the air up there. Is it ozone? Is it thermosphere? What is that? Is that fear? So you don't know how you get the air up there to test it in the lab or manipulate it? Right here. And then how do you know what air up there is? You don't have a name for it. You just call it the air up there.
Hey, Armor, are you still there?
Yeah.
Dude, which one, if you were the creator, which one would you create? Would you create a stationary Earth with like a field, like a sky field above it, and like an extended plane, like horizontal XYZ axis world? Or would you create this like huge, vast outer space thing with all these little balls orbiting other balls?
I guess it depends on, the reason for why I'm creating it. Like if I'm like for example, when I make a video game, I make like that little flat area, whatever. It really depends on how much I want to make and why. So if I'm making a giant simulation, then obviously the balls, like the spheres, whatever, the galaxies and all that. But if I'm making like a specialized little area for like people or whatever, then yeah, it'd be the flat Earth, like like a dome and shit. Yeah.
So do we live in a specialized area, or what do you think?
Yeah, probably not.
Where flat Earth people can live?
I don't. I think it's more like a simulation, if anything, like a giant, just like sandbox of what if. That's it.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, the
Yeah, I know.
roly-poly thing is like that's a cool show and all. You can watch it all the time, but it's like obviously, how would that work? I used to play Sonic Adventure on
Sonic Adventure,
Dreamcast, and there's this one board where you have to be the bat, and
Yep.
you're like in space, and you like the whole physics behind that was like fucking retarded. I didn't like it at all. But everything was backwards, like, and that was the best they could do to simulate what we would think was like.
Yeah, back then. Well, I mean,
And
you're
it's
talking about.
like, but then there's like games like Call of Duty, Duke Nukem. Like every other game simulates like the actual reality where, okay, like as close as I can get to this being a reality is like it's first person and I'm experiencing it through this little character's eyes. But everything else is the same. Like the world the world, so to speak, in the game. It's like you experience it in the game the same way you experience it here. The only thing that I never experienced was when the game that was trying to like duplicate. Matter of fact, when they were trying to duplicate space with Call of Duty, I was like, "Bam, I hate this board."
You talking about like the moon maps from Black Ops?
Yeah.
The gravity. Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, it was actually pretty cool to play, but I'm lying. It was cool as fuck to play. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I mean, you see, here's the thing, right? So you're saying it, they replicate all that, but have they really replicated everything? Like they don't seem to replicate the bottom up obstruction, do they? Like if you ever played a first person shooter, I'm pretty sure if you zoom in with like a scope or something at the horizon, you don't get that bottom up obstruction. So they're not replicating everything. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe the main stuff, sure, but they're leaving out a lot of stuff because it's unnecessary. So they're probably leaving out the curvature of the Earth because it's unnecessary for the game that they're making. A shooter.
Right. Because we don't really experience in games or in reality the Earth being spherical, but we can make that assessment based on other things. I think that's whack as hell. I wouldn't go with that. I live on the plane that I experience, and like it extends farther than I can experience. That's it's simple for me like that.
I'm sorry.
But yeah,
what's the air up there? I mean,
we still on the air thing.
Yeah, I want to know what the ozone is, man. I want to make 99% ozone. I want to use it for fuel, super fuel. Because, they say you just shine light on it, right, Elijah? And then it becomes ozone, just air, right? And then it's so flammable,
That's
right?
what he said.
So flammable. Why don't we use it for fuel? Why don't we shine the light on the air for our fuel for our car and make ozone?
It seems like too much work.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Based on the discussion yesterday, it appears that I wouldn't know. Somebody claimed that they make ozone in labs, which is what you asked
somebody
for.
said somebody claimed sunlight made it, or just light hitting the air. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
You ever heard about
I don't know what that means because I haven't seen it. Just like Redshift, like I still don't know what it like. I've only went with what I've read. What it's describing, I'm like, oh, okay, well, it can't be that. And then the Globers or the anti-flat earthers say, no, you misunderstand. Okay, well, you know what, fuckers? I want to see what the fuck you're talking about. Well, let me see it so that I can understand it. Like, what is it you're telling me? So that I understand, so that I interpret the data the way that, maybe not the way that you did, but at least I'm interpreting it. If I come to the conclusion you did, it's like, okay, I can see why you're saying that because of this wavelength. I don't even know. Redshift.
On this picture,
Redshift from a
little bit ago. Hold on, it's posting. This might be helpful in describing what the observations look like.
Was it oneth by red or twoeth by blue, twoeth by C? The candle by me shows
Yeah, there
redshift,
you go.
down by
There you go.
C. I mean,
Yeah, good rhyme. But there it is.
Yeah, they're looking at the usually hydrogen, and then since they know what the spectral lines look like for hydrogen, they have an equation where I think it's at the top right there. Yeah, is it? No, maybe that's not it. But either way, they divide the wavelength of the emitted light, or the wavelength of the original light, the way it's supposed to be, and they divide that by the light that they're seeing, or it's the other way around. The observed light gets divided by the emitted light, and that's how they get their Z value to use for the redshift.
how do they divide it? It's not a number, right? It's a material, right?
Distant
What
galaxies,
do they
nearby
divide?
galaxies. Okay. Wait, hold on.
Well, the light that it's supposed to be.
Oh,
What does that mean?
They know what the wave, what like the base, where the base, I guess you'd call like
oh shit.
I don't know how you call it, but like what hydrogen looks like when it's emitted here on Earth, right? So before it's redshifted, basically.
Wait, hold on. I'm looking at this right now, and this is distant galaxy, nearby galaxy, blah blah, so on and so forth, right? It looks like it's scaling almost. Like, I mean, I always thought it was like shifted. That's why they call it like redshift, but it's actually like redshift scale, right? You know what I'm saying?
No.
Like, it's actually because aren't the lines spacing out more than than they're supposed to be, or am I looking at this wrong?
I might be looking at it wrong because
Never mind. You're right. Never mind. I'm stupid.
It's like a rainbow.
I see it now.
Rainbow to me. How much spectroscopy through candles can you do with the rainbow? Like, how does the rainbow match your candle, and then what can you do with the rainbow colors that match exactly every color you got on that spectrum? What materials in the rainbow? Can you divide them for us and tell us the dense ones and
the what?
The atomic number. The atomic number and the colors of the gases in the rainbow. It's the color of spectroscopy of light spreading into those colors that you're just put in front of us in the back chat. Like, what do you mean what? Red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple. I mean,
Yeah, what about it again? What about it? What? Anyway, yeah, I got that wrong. My bad. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was just extra lines on the side. I feel stupid.
Yeah.
Do you realize it's a rainbow you're looking at? What are we rainbowing?
I forget what I forget which part of the wavelength they use, but it usually ends up being like 800 divided by the other number. Or is it 800? It's usually something like that. Let me see. But yeah, so it's usually somewhere, you can see how much it shifted over by. There's going to be a value, a wavelength. You divide the observed wavelength by the observed wavelength minus the emitted wavelength divided by the emitted wavelength. And I think if you do it that simple way, you get the Doppler redshift. And the thing is, there's different ways to calculate the redshift, and if you calculate it using Doppler redshift, you get a value that at closer distances it makes sense, but once you go to farther away distances, it becomes inaccurate. So the equation for the cosmological redshift is a little bit more complicated.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dude, that was badass.
Yo, first of all, you said it's what a hydrogen emission line looks like here on Earth, and then you see this one, and it's redshifted.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And you know that star is that's what that star is emitting.
That's what you're receiving from it.
From hundreds of light years away.
Well, usually further than that.
Through God knows what. Anyways, we'll skip that part. How does this give you the distance?
It doesn't. Although you can derive the distance with redshift, but we're not talking about those instances though. But you could reverse this equation and determine the distance. If you're using Hubble's constant.
So you can get we were on how do you get the distance?
Yeah, the distance is usually, if you want to get an accurate distance, they use the standard candles. However, because Hubble's constant is the relationship between the distance and the redshift, you can derive the distance from the redshift. But there's just more accurate ways to do that.
Well,
bro, you said the equation is flipped. Are you flipped with what?
What?
Math is not my language. But first of all, everybody knows that. What do you mean by flipped? What values are changed? What are we talking about? Okay, so something represents.
He's saying that you can flipping means that. Yeah, I know what your question is. So
something
when you have an
represents the
equation,
magnitude, and something represents the distance
Yeah.
in
So
that
you're
equation, and you can flip them?
no. What he's saying is that you're solving for an unknown variable. You can plug in a value and then solve for another unknown variable. That's what you mean.
Okay. Is that what you meant?
I mean, more. So you can, for instance, use the redshift to determine the speed, and if you use what model, the lambda model or whatever, you can plug in Hubble's constant and all that stuff. So you can basically derive the you can derive the redshift. I mean, sorry, the speed based on the redshift, and you can reverse. You can also solve. You can solve for the distance as well. It's just I'm not sure what that equation looks like. I can find it, but it's just basically shifting the formula around.
Okay, so you get this redshifted hydrogen line, right? And then what do you do to get what's the best way you got to get the distance to a star?
Standard candles.
Okay, why are we even talking about this redshift shit then?
I just heard somebody asking about it. I just posted it.
I know, but earlier you were trying to prove how to get the distance to get to stars, and you brought up this redshift shit.
No, earlier we were talking about the relationship between redshift and the distance, but in that conversation, those are two different techniques to get either thing. It's like the standard candles are used to get the distance, and then the redshift is measured.
Like a candle in the wind. Just a second. Your redshift burned out long before your legendary.
What?
So
Mate?
these standard candles, right? That's how you get the distance.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
All right, and that's how bright it is, right? Relative to like a supernova or something.
No, they look at a supernova and they compare its brightness with something else. Like it's, I think like the what do you call that? The frequency of it's like, what do you call it? Like it fluctuates. It fluctuates its magnitude, and so the frequency of that and its brightness magnitude. Yeah, it's that ratio. It gives you a definite distance based on whatever that ratio.
You get a ratio of how bright it is to how what? What was the other thing?
It's pulsating. It's like it pulsates between a brightness between bright and dim.
And that gives you a distance. Are you high right now?
No,
yeah, I know. I think you are. How the fuck could a blinking light getting brighter and dimmer, or the brightness of a blinking light, tell you how far away it is? I'm gonna go blink a light in a field. You're gonna tell me how far away I am?
Okay.
And how can you tell the brightness if it blinks and goes dim and blinks and goes dim? Brighter than what? What do you mean?
No, based on it. So basically, with these stars, with those what they're called, variable Cepheid or whatever it's called, they're basically supernovas, and they can there was a lady sometime in the past, I don't know what the hell, but she basically discovered after studying like thousands of these that there's a direct relationship between their magnitude and that rate that they're pulsing, and that'll give you based on that fact, when looking at the magnitude of it and that pulsing, they can determine the distance.
Yeah, you might need to go into like the theory of that to understand it, Jeremy. I mean, I don't know.
So you see a light.
Hey, Jeremy, that's where you need to learn what the subject is before you argue it.
Okay, everyone relax. So you see how bright the light is, right? You see how bright the light is and how many times it blinks.
Yes, and if you understand the ratio between the blinking and the magnitude, then you can determine what magnitude it's supposed to be.
And the magnitude of what?
It looks like, and through that,
the magnitude of what?
Of its brightness.
Yeah, so you see how bright something is and how many times it blinks, and now you know how far away it is.
Jeremy, that's where you have to go to
Is that what you're telling me? Kosho, is that what you're telling me?
You know the ratio between the pulsing and the magnitude. So that's something that you already know. You see the relationship that it's showing between its magnitude and its pulsing So you can determine its magnitude based on that. Then you can
What do you mean its
you can
magnitude?
determine the apparent magnitude. I'm sorry.
Hold on. When you say its magnitude, are you talking about how big the star is or how bright? Because we just went over
How bright, how much light you're seeing from it.
Okay, so we see how bright this thing is. We see how many times it blinks. Then what?
Since you know the ratio between the blinking and the brightness, like what it's what those specific stars are supposed to be, since you know what that ratio is and you see the blinking, you can determine what its absolute magnitude is.
No
And then
water.
since you
Well,
know
you
what
don't
its
have
magnitude is and its
cereal.
apparent magnitude.
Yo,
in the distance, Kosho?
stop saying the word
Nigga.
magnitude so much. All right, that's not going to help.
I mean,
You know the
what am I
ratio of
supposed
how
to do?
bright it is to how many times it blinks. Then what?
Okay, so if you know how bright it is and how bright it's supposed to be, then you can use.
How do you know how bright it's supposed to be?
Because of the Jesus Christ, because of the relationship between the brightness and the blinking rate, you know what that is beforehand.
So when you see how bright you see it and how many times it blinks, that tells you how bright it's supposed to be.
No, oh Jesus Christ, you see how what the blinking rate is. You already know the ratio between the blinking rate and the brightness, based on the blinking rate that you're seeing, and the brightness that you're seeing. You also know the absolute magnitude, the absolute brightness. Since you
What
know
is that?
what that is compared to what you're seeing,
Hold on.
you can.
Hold on.
I got you.
Hold on. I got to stop you. How do you get from how bright you see something to how many times it blinks? How do you make the leap from that to how bright it should be?
Okay. Before they see anything, before anything is seen, they already have the information on what the ratio is between the brightness and the blinking. That's a given. Then they see what the.
Okay, hold on. We didn't see anything, and they already know this ratio.
Yes, based on fucking thousands of earlier observations. That ratio
Of blinking and brightness. Thousands of observations
that
of
ratio
blinking.
is constant. Yes.
Okay, so these things are bright. The ratio is always the same. Okay.
Yeah, the brightness and blinking are consistent. Yes.
Okay, I still don't see how that gives you the absolute magnitude of how bright it should be.
Because listen, let's say that this was a blinking on Earth, okay, and let's say whatever the blinking rate was,
a firefly.
Whatever that blinking rate was, you already know what the relationship between the blinking rate and the brightness, right? So based on that fact, if you see the blinking rate, whatever blinking rate you're seeing, you can then equate an absolute brightness from that. And then if you see any magnitude of brightness, the one that you see, you can compare to what it absolutely is, and that would determine your distance, that ratio between those two things. Just
Where
like
have you done
in
that?
perspective, when you see something smaller than how it really is, you can compare its actual size versus its apparent size and determine how far away it is. It's the same kind of idea.
Mic check.
No, not the same kind of idea at all.
We hear you, Larry.
That's perspective. That's perspective math. This is you're getting blinking and brightness of something. Then you're saying, well, now we know how bright it's absolutely is just because we seen this happen a bunch of other times. How did you know the other times how bright it was supposed to be? Its absolute brightness.
I told you, I'm not an astronomer, but from what I remember, there was a chick who was like underappreciated or whatever, and she had done thousands of observations, and in her fucking research, she'd realized that there's a constant relationship between the blinking and the brightness. So
okay, I know, but I understand that there's a constant relationship, the ratio from the blinking to brightness. Yes, I understand that. Where do you make the leap of getting its absolute brightness from?
From the blinking, because if you know the relationship and you know what blinking you're seeing from where you are, you know what the magnitude of the light is from there.
I don't understand.
You already said you agree that it's a given.
Demok said that. I didn't even say anything. You're responding to Demok right now.
No, you just said it.
I didn't say anything. Demok just said something.
You said you understand that there's a relationship between the blinking and the brightness.
You did say that, Jeremy.
I understand there's a relationship between the blinking and the brightness, yes. Now, how did they make the leap from that to this blinking and apparent brightness to its absolute brightness. How do you know what its absolute brightness is? Just from looking at this blinking.
Jesus Christ.
Just because you know the ratio doesn't mean you know its absolute brightness.
If they know the ratio and they know what they're seeing as far as the blinking goes, then they also know the absolute magnitude now, because of the fact of they know the blinking and they know the relationship. Okay, like I don't understand
What do you mean by blinking? I'm sorry.
the pulsing. There's like a rate
Maybe
that
that's
pulses.
the problem. So when it pulses at the end or beginning of that, or the middle, somewhere along that pulse, there is the brightest portion of that pulse, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, right. So that's not the absolute brightness, though, is it? Right?
No, yeah. The absolute brightness is it's actually like the amount of energy it's actually giving out.
Right. The question that Jeremy is asking is that when you see it is possible during these pulses, what are you using to determine that that's not
Watch your robot really bad.
between what we're seeing? Oh, I don't really care. It sounds like crap to me.
Now you're clear.
Yeah. I don't
So we
understand
know
how you go from looking at the brightest point of a pulse and then saying, well, the differential between this and the absolute brightness will give us our answer. That's the part that Jeremy's missing. I'm missing. I don't get it. You look at a star, you're like, that's the pulse. Somewhere in that pulse. Well, I already said it. I don't get it.
you know it's a supernova. They're not even doing this on the actual star. This is something else. This is apparently going to lead to us finding the distance to a star. Anyways, we know that we can see the blink. We can see how bright it apparently is. We know the ratio. It's always the same ratio between these things. How did they ever come up with the actual brightness?
I didn't hear
Jeremy?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Is that smooth? Yeah, go ahead, smooth.
No, how did they? You guys can't hear me?
I gotta whisper because I'm not supposed to be on here.
I'm not supposed to be on here either. We'll pick this up tomorrow.
We'll just keep whispering, both of you.
Oh, for the fuck! Are you kidding me? Both you motherfuckers are whispering on me. I got you guys whispering in my ear like you're trying to fucking seduce me just because you're not supposed to be on here.
Right
Here,
the hand.
I just want to know about the Doppler shift. Call me later. Like, what the?
Just hit me up in the DMs.
It goes down in the DMs. Listen, we'll pick this up tomorrow.
Okay.
It's always redshift with you, man.
I want to have the laser.
Okay, Jeremy, I got your answer. The absolute magnitude of the star can be determined from its variability period. Sorry, I'm really stoned. That's how they. So basically, as I've been reading this, a standard candle is what we call a star that we have discovered to be a known distance. And
How'd they get that known distance? Yo, stop. How'd they get that known distance?
I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
Now.
All right, go ahead.
It's variability period.
Oh, come on. So you're not going to tell me that wasn't a fucking circular argument? Did that not sound circular to me? He only gave 2 points of information, and then when you asked about one, he just gave you the other. Like,
say it again, Smooth. Say it again. Maybe I missed something.
Yeah, no problem. Okay,
you did.
I think this is going to be a standard candle is. There's 2 parts to this. The part Kosho is saying is that to find a distance to an unknown body in space, what we do is we witness that body, and we've developed a index, right? That
hold on, real quick. Just repeat the thing you said last time.
Yeah. Okay. In both cases, the absolute magnitude of the star can be determined from its variability period.
Okay, what's its variability period?
Yeah, I'm reading that right now. In astronomy, the term period usually refers to how long the object takes to complete one cycle of a revolution. Particularly, the orbital period of a star or planet is the time it takes to return to the same place in the orbit. The spin period of the star is the time that it takes to rotate on its axis. So it looks like what is happening, and I'm just doing logic here because I don't know too much about this, but it looks like what's happening is that it has to do with the orbit. I don't know what the variability period is.
So the variability is it's the brightness, like it's getting brighter and dimmer again.
Oh, as it rotates. Okay. So as the star, rotates in its orbit, and as we rotate in its orbit, we're going to be like our sun. That's what you're saying, Coach. There will be times where we align perfectly.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just
Kosho, we'll pick this up tomorrow, Kosho.
Yeah.
The flicker rate, like the flicker rate of a candle in the wind.
Yeah, actually, I have to get off right now, but no, it's the brightness. It's just the brightness.
All right, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep trying.
Wait, guys.
Okay, or Jeremy, here's a huge development in the case. Type 1a supernovas are usually are also normally classed as standard candles, but in reality they are way more desirable since they do not have all the same peak brightness. So it looks like since we don't understand the flickering of the star, we can use supernovas because they're not variabilities in the brightness.
Bro, you're like 4 steps behind. We've been talking about supernovas this whole time. We weren't even talking about the stars.
Then, right. So that's what I'm saying is that the stars for the standard candle twinkle, but the type 1a supernovas do not twinkle.
No. Okay.
Yo, twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Can you?
No.
Kosho, we'll pick this up tomorrow, Kosho.
Those are two different things. Two different things. Supernova and the what do you call that?
Is the Earth considered a star?
No, man. The Earth is not a star.
Well, I'm saying we got planets, wandering stars, like what, asteroids, we got debris, we got satellite, like what, I mean, is everything a star that just goes past our face? Like what, it's not like UFO, like UFOs are stars, like, so the Earth's a star, right?
Okay, Kosha, I see what you're saying. What he's saying is...
That's weird. So are planets stars? They're not stars? They're planets?
Planets.
Yeah, planet Earth. Is it a star?
No,
like,
it's a planet.
A billion miles away, would it be a star? Wouldn't it just be a twinkling
No,
light?
you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it.
You wouldn't see Earth? How about from 100 miles away? 10,000. Like, where's the distance you wouldn't see, or like where you would just barely see Earth as a star? Like, what distance is that? 140 billion light years?
I mean, you can see planets, but I don't know the distance.
Well, I mean, we see stars, and there's supposed to be something that are big and billions of light years, or 240 million or billion years, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Miles, 240 million miles away, like that's a lot, right?
Yeah, it's far.
Oh, Jeremy, read this one.
So when does the Earth look like that?
No idea.
Satellite
Would have to be
like a
far away.
Star. When does Earth show a side view of any sun going down or past the curve or anything like that? Like, wouldn't that be the best thing to get from a satellite, not just vertically looking down all the time at your pizza top globe? This pizza globe thing is getting weird, isn't it? You guys don't think so? Where you're always in center frame, you're always in the middle of the pizza. You know what I mean? The flat pizza globe you guys show on your ISS station. That's weird, right? Where's that big cliff at?
Oh shit, Jeremy. The different kinds of stars are what we use for the distance.
Different kinds of rainbow stars. So what is the rainbow? What star would that be? If I flickered the rainbow, which star would that be? Which spectroscopy would we put that under?
Oh, no. Oh, I read it.
Guys.
Okay, so to answer the question that people were asking earlier, the standard candle method uses known distant stars to find other stars. So we're comparing the observance of other stars and supernovas to a luminous event that we now know the distance from. And if you guys go to the link I sent, you'll see on the first graph, they're showing all the different types of measuring systems that they do. So for small ones, they do parallax. For longer ones, they do set-fed variables, and it goes on and on and on. So there's a bunch of different testing methods that they've done to build the standard candles.
For a distance. Now, can I ask you a question? Can you hear me? Like distances, right? If you're going in orbit and you're going that way a gazillion miles and whatever a year, and then you're coming back this way is a gazillion miles in between you and the sun around it, because the sun, the sun's a million whatever, and then you're going around it supposedly, right? Or it's going whatever. So that's a big ass that's a huge circle. Pardon my French. That circle is so huge, and then they tell you they're doing what now? They tell you they know the distances from where it's going. How do you know the distance? If I go from a car and the car is moving and it goes way away and comes way back, how in the heck can I judge a distance with that car that's never still? It's always moving away from me.
I'm pretty sure they built up to, a bunch of known things to get to that point. Like it's not just I don't know, parallax, for example, with the sun, because that'd be kind of weird. Like I'm pretty sure they took apart, certain, I don't know, I'm pretty sure they first.
So you don't know known things. They don't have them written down. They don't have any video of them. How come they never take any video of what they do? If I was a scientist and I want to tell my kids and tell you guys about something, and I want to actually have you believe me, wouldn't the first thing I would try to do is video whatever I could about it? And then you have at least the video from me doing whatever I'm doing. See, we're not talking about going and doing something weird that you shouldn't be doing. I'm not breaking into nothing. I'm not doing nothing crazy. I'm doing science for everyone, from every little kid to everyone. Why is this always hid? Why is it secret? Why do you know what you're talking about right now?
It doesn't have to be video. I mean, I'm pretty sure, what they do is papers. They write about it. I'm sure they.
Why would you not video something? What is the paper going to help you see? If I'm a kid and I want to see what you're doing, how is a paper going to do that? Do you not comprehend what I'm saying here, buddy?
Because not everyone's a fucking kid that needs a video. I mean, you could explain it away. It doesn't need to be fucking recorded.
Every kid starts in kindergarten. What do you mean? Everybody is a kid. Yes, they start
at one point. Yes, but
so why not show the kid all the science, buddy?
Does it have to be video? It literally, there's the theory behind it that. Look, all right, let's figure out how they figured out. What do you want? The distance to the sun or something, or what?
Speak and on the school bus. What do you mean no video? What are you talking about?
But what do you want? How they know the distance to the sun?
So we can put a video in every jailhouse, every prison car, police car, every prison, every school, every we can put them everywhere on every street corner, but we can't put one in a science lab. Is that what you're telling me? Don't you think that's backwards? So what do they need to see out on the street where Tom and Bill are fighting over a dropped brownie? Like, what are they watching on the street cam all day?
For when there is a crime, not for when they're fighting over a brownie, all right? That's a stupid fucking argument.
What are they watching 24 hours?
For when there is a crime.
When? Where?
I don't know. It happens.
Film nothing that might not do anything for nothing, but don't film
but
the most important thing: science and new discoveries.
But it's also what's the word I'm looking for? It's also a deterrent, whatever the fucking word is, because if people know they're being watched, they're not going to do stupid shit either, right? But that's besides the point. You're making a bad argument, all right? So
Science isn't science about doing calculated moves and not doing stupid stuff. So wouldn't you want to be filmed in science to make sure that you're doing it yourself when you go back and watch the video and make sure what you're doing and what you saw? And how can you actually remember every little thing and every little detail you did without recording it vigorously?
they do record it on like a paper though. It doesn't have to be done video. It could be done on paper. There's more than one way to record things.
What if you're drunk or high? Trust you to write something
Yeah, like the
down.
Bible.
Wait, who would be drunk or
Bible
high when
record.
doing a science experiment or whatever? Who does that?
I don't
know. This is a stupid argument.
Yeah, come on, guys.
How can I trust your opinion?
That's fucking stupid.
Don't respond. Don't respond, man.
Go
Get him, D-Mock. Get him.
No, that's dumb.
If you're drunk or high, Arma, for an example, right? I wouldn't trust anything you writ down. I wouldn't even trust.
That's fine, yeah. But I'm not gonna be drunk or high if I'm doing like science. That's so stupid.
This is science, dude. You're supposed to manipulate the variables and control the stuff and have a video while you do it. Because if you mess up 1 micromillimeter, oh yeah, okay. This isn't important. If you're messing with something that can kill you and everybody in the lab, that's not important for you. You wouldn't record that to make sure that little Jim Bob downstairs isn't going to kill you and your family upstairs working on the next project. So you don't really care, right?
Boom.
You don't want to film it, right?
Oh, snap.
Instagram mess up, and you
Isn't that
trust little Timmy, the 17-year-old that just got hired, right? To go down there and put some chemicals together. Left lane.
Isn't that what peer review is for?
Trust little Timmy. Just let me know how much you
Peer
trust me
review shows.
Wait a minute, guys.
Full-blown ramble mode.
Hold on. How would recording them making the mistake stop them from killing everybody?
It doesn't. But it
It would
prevents.
be on YouTube. See, we have this thing called
Maybe
live
not.
everything now. So if you're doing science, I'm not talking about little Timmy science. I'm talking about the actual military and real science and real brand new physics. So every little kid could watch it happen. And if we're watching it live and we can record it, if little Timmy blows himself up, oh well, just like a video game, we start again and don't do that, right? We don't do that, blew him up. We go by the recording.
You
don't do
talking
that.
about some real ass gangster
real
science.
Everybody's the peer review.
Gangster that shit.
And add it to the schools every day. That can be
Well,
science class.
Timmy used 2 milligrams too much of hydrogen. Don't do that. Oh my God, the 15-year-old just blew himself up. 15 volts, too many volts. Right. Trial by error, bro.
Yeah, but you don't need a video. You don't need a videotape that. No, you can record it other ways. That's so dumb.
You just how are you gonna get the dude's notes if he blew his ass up? How are you gonna get the dude's notes if he blew up the lab?
You walk into the lab and you say, "Oh shit, the fucking guy is." There's like a huge explosion. There's fucking limbs everywhere. There's limbs everywhere. Obviously, something happened.
No,
Arma has 4 boosters.
Arma has what? Hold on, I want to hear this. Hold on, what did Baxi say?
Every research
you have like 4 boosters.
Lab is got videotape going in it. Every research and development lab. Why? If they make a mistake, they don't want to repeat it. That's only intelligent.
Okay.
You can't go in for questioning to a police station without it being videotaped, buddy. Every single waking second, forever.
That's cool.
So it's like the first dumbass that made mustard gas. They said, don't mix ammonia with bleach no more. Why? Because we seen it on the video.
Yeah.
You can make mustard gas in your own kitchen and kill the house accidentally just mixing cleaners.
Damn.
Mustard gas needs a container, by the way.
Oh, it does. You got to mix bleach and ammonia together in a bucket, and then it starts to pump out the bucket and rob you of oxygen. It's a chemical reaction. Yeah, so don't mix ammonia and bleach, fellas. That's the moral of that story.
Yeah, don't mix ammonia and bleach. And
And
don't
don't cook
change your
meth.
coworkers.
Say no to drugs, fellas.
Okay.
Meth will kill you.
Try not to mix any cleaners. Just use one that works, and you're good to go.
Right. We use apple cider, apple ammonia here on the farm.
Yeah,
We got apple trees, you know. I'm making hard cider right now. Anybody want to come to Michigan and buy Mike's hard cider? We've been selling it for 3 generations.
What's the alcohol content?
Well, that depends on how much you're paying by the gallon, brah. I started this process a minute ago, so they're in varying stages. You want a beer level hard cider, or you want a liquor level hard cider? This is the question. It gets too high up there, and we call it Applejack.
Applejacks.
And then you just freeze it, and you double the content, the alcoholic content. It's a freeze dried, you know, distillation. When you freeze it, you know, you can take all the frozen chunks out. You can sift it. That's the moisture. That's water. And then what doesn't freeze is pure alcohol.
That's the good stuff.
Yeah, we get you drunk on some cider, man. Flat earthers aren't all stupid. We gotta earn a living.
Just don't get in the drugs in the bottom.
Yeah, no, drugs take your money. Form habits that make you money. That's the whole point to life. Then you just go through life doing your habits. And the best kept habit is one that you love. Like building cars, building houses, creating custom pools that no other motherfucker can make.
Okay.
Did Left Lane just say don't take the drugs?
My buddy
That's in
down the
drinking
road-
in drinking homebrew. It's usually got sediment in the bottom, and you don't want to get into that shit.
Oh yeah. My buddy
They
down the
call-
road, dude, got a pool connected to a hot tub, probably $2 million worth of stones all around the pool. He just bought 4 mastodon footprints. They were on the land bridge. They were turned into stone from the mud. They walked in the mud, and then the mud turned to stone. But he bought these, and he's got 3 mastodon footprints in his. He's got a waterfall, a hot tub, a river.
Do you believe in dinosaurs?
It's pretty.
Dinosaurs are fucking gay.
So a mastodon is an elephant. The largest, larger than a woolly mammoth, which is just an elephant. So it makes sense if there was a time on Earth where it was a ice age that even the fucking elephants would grow hair, right? That makes sense.
We're all dinosaurs by the very association of being alive right now.
I believe in behemoth, but I don't believe in dinosaurs.
Well, I mean, think about it. Just something that's been around forever, right? Prehistoric. Basically, that's what I mean, right? We are prehistoric.
Yeah.
50 billionth great-great-grandma, grandpa, whatever, to today, your bloodline's still here because you exist. So from the first motherfucker who ever made, the first 2 motherfuckers who ever, like, how that, you know, you're here.
People nowadays, man, they go to the grave earlier, but looking younger. You know, their face don't even rot because it's plastic. It's like, what? Died at 48. Look like a 20-year-old. Died at 48.
And how can you not be a vegan? Everything's grass, everything's a plant, everything eats plants, and if they don't eat the plants,
that's right. Yeah.
I eat
You are what you eat.
vegetables and vegetation when I eat the damn deer or the cow. Listen, plants eat meat. How can you not eat meat when everything eats meat? We put rotting, defecating motherfucking meat in the compost pile. Plants eat shit too. Yeah, they got to be real healthy.
I mean, everything is everything, right?
Yeah, if you die in the forest,
Wait,
the
where'd he go?
forest is gonna fucking eat you, man. You live on a compost pile wherein there's meat.
Dude.
So every form of life on this earth eats meat. Period. It's part of the soil. It's in the soil.
Everything refined for what it needs to be. Yep. So everything.
That's what Squatto taught us, right?
Well, you can say that
Poops it
the
out.
plant
Get something.
isn't eating the meat, it's eating the molecules, but I'd argue that shit. There's proteins
It's
in the meat
eating the
that the
meat.
plant eats. Yeah, it does. I can grow a fucking beautiful pot plant out of a steak. Put the seed in the ground now from this year's crop, and it'll pop up next year, next spring, on its own, strong as shit.
Steak Kush.
Dude,
I put
take a
fish in my
T-bone
rose
steak,
garden.
T-bone Kush.
bury a T-bone steak in the ground, put some dirt on top of the steak, put some seeds on top of the dirt that's on top of the steak, and watch that plant fucking bloom.
No beef. Yeah, it's gonna go
Yeah,
crazy.
it's
It's gonna.
decomposition promotes life.
Yeah.
Death promotes
100% we're
life.
crazy.
Beef
Yeah,
steak
You
kush.
We're
can do it in
not.
bananas. You can do it in pretty much. I mean, any fruits, anything you put in that dirt and give it a little space of dirt
I know
above it.
vegans hate
Yeah,
me,
you
but
could
I'm a
take a little shit
farmer,
in there too.
okay?
Yeah.
And I grow your tomatoes, and it's got meat in it. I grow your strawberries; they got meat. You know, they all get fertilizer, cow shit, methane, corn. I could be real
You're
specific
wrong
about the life,
because
the life of the meat. I mean, the plants, they're not
They're not picky.
racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll eat a pig. They don't give a fuck. The grass.
so
The
so
lawn will
you're
eat
right.
pork.
You're right, and you're wrong, right? Because you're 100% right. Like whatever dies on the ground is recycled. But there's fungi that do that. So mushrooms are the primary decomposers.
I
And what
would
they're
say
doing is they're
mushrooms are
taking what
the
they're doing is
healthiest
they're
thing.
taking the meat and they're decomposing it back down into its
A lot of it's a
nutrients to be
chemical.
shared with the soil.
Actually, a lot
That's
of that decomposition is a chemical reaction in dying flesh. It's a chemical reaction. The fungi is an after effect, and it comes in like the 6-month stage of decomposition.
Can you cite that? Because I can show mushrooms coming in within.
Yeah, I've seen it on cold case files where they put cadavers in the ground and they study how long it takes for things to grow. But mold does listen. If a deer dies in the forest this winter,
Oh.
in the spring there won't be mold on it because it's not broke down. It was frozen. Once it starts to decompose, decomposition causes heat, and the heat promotes fungi. But at certain temperatures, it doesn't allow it. You know what I mean? So it's an
Yeah, but
absolute after
so I'm
effect.
agreeing with you by
I can
saying
heat
that
yeah.
everything eats meat. Everything is meat. I agree with you there. I'm just saying that like you're not understanding that the meat is first broken down by other organisms and recycled back into
No,
the dirt.
I fully understand that. Just like worms eat stuff and shit in the
Okay,
fucking
then
ground
yeah.
and
So like you're right.
toxic. I'm a farmer.
You're right, but you're
Don't
wrong.
organisms in our stomach break it down?
I didn't want to be long winded on decomposition. People here get offended if you talk too much. But yeah, there's a whole process in decomposition, and other life forms help that out too, yeah. And they poop a lot of that shit out, and then they're eating the poop. So, yeah, I said shit quite a few times. So, here's one thing. The shit in the compost pile causes fungi right away, which actually improves the compost. Your compost, when you put it all together, it's all going to look one way. But when you're done, it's going to look a whole nother way, and it's going to be dark soil. And the fungi is and bacteria is the biggest part of that. It's the poop from all this that make good soil. Yes. That's part of a compost pile. when you get that mold on the top, what you do is you turn the compost pile. We have it. I use a front end loader excavator for that. I got a couple Ford tractors that can still do it too, but you got to move the pile around because the mold done started. So you want to put that on the bottom and let it permeate up because it'd be the warmest spot on the bottom, Dude, if a compost pile starts on fire, that bitch can burn till it becomes molten lava. And people
Burn, baby, burn.
People say without tectonics on Earth, we couldn't have molten lava, which is untrue. We got nitrate deposits. We got decomposition going all over Earth. Earth is a large compost pile, which when decomposition meets nitrate pocket could become molten lava instantly. It can burn for years. Fucking compost pile can burn all summer. If we let it dry out, we can chip that stuff into coal and heat our houses with it. Cowboys back in the day when they did cattle pushes, they'd scoop up cow poop every day, let it dry out, and they'd use that to start the fire. After 3 days, that shit becomes coal because they graze on grasses and it becomes compressed. It's just a big chunk of dried up shitty grass, methane grass. Burns all night long like charcoal. Human slaves. Yeah, you could eat the house with human slaves too. I wouldn't need a human slave though if you're just gonna share in the work, Life isn't easy and that even in nature we'd be doing a shitload of work. So you're not really a slave if you're doing work.
Do you have a lot of cattle?
Huh?
Do you have cattle?
Yeah, I have a dairy portion to the farm. Yeah. We got a cider mill, apple orchard. 3rd generation property.
Do you sell locally or do you sell to chains?
Cattle? I don't
No,
sell
like crops or whatever you grow.
Dairy. Well, we sell our produce right out of the cider mill. We sell the hard cider out of the cider mill. I sell pies. It's going to sound redneck to you, but it is. I try to win strawberry contests every year at the fair, pie contest, shit like that. Because then I sell my pies when I'm a blue ribbon pie, Costs a little more. Apple, I make strawberry rhubarb, apple, blueberry, strawberry, peach pie, peach cobbler, apple cobbler. We make all that, and they're like, some of our recipes are 100 years old. We sell bark, almond bark for Christmas, bonbons, no bakes, pumpkin pies. I grow the pumpkins. I grow the strawberries. Grape jam. I got an Amish lady that comes in here and she barters, plus we pay her. But she makes us jam out of our stuff, and I give her so much stuff to make her own jams, plus money for working. But Amish people, man, they make real good stuff.
Cinnamon rolls, delicious.
Yeah. Coffee cake to die for. But we sell homemade Amish maple syrup here. I sell quite a few Amish products. I don't sell internationally or even over county lines, but I got people that come a few counties to get the Michigan cider mills are famous for a lot of our stuff. And Michigan apple orchards, we're one of the largest producers of apples in the world. As a farm kid, this is some shit they taught you at a farm school in Hanover Horton. I went to school with Ted Nugent's kids. Ted lived down the road from me. His house is still there, but he don't live there. His exotic animal farm's on the other side of me. We all live on the north branch of the Kalamazoo River. I used to go
So
to
I've been reading about the standard candles. This shit is literally twisting my brain. The way that they measure this shit is insane. You guys should really look into it.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, I was
So
wondering.
earlier we were talking about redshift and how the formula.
Shift?
How do you equate red shifting and blue shifting?
Did I shit the bed? But
Margaret.
we were just talking about standard candles and like how all these different things are measured. And Jeremy was asking the before part, like, how do we develop standard candles? How do we find out what we're going to be using as a standard candle, and how we get those distances? And there's so many different classifications. Well, like the thing is,
Well, just like
depending on how
lumens,
close or
right?
far the standard candle is, you have to use a lot of different testing methods. And I've been reading all the different testing methods, and my brain is just twisted. It's crazy.
So that's a standard candle. We could break it into lumens, right?
What?
Intensity of light.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's lumen. Pretty much. So
Yeah.
we could break it down to lumens. That's all.
No, you can't break it down to lumens. No.
It goes up.
No, but see, that's the thing. We're not breaking it down to lumens. Anyone want to talk about the frog?
Nothing.
The floating frog.
Floating frog.
No, I don't. Well, that was Jeremy's thing. He's not here right now, so we can't really talk about it unless people wanted to, but I don't think anyone does.
Does anyone want to have one last little debate before I head out? A little 5-minute.
Nope. Oh, actually, maybe.
What's up, dude?
You move my mic.
What's up, Arma? Long time no here.
Oh, sup? Who is this?
It's fundamental.
Oh, it's you.
Is the room dead right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Sup.
You doing well?
Yeah.
Man, I just left another place. My opinions weren't welcome. Can you relate?
Yeah.
I was in a room that was all about positivity, but there's some sort of not so positive things that need to be addressed every once in a while, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, was that Stacy B?
Nah, don't worry about the exact place. I don't want to call anything out, but you know how it is. But I'm not trying to drag it on that topic or anything. Well, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about what does metaphysics mean to you? Because I read the Wikipedia article on it recently, and I actually think it did a really good job. Surprisingly enough, it actually did a really good job describing what metaphysics is.
So metaphysics is like the stuff that's outside of physics, right? So if we were to talk about like the physics of light, right? That's something that can be studied, right? Because we can all experience light, radio signals, visible, invisible light. But if I were to start talking about like God or space-time or
What about
dark matter,
consciousness?
yeah, consciousness, yeah, that would all be like outside of physics. So if you tried to say that it was physics, Like, no, this is all metaphysical. Like, there's no physical part to it. There's no material, matter, etc., etc.
Well, the thing about physics is that it has to be spoken about, right, in order to discuss it. And so we're going to employ the techniques of like numbers, letters, words, and amounts in order to discuss physics. And I think that physics is mostly discussed with numbers, but the same thing applies to metaphysics, just sort of like a equal but opposite sort of thing going on. You know, like maybe if you're trying to discuss the physics of something, you use a few words but more numbers. And maybe in metaphysics, you use more words and less numbers. Not to say that they're both not included, you know, in the discussion though. You know what I mean? Like numbers and letters like are both like utilized in the discussion of both things. Because they're very deep concepts, you know, they're very hard to put into one well-defined box because, I mean, at the end all be all of it, they have a lot in common. You know, it's like the tails and head side of a coin, but what they share in common is the lump of metal that truly that truly exists. You know, the metal of the coinage. It's just the heads versus tails is just one side of it. You know, one side of one true thing.
Okay.
So, do you guys know metaphysics as like a? Do you guys know the 3 branches of metaphysics, as far as like Wikipedia or Google would say?
No, what's that?
So, metaphysics is defined as, you know, the body, a study that contains the 3 subcategories of epistemology, cosmology, and ontology. And I before we carry on, do any of those words are any of those words mysterious to you? Epistemology, cosmology, and ontology.
What's cosmology?
Which one?
Cosmology. What's that?
Cosmology.
Can I make a? Is the cosmology one, like it's based around kind of like the question of like, where is it that we exist? Like, what is it that what is it of the entirety of the existence that we live in? Like in a less so in an astronomical way, and more so like in a philosophical way, something like that. I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah.
You're right. No, you're right. I'll go ahead and look it up real quick and see if I can find one of the definitions that suits my fancy.
See.
I spelled define wrong. One sec. So define. Okay, define cosmology. Here we go. So it says the science of the origin and development of the universe. Modern astronomy is dominated by the Big Bang Theory, which brings together observational astronomy and particle physics. You know, I don't think that's a proper definition of cosmology, even though it's the first one given. The second definition is like an account or theory of the origin of the universe. Now, this is very strange that it would fixate on the origin. So, yeah, I don't subscribe to either of those definitions Google gave us just now.
I got one. The worldview and belief system of a community based upon their understanding of order in the universe.
Oh, that just sounds like religion to me.
Right, so cosmology has like a religious like understanding of the universe or creation. So whenever someone says cosmology, like especially like the older you go back, it's more like rooted in belief, right?
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I would say cosmology is a subcategory of religion, while religion would be anything that contains a sort of like propagandized answer providing industry agent where it's willing to offer up some confident answers to the 3 big questions of, you know, where did it come from? Why is it here and where is it going? You know, I mean, that's if anyone comes to you and they say, "Hey, you like other people have probably asked like, why am I here? What's going on? Where did it come from? Is there a purpose? Is it going somewhere? You know, is it, you know, what's going on? Where am I?" If any body of faith comes to you and says, "Hey, those questions that everyone asks, I got the answers for you, and I got a club of people who believe in my answers." That's my definition of religion. It's like, yeah, this body of people who subscribe to a certain selection of answers to the main questions that no one knows the answer to, the big questions. Just believe in my answers to the questions that everyone asks.
Hey, Arma, are you there?
Yeah, hold on, what?
Hey, go ahead and show your model to everyone.
No, everyone's talking about what do you call it? Metaphysics right now. I'm not going to interrupt the convo.
Cosmology, yeah, nobody's even talking. I
Well,
waited,
they were
it's
though.
quiet.
They were though.
Go ahead and show it, man.
If they want to see it, but otherwise, I would rather let them continue their convo because everyone was talking about metaphysics.
I think it went quiet.
Yeah, because you jumped in.
Nope, I was
Yeah, it didn't really go quiet.
So I got something for you guys to check out right here. This is actually kind of one of my talking points, but the other guy is making a presentation, just backing you up, bro.
What?
To the guy who was talking about cosmology, right? Metaphysics.
Sure.
Yeah, check out what I posted.
Okay, let me check it out. Let's see. Live stream one text.
So, you know, a lot of people don't, like you said, you didn't like it because religion was like baked into the word. Like, I didn't do that, right? That wasn't me who did that, right? A lot of people have known for a long time, and it's been quoted, you know, that a lot of people try to hide the fact that there's a lot of philosophical beliefs in cosmology that are, you know, a little bit like religion, right? So cosmology, the study of the physical universe, is a science that, due to both theoretical and observational developments, has made enormous strides in the past 100 years, right? So it's part theoretical and observational, right? So this isn't the kind of science you do in a lab with beakers and you manipulate variables with, right? This is more of a philosophy, right? The study of a physical universe, but it's not a scientific study. It's a philosophical study of the universe.
Part of it.
Well, you know, well, yeah, part of it just due to our position of ignorance. You know, as humans, we can only know so much and understand, you know, only a certain extent. Like, I don't even know what's going on in Antarctica, right? So how am I going to describe the overall cosmos if I've only ever lived within a 500 square mile radius and maybe taking vacations a little bit further than that? You know, I mean, who am I to describe the cosmos, you know, the overall realm, when my direct experience is limited to only, you know, a few thousand square miles, right? So it is partially, like you said, theoretical or speculative or whatever you said. You're right. Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
Yeah, look at 1.4, status of the standard model. I believe you can scroll down and like click on that part, and like one large paragraph, two small ones, and then the second, yeah, the next one after that. Okay, the second set of opening questions regards structure formation. While the account of structure formation matches several significant observed features such as correlations among the galaxies, large-scale surveys, the number of questions about how galaxies form, Silk 2017, many of these such cusp core problems and the dark halos problems. So when they're talking about problems, they're talking about like the current problems that your model is like trying to solve. So, you know, there's science in it, but there's also like problems in it. So you said mostly, right? So you're claiming there's science in it. So what kind of science are we talking about? Observational science or experimental science?
Oh, that sounds very creationisty.
Whatever fits the bill. Like, so I've been thinking, like, how would I describe, you know, if metaphysics is broken down into three subcategories of epistemology, ontology, and cosmology. If I were to describe just the cosmology aspect of it that we're focusing on right now, I would say the study of cosmology would be the attempt of study to like kind of draw like a blueprint to reality. Like, what are the parts and how are they arranged? Like, what is the overall layout or the blueprint and the components, of reality in their order and placement? You know what I mean? And that's completely different than epistemology or ontology. This is just about what is there and how is it laid out, and like what is their like sort of spatial relationship to each other. Because when you Google image like Hebrew cosmology, Egyptian cosmology, you're going to be given some sort of flat Earth, like inside of a sphere, sort of like artistic rendition, right? Like this is their cosmology. It's their explanation of the blueprint, like the floor plans, right? Like the floor plans of the building. Like how is it laid out, and what are the parts, and what can we call those parts? Let's give them names. Let's give them, relationships to each other as far as like spatially goes. Like what is the blueprint of the design of the cosmos? That would be cosmology to me.
Okay, well, you're looking for the blueprint, right? It would be the galaxies, and I just posted something that you can check out if you like. This paper gives an overview of the attempts to determine the distribution of dark matter in low surface brightness disk gas-rich dwarf galaxies. So we're talking about dwarf galaxies. Both through observation and computer simulation, observations seem to indicate approximate constant dark matter density in the inner parts of the galaxy, while cosmological computer simulations indicate the steep power law-like behavior. The difference has become known as the core/cusp problem, and it remains one of the unsolved problems of small-scale cosmology. So we're talking about like a small-scale
solar system or something.
No, it's a galaxy. It's a dwarf galaxy.
Galaxy level.
Small scale cosmology. So, like I didn't even know about this till we started talking about it. So, like, there's all sorts of problems in the standard model. Now I could go back to where I was before, and before I got to that, and keep reading right here. And there's going to be other sorts of problems that they're talking about too. Let's see if I can find another one. I'll get back with you on that.
Well, I just want to say real quick that flat Earth versus globe Earth is fundamentally a cosmological debate. You know what I mean? Like, as far as it goes for like the shape of the world or the universe, like what we have, what we're doing is a metaphysical debate at large, but it fixates strictly on the cosmological model or a cosmological debate. That's usually what it sticks to as far as flat Earth versus globe Earth goes. But that's only one like subcategory of a metaphysical discussion. But I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead and carry on.
All right.
We argue about cosmologies. That's mostly what we do on these servers. We argue about cosmologies. Every once in a while, we dive into ontology, which would involve like ether and stuff. That would be where we delve into ontology. And then someone will ask, like, why do you believe in ether versus atomism? And then that is where we dive into epistemology. Like, why do you think what you think? Where did that come from? And what is the reasoning behind that? And so they're all really interrelated, but I would say that all of us on Earth Awakenings or Flat Earth Debate or whatever, all of us are just partaking in metaphysical discussions that eventually relate to physics discussions, because, like I said, metaphysics and physics are just the heads and tails of one lump of metal, and they're not actually separate things. It's just a discussion from a certain perspective where you want to approach it from, the kind of topic you want to bring up that's really addressing just the one true thing, the lump of metal that actually, the coin itself, the metal of the coinage, rather than one side versus the other, which are just viewed from certain perspectives that you can approach it from a limited, trajectory. It's not anyone's fault. It's that, so as far as speaking, people can only address one thing at a time because it's the limitation of language. When I say red, I can't say blue at the same time. I can only say one word at a time. So just the way it goes, unfortunately.
Right.
I wish.
Posted something else from that thing that I posted earlier. Third and final set of open issues regards possible observation that would show that the standard model is substantially wrong. Any scientific theory should be incompatible with at least some observations.
You can say two colors at once. If you say the color they make, primary, secondary.
Yeah, I guess if you look at it that way.
Yeah, it's all perspective. That's what he's saying also.
Yo, Demarc, did you and Jeremy squash your beef?
Apologies. You can read yourself.
You and Jeremy squash your beef?
Oh,
You
you
guys
mean
made
about
up?
like what the ozone, or what do you mean?
Or
Like
did
what?
you squash Jeremy's beef between your cheeks, or what?
I was trying to hold back on that, but you.
It's not my
It's wild the way Jeremy man.
That's
That was
how
fucking.
Section 3. Just like.
Has Jeremy apologized for muting you, Demarc?
No, never will.
That's fucked up.
It's alright, DMOC used to it. He gets muted all the time.
I never have.
Yeah, I've got demo turned right down. Just the amount of crazy shit that comes out. And the abuse. Yeah.
I apologize for asking for proof.
Come on, DMOC.
Who in the hell is eating grandma's lunch on?
I'm feeding my rabbits. My bad. Allow me,
I posted a link on the Hubble constant, what it is, and you can see what I posted 31 minutes after the hour, that it was talking about the
Hubble
conflict
constant.
that arose due to the mistaken value of the Hubble constant. So there's like a lot of mistakes in cosmology, right? And there's a lot of problems that they can't solve.
Especially if they say the word constant, right?
Yeah, because cosmology isn't settled, Hank, Larry. There's a lot about the cosmos we still need to know and understand. And I think they're pretty honest and open about that, right?
How do you have conservation of momentum? Wouldn't it be like conservation of potential? Like not momentum, like not movement.
Conservation of potential.
Well, yeah, like something that can potentially, you can conserve the potential of something in a canister, right? That's what you would call gas or something under pressure, conservation of that thing, so it can sit there and do something while it's sitting, but there's potential to do work still in it, Um, when they say conservation of momentum, like if the thing is moving, it's not conserving its momentum, it's not stopping.
Mark, when someone tells you that there's a conserved property or quantity, what does that mean to you?
It can mean a lot. It just depends on what the person means with it, right? Relative.
Well, what does it mean?
Conserve. Well, to hold to hold back a little bit, but how can you hold back movement if you're moving? Momentum. I mean,
What do you mean hold back? So conserve to you means something
momentum.
hold back?
Are you? Yeah, to conserve. If I want to conserve the bunnies, I don't give them to you. I conserve them. That's the way I look at it. Unless
Yeah,
I'm
but
wrong.
you know, like in physics, it has a whole different meaning. You know, context matters, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
But in my mind, it's like how can you like conserve it? Like I don't know. It's like storing something. How are you storing momentum? You're storing potential. I don't think you're storing. I mean, well, I guess that would be momentum, but it'd be potential. You could just say potential, right? It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. Unless potential and momentum mean the same thing to you.
Yeah, any differential momentum has to be caused by a differential or resistance, right? You don't have it without differential, right?
What do you mean by differential? Because this is the thing, Demar. I don't know if these words mean the same thing to you as it mean to most people.
Why would they not? A differential, right? That means a difference of. So you got 0 and 1, and between 0 and 1, there's a differential always, no matter what. It could be a gazillion, it could be nothing, but it's always something. Really, it's really never nothing.
Gazillion.
Like differential to me means just something on an offset scale that creates itself, like hot and cold, temperature differential, weight differential, any differential gives you the ability of momentum, power, movement, potential, right? I mean, that's the way I understand it. Unless
Well, the question is, what's the potential in the differential?
well, how much ever you can do with it. That's up to you to find out when you do the work with it, right? You answer that question afterwards, not before. You can't answer something before when you need the answer after. Like you can guess all you want, but that's not the answer. The actual answer is after, right? So the hypothesis can be whatever you want, but still the action or reaction is what you have to fucking film or write down. You know.
Yo, Howard, can you decipher what he's saying?
No. I mean, I really try. I really do. But I think it's like he has different meanings for words that we know the meanings, but he has different meanings for them. But sometimes I can kind of figure out what he's talking about.
You guys don't understand what film the action or reaction of what you're talking about is, and at the end of the film we'll see what it did. You know, that's complex.
DMARC is saying English words, but we're not speaking the same language.
Yeah.
You guys are speaking Jamaican. You guys are speaking Globekans, the last of the Globekans.
Globekans.
I don't know,
These guys are
jump
trying.
off the cliff on me, boys. I need to decipher a book of the last of the Globekans.
Yo, there's people out here trying to tell me that.
Oh,
you wouldn't
Jeremy.
expect to see.
It's Jeremy, right?
Yeah,
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
I was going to try to get a quick statement out, but Armbar wants to overtalk.
I'm on, Jeremy. You can do it, buddy.
People are really trying to argue that A, deserts don't create gas, and B, you wouldn't expect to find the most gas where the gas is being created or produced at or coming from.
How long would that gas produced at the surface take to reach, 20 k's up or whatever?
If you ask me, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard.
Would you, Rubik, would you agree that you would expect to find the most gas where the gas is coming from, the source of the gas?
The gas expands in all directions, does it not?
Did you hear the statement I made?
It did.
Do you agree with
If
it?
there was no
You agree
gravity,
with my
then yes,
statement?
I would.
You won't answer.
No. If there was no gravity, then yes, I'd expect it to stay roughly where it was created.
If I'm
Pretty cool
creating
monstrosity
gas,
there. Hey?
Would you not expect to see the most gas near the place where the gas is coming from?
If there was no gravity, yes. If gravity was not the explanation for that, yes.
Forget gravity. We're producing gas somewhere. We're in a room producing gas. Would you expect there to be more gas near the kettle or the other side of the room?
Yeah, near the kettle. But I also expect it to expand in every direction.
Okay, cool. That's a whole different thing. Right now, we're just talking about where you would expect to see the most gas at, and that would be where the gas is coming from, right?
Right.
Right.
But
okay, that's what I thought.
That gas hasn't expanded to 20 Ks up, right?
You're not talking about
How long will that take?
You're not talking about the same thing, and it expands.
Why
If you kept one,
Jeremy just
contained environment, one under a contained. He said he was done. One under a contained environment, right? Right, contained 100% of itself. That's a contained environment. Once that expands out of that, so if I turn the helium thing on, you think now there's helium everywhere outside with us, right? Is that what you're telling me, buddy? I just want to get this. Once
But there's
you're telling me that's all helium now, right? And we can weigh that all expansion.
So would I expect to see more? Would I expect to see more atmosphere and more air in a rainforest than what I do in a desert?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about where it's produced. Is there more there or not? Is there more where it's produced? He already said yes. Now, what he also said,
and that's what my question is.
Where's it expanding in the jungle at? You show me 100% of a gas in the jungle, and you're.
Well, what's producing the atmosphere? What's producing the gas that's made up of the atmosphere?
Atmosphere, dirt.
Mostly the oceans.
Yeah, mostly comes from the ocean. That's correct.
Dirt and water, yeah.
Carbon dioxide, I think it does, yeah.
Produced by the oceans or eliminated by the oceans?
Well, most of the gas comes from the ocean, and it's funny. The ocean dictates 14.7 psi. Maybe that's just a coincidence.
Yeah, but from what I gather, you're trying to explain the density gradient in that the gas is produced at ground level. That's
No,
what you're getting
absolutely
at.
not. No.
Okay.
I'm just saying I would expect to see more gases where the gas is being produced at ground level.
Right. But I would also expect the gas to travel in all directions.
Well, that's a whole other thing, isn't it?
I
We're
mean,
just talking about where you would
as long as you're not
expect
trying to
see the
explain
most
the
gas.
density gradient.
yeah. I mean, I guess
Then we're good.
I mean,
We're just talking about where you would expect to see the most gas.
yeah. I mean, I guess we have to talk about fractionally how much more gas there would be because I mean, I don't know because it's always going to be expanding, right? So it's not always going to, you know what I'm saying? Like it's going to produce it and then it's going to kind of go away and then it's going to produce more and it's going to kind of go away. But it's probably producing like a really, I don't know. That's weird. That's a weird one.
So I would expect to see more gas over the ocean or in a jungle than what I would do in a desert. Yeah.
Nice one.
Yes. No. Maybe.
Oh, I agree with you. If that was true, yeah.
Yeah. No. That I'm asking Jeremy.
Yeah.
I don't. Is there something wrong with the argument? Would you expect to see the most gas where it's being created at?
Yeah, over the oceans, right?
At ground level, yeah. I mean, that gases come out of desert. Do you not know that gases come out of desert?
Does it? What
Yeah.
creates gas in the desert?
Bro, you guys gotta look this stuff up, man. I can't do everything for you, Ruben.
Come out of the desert than the jungle?
Okay, I'm just gonna look it up now.
I posted a link on it in the chat.
Please tell us, bro. You like the expert on the
I posted
subject.
a link in the chat. I posted a link on it in the chat.
Explain the link to us, Jeremy. Come on, man.
I posted a link in the chat.
Here, I'll say this.
What time did you post it?
What me first?
It says a group of more than 25 compounds containing oxidized nitrogen as well as ammonia gas that escaped from desert soils. So it's not oxygen gas, it's oxides of nitrogen as well as ammonia gas.
It's radiant energy. Anything that radiates energy radiates a gas. You electric.
The Mojave as well.
You can call it helium. You can call it inertness. You can call it
Nitrogen's in there also. Where'd the nitrogen come from?
Nitrogen fixation.
They can't tell you where anything comes from. You got to go get it from the man.
Well, isn't the proof in the pudding where we see the atmospheric concentrations at sea level, at the desert level, at 30,000 feet, and they're all the same? 80-20? 80-20. And you know what? Even the trace gases. 400 parts per million. Hold on, I'm in the middle of a sentence. Literally, middle of a sentence, guys. Come on. So the 400 parts per million of CO2 is still 400 parts per million at 30,000 feet and 400 parts per million at sea level. Yeah, and you're talking right over me. It really makes. I'm sure everyone wants to hear us talk over each other. That makes a lot of sense.
Just turn him down. Turn him down.
But anyway, the concentrations are the same at 30,000 feet as they are at sea level. So why is that?
What are you talking about?
Welcome to the globe.
Damn.
Welcome to the cliff. What do you mean your cliff air? Show us how your cliff air is exactly the same gradient for around the cliff from the top elevation where I'm at vertically, horizontally.
God, he's such an idiot.
So do you have the horizontal gradient? Do you have the horizontal gradient? I want to see the horizontal H2, the O3.
How do you wake up in the morning and look at yourself in the mirror?
The horizontal atmosphere part.
Hey, do you talk to yourself in the middle of the night? Or do you
We have
listen to yourself talk?
We have a sphere of air.
If I were you and I was looking at
What are you saying, Demo?
The horizontal portion of air. Do you want me to draw you a picture, buddy?
Horizontal what of air?
Air. The horizontal air. The
Horizontal air.
levels. Yeah, around a ball.
Level horizontal
How
air.
does the ball work without the air around
Well, I
it?
usually spin it in my living room and see if it sticks to the ball. That's what I do with it. And watch moons revolve around it like you do.
You're testing the ozone in the front room. Is that what you're telling me, Xanik?
I go to the front room and I spin the ball, I throw water on it and it sticks. And the moon.
Why? How is this a combo?
It's always the same with D-Mike, and I wonder why he gives such latitude to do what he does. I can never tell whether he's serious or not.
All right. So I think the word is, I think it's steelman. I want to steelman Jeremy's argument by saying, what if the places that do produce gases, right? In this hypothetical, let's pretend gases travel at 0.1 miles an hour, right? So they're really slow moving gases, right? Is it fair to say that in those areas where the gas is being produced, that there is slightly more gas in that area as compared to, say, an area like the desert that doesn't make gas because of that slow moving gas?
That gas, not gas is made in the desert as they so perfectly timed their post.
Yo, but who said gas isn't made in deserts? Like, who made that claim?
Yeah, they guess they made a desert. What about oxygen? Would it be more oxygen in like the Amazon forest than there is in the desert?
I would say yes to that, wouldn't I?
I would think so.
Or is it not? Yeah.
I would think it would be, since more of the oxygen is made in these deserts.
Well, yeah, the oxygen is fine.
Ocean,
yeah, I guess the type of gas is fine. You have more of, but I guess the argument boils down to just gas in general, right? Just like any gas, like the stuff the atmosphere. Yeah.
But I asked him explicitly, is he trying to explain the density gradient? And he said no.
I think Jeremy was just having an argument with Negator. I think Negator just said that no gases are produced in the deserts, which is wrong.
He say that the density would be greater.
Negator?
Negator.
Didn't he say the density is greater where these gases are produced? That's why it's denser, closer to where the actual production of the gases are made, which is explaining the density gradient.
Jeremy could be lying as well, though.
That's possible as well.
Yeah, you don't really know what.
I'm not going to say likely, but possible.
Mm.
What do you guys think about the multiverse?
He's talking shit.
You know why they came up with this theory? Yes, no, let me Google it. Go to bed. I mean,
You want to talk about multiverse theory, Hank?
yeah, why did they come up with that?
There's the monkey. All right, I'm out, guys. See you.
It's just a possible interpretation of what might be happening when you see the collapse of a quantum mechanical system, right? So the idea is, Hank, I'm sure you understand superposition in those things, right?
I've heard of it, yeah. I'm not sure that I
Yeah.
understand it, no.
So if you have like an entangled particle that's in superposition, it could be spin up, spin down. When you measure that particle, that superstate breaks down. You have quantum decoherence, and the particle only has one spin. It's either spin up or it's spin down. So the way that is interpreted is that somehow you become one way to interpret it is you become entangled with the particle, and when the particle loses its quantum state and becomes spin down, you somehow split with the particle as well. So one Hank sees the particle spin down, and the other Hank sees the particle spin up. But because these two Hanks are entangled with the quantum particles and they have quantum decoherence with each other, they can never interact with each other. They're now in separate multiverses or universes or realities, But we don't know if that's true, man. It's just one way to interpret what we see happen.
Wow, that was a really weird story. So the multiverse theory is a response to the fine-tuning problems that have been known about for a long time.
How so?
Well, if you read what I've been posting about the fine-tuning problem, you see that it's been a problem for a long time, and this multiverse theory makes it to where, well, the fine-tuning problem, think about it like this. There's only one radio station that you pick up in your small hick town because you grew up in East Texas, right? And that one radio station is on one channel, and that one frequency just happens to be, where your radio frequency comes from. Yeah, not a problem because you probably bought your vehicle used and it's tuned to the one radio station, right? But everything that developed out of, according to you guys, natural means, why would the car automatically be tuned to the right frequency for it to play the radio, right? Because it's shipped from overseas, right? It doesn't make sense. So it doesn't make sense in the fine tuning problem that nothing created this thing, but it just so happened to be the right set of circumstances, because if you come about the beginning in any other kind of way, there's no life possible. So they say that there's all these different multiverses that in these universes, life's not possible and there's just nothing there. Right? And this one, it just happens to be the right conditions suitable for life.
I don't know how that speaks to multiverses, though, because the fine-tuning problem just speaks to the idea that there are certain physical constants that we measure. They aren't derived from equations or formulas. We just measure them to be what they are. And they're so fine-tuned that if you change the parameters on any one of them, the universe, as we know it, wouldn't be able to produce observers that could see the universe. So this fine-tuning problem only speaks to human beings. It doesn't speak to the whole universe at large, It speaks more to the weak anthropic principle, which is the idea that the universe has evolved to create observers, which can be interpreted as the universe was made for us. Well, no, actually, let me not say that, because then that implies there's a creator. But you get what I'm saying. If anything was different, observers wouldn't have been produced over time within the universe.
It's funny because you're going down each of the answers. So this is one of the answers. This is the one that you just did. You basically said the new physics, the fine tuning can be eliminated. Let me go to my place. modifying
Modify
physical
physical
theories in a
very well.
variety of ways. So that's what you did. You just modified like a physical theory to where it would happen.
I didn't modify anything. All I'm trying to say is the fine-tuning principle doesn't really speak to the idea of many worlds, and more speaks to the weak anthropic principle.
All right, what's that? What's the weak anthropic principle?
The idea that the universe has evolved in such a way to produce observers, and if you change any of the fundamental parameters, the Newton's gravitational constant, or the coupling constant for the electromagnetic force, the coupling constant for the strong nuclear force, Boltzmann's constants, Hubble constant, any one of these fundamental constants, if we change them, the universe might not have evolved to produce observers.
It's pretty crazy.
No,
I was just trying to throw in just, whatever, just sound like I'm fucking listening or whatever. I said that's pretty crazy, yeah.
So WAP, you're talking about WAP.
WAP?
So I got Britannica.
Wet as what? No, I'm joking. Yeah, weak anthropic principle.
Weak anthropic.
You almost did it, man.
I almost went?
Yeah, the weak anthropic principle, yeah.
Yeah. That speaks to this whole fine-tuning idea.
And where did you learn about this?
I learned about this in school, man. Where did you learn about it?
You just told me about it just now.
Okay. But like I said, these are just how we interpret what we see. Our interpretations could be so off and so wrong,
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, multiverse is weird, because it's like kind of like what you were saying, where if you have enough universes, one of them is bound to have stuff where shit happens, But yeah, I don't know. Pretty crazy. It's pretty fucking insane. But it is what it is.
Not an explanation, but a totality? I don't think I read that right. What did that say? Tautology? Tautology? What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
I am not sure.
It's when something is intrinsically true. Like if I say A equals A identity is a tautology. It's true by its very surface level nature.
Oh shit, Scott?
Or say Veach.
I haven't heard Scott in a long time.
Scott?
Actually, I don't think I've ever heard Scott in this chat. Holy shit, it's crazy.
Scott's a nerd. He likes the nerdy shit. He heard what was happening. I know Scott.
Yep. If it had been flat Earth, I would have been noped out in 2 seconds. But I heard you guys talking about the weak anthropic principle, and I stuck around.
Well, I'm learning about it right now. So okay.
By the way, Hank, I'm no expert on this, but my sense is that you're both kind of right. Like, if I remember right, weak anthropic principle invokes the multiverse as sort of part of its fundamental argument too. It's about selection bias inside the set of multiverses, and I definitely agree with you that multiverses definitely the ones the kind of version that he's talking about is very specific to quantum collapsing, but the multiverses absolutely came about, or partly came about, or in times has been used to talk about fine tuning a lot. Like I don't think you'll read any book on fine tuning and not read also about the multiverse as a way of thinking about it.
So you seem to be an honest guy. Can you explain the fine tuning problem better than I? Well, can you do it?
I mean,
Explain
I
what
can
I
just
just
say what my understanding of it is that the values for the constants in our universe are very, very specific and are very tightly bound, so that if they were any different than they are, we wouldn't exist. And the idea is that if only one universe is going to come into existence, wow, isn't it crazy? It was this one universe that happened to have the just right numbers for everything, so that we could be here to look. I think that's the perspective of the fine tuning argument.
You ever read Romans 1?
No, I don't think so. No.
Yeah, that's interesting to think that if there was one little principle or one little thing that was off by even just a little bit, things would not be as they are.
So there's not other universes out there with different versions of me then.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
So that version of the multiverse will be full of universes that couldn't support life.
Well, that just ruins one of my favorite movies.
well, I mean, that
Still
doesn't.
believe it if you want to.
Yeah. Okay.
You ever
gonna
seen
say-
Jet Li? You ever seen Jet Li's The One?
Yep, many times.
Yeah, I love that movie. And that's the only thing I know about the multiverse is what I seen in that movie.
Well, I mean, I don't think it could still be that way. I mean, it depends on how many multiverses there are. You know, I mean, if you have enough of them, then you're bound to have some similar, copies, right?
Well, I mean, in that movie, there was only, 132 universes?
132.
Yeah. Because he was charged with murder 131 times of killing himself.
Oh my god.
Or 133 universes then, because then there was only 2 of them left.
Interesting.
Because each time he murdered himself in another universe, that energy and power transferred to him.
It's interesting. I haven't seen it, unfortunately, so I can't really. Yeah.
Oh, it's a good movie. I mean, I know it's just a movie and it's not, it's not real or, it's probably not even based on any scientific theories or evidence or anything, but I think it's a nice thought to think that there's other universes out there with different versions of myself. Maybe even one where I'm rich.
Can't find the verse I'm looking for. I thought it was Romans, but anyway.
There's another way to look at it, Hank, where you could say, if the universe was it was very young, life wouldn't exist because all the pieces wouldn't be there yet. And I guess there's reason to think that as it gets very old, life is not going to be able to exist again because of like everything evening out. So you could also look at it from this perspective. Humans, we would say, "Wow, look, we just so happen to be at the right time of the universe so that we can exist. That's crazy. Like, what a coincidence." But when I say that version of it, it's a little bit weird because, well, of course we're at the part where we can exist because there's no other part we could exist. We can't, we would not have existed in the beginning or the end because we can't, and because we were, and so it only makes sense that we're at the part where we can exist. And I think, if I understand, I think that's the argument of the weak anthropic principles. Of course, we are here in the fine-tuned universe because otherwise we wouldn't be here to even know we aren't here.
So, did you see what I was posting from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy?
No, I didn't. I'll look.
Okay, let's see if I can find it. I think this is it. Yeah.
You could also look at it another way. They use that anthropic principle to eliminate God, the creator.
Yep. It's obvious to everybody who thinks about the ontological principle. It's either one way or the other. And I was trying to find a scripture where it talks about us showing God's handiwork, so everybody's without excuse. But I can't find it. But yeah, it's pretty interesting how those two things relate.
So,
Yeah, but when I
hold
say
on.
creator, I don't necessarily mean the God of the Bible.
Hold on. Slow down a minute. I'm trying to. I've never heard of any of this stuff before, so I'm trying to keep up with you guys. So how does this principle eliminate the need for a creator?
The ontologic primitive, I think is what it's called. I'm really tired and drinking. But it's either God created the universe or he didn't. Or either it came about by natural, law, right, and nature by itself, or it had like a designer. So certain people see there's no such certain people are coincidence theorists, right? They can see this, that, and that, and just oh, it's just coincidence. And then other people are conspiracy theorists, and they go, oh no, this is too much of a coincidence. This is like a preponderance of evidence. I can't ignore all these connections. And they say that there must be a creator. This is creation, and that would be cosmology, like that everything came about from a creator. And then recently, cosmology has changed and kind of changed into like more science, less, or they're no, it's a facade. They're not actually changing. They're pretending to be more scientific and less philosophical, but they're still just as philosophical as it always has been, and they're masquerading in the science department when really they should be probably in the basement of the theater department, or
Or in the church,
give them the roof. Yeah, the
because
church. Yeah,
it's
the church
faith
would be.
based. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
What? You guys think science and philosophy are like the same thing?
No, we're saying your cosmology. Well, I'm saying that your cosmology is faith based. I could give you examples if you wish.
Yeah, go for it.
The sun is 93 million miles away. It's a ball of gas burning in a vacuum. If that don't take faith, I don't know what does.
It just takes simple observation.
Really?
Yeah.
You can see the dark matter in your eyes when you close. You can see it in your mind's eye when you close your eyes and think about it. It's talking about it right there in the first paragraph. Lemaitre, Einstein. This philosophy of cosmology. Just read it, man.
Yeah, they tell them 95% of the stuff is out there. We don't know what it is, but the 5% we're going to tell you what it is. And they say, okay. And that's not faith-based? Wow.
What's weird is that I think you're fundamentally.
Go ahead, bro.
I was going to say, I think you're fundamentally right, SE, but you're saying the wrong thing. The distance to the sun and what the sun is, that's not the example of what's faith-based. I don't think that's observational, but there is, you're right, it is all rooted in faith on some level because science is only going to get us back so far. Observation and, that approach will only, it breaks down once we're past the existence of things. And there, suddenly, it is faith-based, or there's at least open to, at least science has no way of giving us an answer. It certainly isn't science-based at that point. And then, and that's why I think the weak anthropic principle doesn't actually argue against God. It just kicks the question to a different spot, which is, well, where did all these multiverses or where did the universe come from? I mean, it just moves where the question is rather than gets rid of the answer to the question,
Right,
Well, you just said multiverse, right?
Do you mind if I go real fast? I'm just going to read like a few sentences, and then you can go, bro.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Thank you. Cosmology provokes question about the limits of scientific explanation. This is the limits of science 3.5. Because it lacks many of the features that are present in other areas of physics. Physical laws are usually regarded as capturing the features of a type of system, remaining invariant under some changes, and explanations often work by replacing a particular event in larger context. So this is talking about the limits of scientific explanation in cosmology because it relies on a lot of beliefs and philosophical explanation rather than a scientific explanation.
Absolutely. Another thing, Scott, that we were discussing this today earlier on GEMS, evolution. That's another faith-based belief. Remember, I challenged you guys to come up with
But
something.
do you mean
and
like blind faith, Essie? The way people believe in a supernatural power without evidence?
Yeah, kind of like, yeah. And I can explain you why.
Mm-hmm.
Because you guys think that something spontaneously produced life, and then a cell, and then the cell divided and became bigger and formed an organism, and that organism multiplied, became bigger, and formed another organism, and then we got a fish, and then we got a whale, and we got this and that, and then eventually one of those things came out of the water, grew lungs instead of gills, and started walking about. Then we got all kinds of creatures, mammals, apes, chickens, we got lizards, reptiles,
So
all
you
from
think like
one cell.
Yeah, you sure? Where did it all come from, Missy?
Well, that's my question. You don't have any evidence of this whatsoever. I say everything was created all at once. Now, why I say that is irreducible complexity. So what makes more sense?
Yours
Or
does.
not even that.
Isn't
Like using the biblical God. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I was going to say, isn't the process you described as virtually identical to human development from fetus to full-grown adult? It just magically puts all these things together, and then over 30 years, you have a 6-foot-tall, 200-pound being capable of all kinds of things when they came from something as undeveloped as a fetus.
Point well taken. But the thing is, we have a male and a female, which got together, and it wasn't out of nothing. We have sperm and we have an egg, which in itself is a miracle, right? We can't explain it or reproduce it, but we at least know what that is. We can trace it, right? From sperm to egg to fetus to baby to adult. But this abiogenesis out of nowhere, that's a leap of faith right there. Then you have the evolution, which they were telling me over at GEMS doesn't really happen that way. Like I told them, okay, show me the fish that became a giraffe. Oh, it doesn't happen that way. Well, how does it happen then?
Well, I mean, again, like we don't, every few years, you don't take a baby and then uninstall their lungs and then reinstall a set of larger lungs, right? It just happens. It just does, right? We don't need to do anything. We just feed it. And somehow through the magic of biology and the realities we know it, it gets bigger and more developed. And it just happens, right? It can't communicate with other things. And then in 10 years, it magically can in its brain. Because I didn't go into that brain with like a set of pliers and some extra cabling and wire it so that it can speak. It just did.
Yeah, that's not the point. I think you're missing my point here.
I'm
You're
just drawing a
explaining.
parallel between something we can see now and something that we can't see now that is evolution.
No, you're explaining the reproduction of life. Male and female species get together, and life is produced. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about before this life. The abiogenesis part, the part where it started in a pond, and you guys say it evolved, but it didn't evolve like I'm saying it, like a fish became a giraffe.
Yeah,
But
but a
as
fish obviously.
ludicrous as that sounds, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, but a fish obviously just didn't come out the water and all of a sudden become a giraffe. Yeah. One of the animals eventually started leaving the water. I mean, we have fish that can leave the water now, yeah, and use its fins to walk across the land
Like
to get from
mudskippers?
one water to another, yeah.
Uh-huh. They could also
So then-
bury themselves and last months without water. But what is that? That's still not addressing my point.
Right. So then this fish over millions of years, instead of growing fins, its fins will gradually grow longer and longer, and then eventually it goes from being fins to being legs. Yeah. So now you have one version of the fish that's still in the water with the small fins, but now you've got one that no longer needs to use its gills because it can walk on its legs.
Right. That's the story you've been told, and I've been told, and you believed it. So did I. But now I say to you, okay, find me in the fossil record just one evidence of this. Just one. Show me an evolutionary track that can prove that in fossil. Not in words, not in this scientist said that or this or that. Try and find it.
But there's loads of evidence in the fossil records, like spinal columns and vertebrae and stuff. Yeah, it's a common feature between animals.
Vertebrate, yeah, sure. There's vertebrate, non-vertebrate, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you if an animal has a backbone or not. I'm asking you to show the evolutionary process from which an animal became another animal. Just find me one.
Well, wouldn't you need to show a bunch of them? Because it would have to be from the one thing to the other thing. So you would have to find like a sort of series, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah. I mean, one, of course, there have to be a procession. Started off as a fish, and it became a rat, let's say.
How many do you want, though? Because, I mean, like, you could...
Just one. Find me one example. Not pictures, not cartoons. Either fossils. Yeah.
Just one fossil in between the two species. So you have one, let's say, for example, a fish. This is a weird one, but let's say a fish, and then let's say a giraffe, just for this example, right? You want me to find the fish giraffe in between. Is that what you're saying?
No, the procession. It doesn't have to be that big of a leap.
Yeah, okay. So the perception. Yeah, so how many of these in betweens do you want? Because, I can give you like one or two. You may be like, that's not enough. Maybe you want 10, like of the thing, slowly turning into the other thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, enough to show, let's say enough to show a creature with gills, right? And then the next one, you're going to see the gills getting smaller, let's say, and the next one smaller, and the next one gone with lungs, and then the fins in sequence also turning into legs. You know what I'm saying? The scales disappearing, hair growing. You know.
I mean,
You know the difference
sounds
between
like
a fish and a mammal. Yeah.
it sounds like you're describing what happens to a fetus in a much shorter amount of time, right?
Look, you're stuck on the fetus, bro, but it doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying here. You have already a grown species and it's reproducing. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
Here's a couple of animals.
Nature of
Here's
what you're
a
describing
couple of
happening in a
animals.
much shorter period of time.
Here's a couple of animals you can actually visualize, right? A lizard, yeah? And now think about a snake, yeah? They're both in the same category, but the snake no longer needs its legs.
Dude, listen to what I'm telling you. What you're telling me now,
Snakes have
right?
legs, okay?
It has nothing to do.
I know, but it's a good example, I think, where the snakes have evolved to a point where their legs are so small you don't even see them.
So you
Saying
think
that you can
lizards evolved
imagine
into
it
snakes?
happening isn't the same as showing that it did happen. You didn't give him an example. You gave him a story about how you think snakes came from lizards.
Well, why do they? Well, that's devolution. That would be less. So de-evolution.
Oh, it's just evolution. It's more we infer this from the evidence presented, Essie. You know, there seems to be a similarity between the anatomy of different animals over time. You know, it
I'm just saying,
seems there's
since
a lot of similarities between birds and reptiles. You know,
What? Hold on.
no
I'm just saying.
scales and feathers, the
Yeah, but since you
hands
can
of
say,
human beings and the wings of bats. You know, there are these similarities we see
oh, you're gonna say
on the
similarities. I'm saying,
macroscopic
oh,
scale.
okay,
So,
right. Oh, I
yeah,
see.
but you
You're
can't be
misunderstanding.
talking to me while I'm talking, bro. What the
You're
fuck, man?
misunderstanding. You're
Yeah,
making a
but I mean, come on, control yourself. You heard me talking, you know, didn't you?
right, but you heard me talking, and what I was gonna
But I
say
was
was that
talking
snakes.
before you, bro. I
You
literally
interrupted me
started
before
way
you go.
before you did.
You said
You
oh,
you
Go ahead.
interrupted him.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Come on, guys.
Let the guy finish.
Maybe not.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. He can go ahead. What he has to say is way more important.
snakes legs. They already have them.
Go ahead, bro. Continue. What were you
Yeah,
saying?
I was just saying that on a macroscopic scale, you know, we see all this evidence and it points us in one direction. On a microscopic scale, we definitely see evolution happen in real time. We see this with bacteria. I know there's certain type of flies this has been seen with, you know, like we can see it on a microscopic scale in real time in your lifetime right now. But
You're talking
macroscopic,
macroevolution, right? You're talking like the finches' beaks getting longer and stuff like that. This is what you're talking about, right?
that's
You're not.
macroscopic. What I'm saying is because it happens over such a long period of time, this is inferred from the evidence we see. With microscopic, we could show that to you right now in real time. You know how bacteria evolves and changes to become more resistant to different types of antibiotics and medications. That we could show you. You know,
Yeah, but
with the
that's
rest,
not evolution in the way, in the sense I'm talking about. It's still bacteria, right?
but it's evolved.
Yeah, it's evolved like the finch. It has a longer beak or whatever, but the bacteria hasn't turned into another organism, right?
Become a different type of bacteria. I don't think this new type of bacteria can, when it splits itself, make the old type. You know, when it
Yeah, but
reproduces asexually, it will just be making this new type of bacteria, which is totally different from the old type that wasn't resistant to the medication.
it's still a bacteria, bro.
Yeah,
It's not.
and you know, one
but
bird
that's
can become a different type of bird.
Okay, now if you're so confident in this evolution, right, and it takes millions and millions of years, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So we have fossil remains of all kinds of dinosaurs, of all kinds of creatures, different species. Why isn't there no evolutionary record of this happening ever once?
There is though.
Not once.
There
Not
is.
once.
There is.
There is not.
There is. Like, if you want to see, like, now it may not be enough entries for your tastes, but like, if you want to see fossil record transition from, say, amphibian fishes to, I'm sorry, pure fish to amphibian fishes with lungs, they have sequences where you see the fossils of fish that go like 14 fish, between the two transitions. Now,
There's still
maybe,
fish, bro. Sorry to interrupt you.
but that's what you, but that's what you wanted though. You said you wanted to go from no lungs to lungs, right?
No, I want to go from one species to another species.
Well, species are within
I want
fish.
that fish to become a rat.
Well, that's not species.
put it-
Species would be within fish too. So, like, there's a species of fish. There's a bunch of different species of fish. So,
A genome, what is it called? A genus, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? Let's not get bogged down in words, right?
I understand what you want though, because if you say species, it means something.
Well,
there's lots of steps. Yeah, but there's lots of steps from the fish being in the water to then evolving to become, say, a fucking Komodo dragon, yeah, or a giraffe, or a lion, yeah. It's millions and millions of years of evolution, and it's millions and millions and millions of steps.
Like, for example,
that fish and that animal.
I know your story. That is not what I'm telling. That's not what I'm disputing. I know your story. I could say it probably better than you.
So I know we have transition fossils between.
I'm asking you to show proof.
I see. We have transition fossils between reptiles and mammals you could look at, which are there's 43 transition fossils. So it goes from a Paleothyrus to a Gypsonoctopus. Well, I don't know what either one of those is, but one of them is I'm looking at it right now. One of them is a reptile, and the end one is a mammal. And there's 43 things in between. They have there's fossils for all of them. Now, it may not be enough, but they have these things where they lay out the different. Here's this transition that we have so far. I bet you these 43. I bet you there's more like 1,000 between them, though. So I don't know.
Find it for me, man. Find it, and I'll stop saying it. So far, I haven't found any.
I'll DM you the list.
All right. But the people listening, don't get fooled, right? Search for yourself. You're gonna see it doesn't exist.
But Scott just found something. I don't know.
I know. He can't have found something. He would have showed it to me already. We had this discussion in Gems today already before.
Well, this is a new one. This is a different thing than I said to before.
You're not going to find it if you've already determined in your mind that it doesn't exist.
Okay,
If you're determined that it doesn't exist, no matter if we show you it or not, you've already made your mind up that it doesn't exist. You're not open to the fact that
Highlander. There's many people here.
Do you understand how profound the thing is that you're saying? If you've already decided that it doesn't exist, you're not going to find it no matter what we show you.
Listen, if it exists, show it to me. Don't preach. Don't tell me what I know, what I think. Show it to me, my friend. It's very simple. That's all you gotta do.
Scott said he was going to DM it to you.
Right now.
Why doesn't he just post it here in front of everybody?
I don't know I don't know how to post. I've been looking for the chat thing. I can if you want. I'll DM it. You can post it then immediately after we get it.
All right.
I got you, Beach. I'll give you the posting permissions. Hold on.
Damn, you ain't got my boy rolled up.
How we doing, Beach?
Yeah, you doing?
I just posted some good stuff.
Gotta get my boy rolled up, yo.
Don't know about that quantum phone.
They think a fish became a giraffe.
Oh, come on, Etsy. No one says that. Come on.
Yeah, your theory says that, bro. I'm sorry, man.
No, that's not what anybody says.
Well, that's what your theory says. Sorry.
No, the theory doesn't say that either.
It's even worse than that. It says one cell became a giraffe. How do you like that? Yeah, I know. It's hard to imagine. This is what I'm telling you. Faith. You have faith. You've been given a story and you believe it. I mean, I believed it too. But there is no evidence of it. Zero.
They're talking about superconducting sheets in a vacuum and calling it gravitational Casimir effect.
Oh, by the
Maybe
way,
we're
they made
rapping over
something from
everything.
nothing, huh? You guys knew this?
Sorry, the quantum foam. That's what they're talking about. You know, the virtual particle stuff that I'll be talking about. I'm talking about gravitational Casimir effect between two thin superconducting sheets in a vacuum. Y'all believe this shit? Y'all know that's electric. It ain't no
That's
gravity.
old news, bro. You didn't hear the latest? They
Maybe
made. Listen to this. Listen to this, bro.
slapping gravitational on the bucket. Well, like tagging it up. This is graffiti.
You ready? They made something from nothing. How do you
Is
like
that not
that?
is that not what God done?
No, this
Yeah?
we're talking about quantum foam, bro. I cited my source, bro. Take a look.
No, not quantum foam, bro. This is new stuff. Here, let me see if I can find the article. Hold on.
Guy
They
posted
called
Scientific
Domino's
American.
first. They got something for nothing. But then the new news
But making
article
something
today
from nothing
is
using
exactly what he said. Something from nothing,
matter,
supposedly.
using matter antimatter collisions. I see.
No, bro. No, this is new stuff. Hold on. This is
No,
using
new matter is
high.
created by very strong magnetic field. This news was released on the 18th of September,
This,
2022.
this man
Yeah,
knows his stuff.
they use strong magnetic fields to create matter antimatter pairs, right?
To pull matter antimatter pairs out of the quantum foam. That's
Yeah.
their bullshit. Yeah.
You don't like it?
Like it? It's complete nonsense, of course.
Why is it nonsense?
Quantum foam? That's not nothing, is it?
They
Nope,
say
it's not nothing.
they pulled a particle antiparticle out of nothing, out of the ether, out of, call it whatever you want, using
It's not really nothing.
What is it? The boson you guys are talking about?
No. This is new stuff.
Yeah, but it's not really nothing. I mean, they just say something out of nothing to sound cool and, clickbaity. But it's not really making something out of nothing.
It is, bro.
It's in a vacuum.
It's just using energy to make matter.
Listen, bro.
They use high energy to pull a matter and antimatter particle, bring them into existence.
Yeah, that's not making something from nothing. That's using energy.
Energy is not matter?
What?
You
Man,
think
they just trying to
energy
hide
isn't matter?
magnetic.
I think matter is energy. I think fundamentally everything is
Right,
energy.
but
Matter is
also
just a type.
nothing is energy. But there's
So
this
there's
thing.
really no way to ever get nothing.
Right,
I mean,
because
something
there's
from
always
Yeah,
nothing.
something there. That's like
yeah.
the
The
background radiation, the background medium that Whitsitt is always talking about. Y'all just want to
yeah.
listen to what the Scientific American says because they slap gravity on the Casimir effect using superconductive sheets in a vacuum, right? Which is nothing. And they're discovering there's
It's
something
not
there.
nothing.
No, listen, bro. It's in a vacuum. You know what a vacuum is, derpy derpy der. That means they took all the material out that they could, right? And in
You're not
between
gonna believe what they call this.
go ahead, what's it called?
They call it the Schwizzer or something like that. The Schwizzer effect. Some
Yeah.
bull like that.
Well, they're talking about these particles are winking in and out of existence. How do you wink
hmm
in and out of existence?
Yeah,
No, this
quantum
is different,
fluctuation
bro.
caused by the uncertainty principle.
No,
This is
Larry, this
well
is
known.
different.
It didn't come up with this stuff.
I'm just
No,
saying
man, you
this
guys
stuff
are
is
not getting it, bro. This is not the vacuum energy stuff that they say
sorry.
stuff pops in and out of existence. They're making stuff by using high electromagnetic. They're making
They're
stuff.
They're pulling matter from the quantum vacuum, yeah. But they're
Yes.
pulling this matter in matter antimatter pairs. But that's not making something from nothing. The headline is misleading and clickbaity. You
Yeah,
know.
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm telling you what they're saying. I'm trying to find the article now.
Okay, before this whole thing got out of hand with the whole superconductor thing, there is no superconductor. Long story short, they created a strong enough electric field that they amazingly, spontaneously create particle-antiparticle pairs from nothing. Literally nothing.
That's what they
How?
say. Yes, they pull them
Explain
out
that.
of the
Whoever just spoke now, explain that.
field,
How
I
do
think.
you create nothing using a strong electromagnetic field? What is the underlying mechanism happening here?
So, just cite your source for me, homie. I don't want to hear you say it. Show me where you got it from, please.
No, but I want to hear him explain it because he feels they really got something from
If
nothing.
he wants to, he's more than welcome to. I was just asking for the source. That's all, bro. He's gonna do what he's gonna do, right?
Yeah. He can
To
do
the
both.
person asking this question, I don't
I
know.
got it. I got
It
it.
seems
Hold
like
on. I'm
magic
gonna
to me.
post it.
It's amazing.
Can you
It's
show me the
amazing.
source? Oh, he's got it. Yeah, you guys talk about it.
Essie is gonna post it. Essie found it. There we go.
There you go, boys. Fantasy in front of your eyes. This is what you pay your high taxes for.
Yeah, but I mean, look at what they
That is
say
kind
there.
of clickbaity,
Just in
though.
the introductory paragraph,
Big
they
fish
collided
dot
two
Bull
com.
crap,
quanta
bro.
together,
Come
two
on.
quantum particles at high energies to create equal amounts of matter and antimatter. They didn't create something from nothing. The headline is just misleading. It's clickbaity, just to get people to read the article. But there's no such thing as creating something from nothing.
Yeah, but even what they explain here, you believe this? You believe that they did this? You
Yeah,
actually
Essie, why
believe that
not?
they pulled a particle, antiparticle, out of the fabric of whatever? Seriously?
Out of what fabric? They just used two high energy quantized particles and, smashed them together. And when these high energy particles smash together, they release a matter antimatter pair.
No, bro, you're misunderstanding. They didn't smash them together.
They did.
Read the article. No, they did not.
Read the introductory paragraph. We've learned how to create matter under
Keep,
specific
keep,
explicit conditions by
yeah, keep reading.
colliding two quanta together. Colliding, smashing, same thing. Colliding two quanta together at high enough energies so that equal amounts of matter and antimatter can emerge, so long as E equals mc squared allows it to happen. Come on, man.
Y'all know what this means? They just broke the first law of thermodynamics.
See if you keep
Oh,
says,
I
but
see what you
this
mean.
is not
My
that.
bad. I'm sorry, I see what you mean.
It's all right. It's all right.
That's what they're saying, right? They're saying that they've created energy from nothing. They somehow either got it from another dimension or created it from nothing, but it's something from nothing, which is supposed to be against the conservation of energy. Isn't that?
They're not saying
You
that.
know, I wouldn't bring you something that I haven't researched.
Well, I don't think that that's what's
Yes.
happening. I think that they're just like, I need to do more research.
It's nonsense, man. It's just another form of nonsense.
But why do you think that, Essie? Like, why is it that hearing this makes you so confident to be skeptical when it's like, who's to say unless we really do deep research and really understand exactly what all happened and really
I'll
look
tell you
into it?
why.
Well,
I'll
no,
tell you why.
he's done the research. He's told us he's done the research. Yes, he's done the research.
Anybody else want to take a dig?
No, yeah, you've done,
Okay.
what research have you done?
What do you think it meant, Montreal?
Sorry?
What research have you done? And
What
what do
did
you
you get out of
disagree
it? Because I just read like the first paragraph and did like a,
Yeah,
what
I'll
the
tell
person
you
just
why I
wrote.
think it's bullcrap. First of all, they believed in an ether, then they got rid of an ether. Then they came up with quantum foam, right? Now they're saying it's like, what do they call it, a field? And they're saying now It's a field, and if they can produce enough electromagnetic energy, they can pull things out of it. Now, if you guys want to believe that, that's fine with me, man. I mean, I choose not to believe that.
I guess I'm wondering why you choose
that's
that.
basically what it boils down to. But in early 22, strong enough electric fields were created in a simple laboratory setup, leveraging the unique properties of graphene, enabling spontaneous creation of particle-antiparticle pairs from nothing at all. The prediction was by Julian Schwinger. The Schwinger effect is now verified and teaches us how the universe truly makes something from nothing. So that would be a violation of the first law of thermodynamics.
Exactly. The Schwinger effect. They're even laughing at
I
you
see.
when they name it.
Yeah, no,
Now,
this
Scott,
isn't
let me
this
ask
isn't
you,
violation.
why
It
do you believe it,
contradict
Scott?
the first law. It doesn't it didn't come from nothing. It came from energy.
Yeah,
Hold on a second,
basically
Danny.
what they're
Energy
saying
became
is
matter.
they use like a mason as an example. They saying if you put the mason in a strong enough electrical field and it splits apart, it's going to pull two quarks. It's going to pull a quark anti-quark pair from the vacuum to create a new mason pair.
Hold on. Isn't a meson a fundamental particle?
It's not fundamental, no, because it's made of quarks and gluons. Quarks and
Okay, so
gluons are
it's not fundamental. Okay, all right.
But when you start saying that, like matter can't be destroyed or created,
That's what they say, right?
They're
I know,
creating it.
That's
but
law.
They're
so
leveraging
just like
graphene
from those two laws. Hold on, let me
to
finish.
create a really
So they always talk
strong
about
particle.
momentum not being able to be right. Or
Yeah, but now they're telling you that they
hold on,
did create something.
hold on, just hold on. It can't be destroyed or it be conserved, and momentum can stop. A vehicle can stop. Doesn't mean that momentum was destroyed. It means it was transferred. And this transfer of energy from energy to matter doesn't mean it's coming from nothing. It means it comes from the energy. So it's not breaking the first.
Yeah, it just takes energy from the underlying quantum field. And I'm assuming this field they're talking about here would be the electromagnetic field. So if you add more energy to the electromagnetic field, it's going to cause these virtual particles, these pairs that are pulled from the vacuum to be separated so much that they can't annihilate with each other. And they're forced to become real particles. And they thus become real by taking energy from the electromagnetic field. So no physical laws are broken. Energy is conserved, momentum is conserved, no thermodynamic laws are broken. It's fine.
It's beautiful, right? This is one of the
Pretty
reasons why I brought it up, because I knew first you wouldn't believe it. Then when I brought proof, I knew you would
No, I
make
never said I
excuses.
don't
Now,
believe it.
hold on. Just let me ask Scott one question. He asked me why I don't believe it, right? I want to in turn ask Scott, why do you automatically believe it, Scott? Is he still here?
He left. Yeah, I don't see him.
Damn. All right. Or any
He
other
left.
baller would like to take that question. Why do you guys automatically believe it and start finding
Automatically,
ways
we kind of
that it
add.
could be possible?
We understand things as simple as the E equals mc squared, but more importantly, when you start thinking about it at a real high level, do you believe, even do you understand from our perspective, that an electron is a particle?
Go on.
So if you have lots of electrons and somehow you're able to figure out a way to make them coalesce,
Hot mic,
that make matter. Not
silent
that this is
comment.
what's happening, but just in concept, just in kind of we have a particle that has mass, but energy can be in the form of things that have electrons.
An
Maybe
electron has mass?
yes.
Yeah, electrons have masses.
Electrons have mass. Okay.
Yes,
they have mass.
Electrons have mass. They accelerate them at Stanford Linear Accelerator
If I had
to
enough
near
of
light
them,
speeds, and they measure the impact and all sorts of.
if I had enough of them, could I drive them to work? Because I can take like a mass of like anything else and put an engine in it and drive it to work, right? So what kind of mass? Like, what do you
Mass,
mean by
something that
mass?
occupies space.
Wouldn't that be volume?
Like a photon?
Volume
Like
would
a
be light.
photon?
A photon
Does a
doesn't have
photon
mass.
have mass?
No, it's a rest that has rest, no rest mass.
Okay,
It
I
doesn't
was
have
just
rest.
I was just checking.
No
Just an energy
math
packet.
whatsoever.
Just
Okay,
checking.
can
Just
I
an
read
energy
this real
packet.
fast? It's in the thing that you posted. Think big, big think. Sorry. In the universe we inhabit, it's truly impossible. Sorry, in the universe we inhabit, it's truly impossible to create nothing in any sort of satisfactory way. Everything that exists down
We
to
didn't say it was
fundamental
from nothing,
levels
from energy.
can be
Yeah, the headline is
classified
misleading.
into
Come on, man.
individual
Yeah, you're
entities,
taking it too
quanta
literally.
that can be broken down further and further.
Is
These
energy
element,
nothing?
bro. Do I have
Is
to mute you?
electricity nothing?
Do I have to mute you? Can I
Why
not
would you want
read
to mute
this
me when
in
I'm trying to help
peace
you understand the concept?
while I'm reading it? How is that going to help me understand while I'm reading it and you're talking over
I
me?
couldn't tell you were reading. I thought you were just
Yes,
blurting
you
it out.
have to mute him. Yes, that's the answer to that.
Oh, just stop it, SC.
Bro, next time you like talk over somebody while they're muting, bro, you're gonna get muted. Like especially if they're reading something, because that's not hard to figure out. Act like a man. I know you think you're an animal. Act like a man, bro.
Really? Stop whining. Just read your book. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
I'm not gonna read it again. You guys are gonna have to read it or remain ignorant.
Will you read in the link Essie posted?
Yeah, it's talking about nothing doesn't exist. Every time you try to create nothing, it's impossible. And you space nerds are always going around a vacuum, a vacuum, a vacuum, lumpy gas in a vacuum. There is no fucking vacuum, bro. Nothing doesn't exist.
Do men act like little children singing,
At
taunting?
least I wasn't talking over anybody.
Which is worse, talking over somebody or acting like a little child?
Well, I mean, so
Child.
what is in the space between the gas molecules up in outer space? What is
Sure,
that?
I could keep reading. These elementary particles include quarks, electrons, electrons heavier cousin, Moons and Taos, whatever that is, neutrinos. Well, let's look that up. What is
I put to you, there is no vacuum there, or we'd be dead right now.
Why is that?
Yeah.
Why is
You
that?
know why. You know
No,
why.
tell me. Why?
You know why.
No, tell me. I want to hear.
Second law of thermodynamics violation.
Oh my God. Nathan Thompson, all will haunt us to the day we die. No, dude, just because the second law has a thermodynamic property, a property called entropy, doesn't mean that entropy is a force. Doesn't mean that it makes sure that
Yeah, but Essie never said that. I was asking. Is that his?
he's going to go there because if you have
Faith. It's another form of faith. You believe you live on a ball surrounded 70% by water. You believe you have atmos, air, in the shape of a sphere in a vacuum.
yes,
It's sheer and utter
well, can I respond?
religion,
Can I
fantasy.
respond as articulately as you explain that? Can I respond just as
Sure.
many words? Okay.
Sure.
So we believe that we have mass, and mass attracts mass, and therefore a sphere, and everything is pointing to the center of the sphere. So that principle right there gives all matter weight, including oxygen, nitrogen molecules make up our atmosphere mostly. So it would stand to reason that if things have weight, and weight is a force, that things would stick to that ball no different than a ferrofluid on a round magnet ball. No different. Just a different type of force and a source of that force. So it makes no sense to me for you to challenge that when the model makes perfect sense. Entropy is not a law. It doesn't tell stuff what to do. It's a measure of what happens.
Did you
And the
ever hear
second
me
law talks
mention
about,
that word once? Did you ever
yeah,
hear me mention that
I
word
think
once?
you're insinuating that, well, entropy, second law, means the high pressure goes to low pressure. Nowhere in the
Never
second law,
said that. Those words never left my
but
mouth.
that's what
Never.
everyone okay, well, maybe you're smarter than the rest that say that second law of thermodynamics is being challenged or broken because if you have a vacuum mixed high pressure, it has to go to that high pressure, it has to go to that vacuum. No, it doesn't. As long as there's a force, the high pressure will stay contained, will not go to the low pressure. It doesn't have to be a wall of a container. It can be any kind of force.
Yeah, Zanuck, we know your thing. We know your story. Just some of us choose not to believe it, bro. You have to accept that.
But what do you base that belief on? Because it is a belief, by the way.
Logic.
Well, what logic are you
Logic
using?
and physics.
What? Okay, back to physics. So what is entropy?
I don't give a damn. Show me a
You don't know
sphere.
what it is. Okay. So what does
Show
the
me.
second law say?
Show
You
me
said,
a ball.
you said physics.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
You said physics. You're not explaining how
Hello.
you're using
Physics. Yes, physics. Show me a physical ball
Yeah.
with water around it
How about a fluid?
and air forming a sphere around it. Hold on. In a vacuum, and then we'll say, yeah, you're right, bro. Otherwise,
Okay, how
you
about
just
how about
have
liquid?
faith. You just have faith in a model, bro.
If I have a round ball magnet and I have a ferrofluidic substance that surrounds it, it'll roughly make a quote atmosphere around it, and it will survive in a vacuum too.
Show
but
us. What did you make? Show
Danik,
us.
what he's asking you is not possible on the Earth because the Earth's gravity would take over.
Correct.
That's why
What
he's
I'm
asking
asking you
for
is
it, because
not
he knows
possible
it's
in
not
reality.
possible.
So logic, SE, means that we know air has weight. We know when we put air in a container, we can weigh it. Why is it weighed in a container? Because it has weight, and there's a higher velocity going down than any other direction, and that gives it the transfer force through the container to the scale. So we know that everything has weight. You drop something, you're a big boy now. You're an adult. You drop an apple, it hits the ground. Why? Because it has weight. Why do you know it has weight? Because when I let go of it, it accelerates at 920 meters per second squared. Means there's force behind it. So that force means that we have an atmosphere that sticks to the ball, and by virtue of this weight, we would expect hydrostatic forces, and those forces are recognized by the gradient that we can all measure. So it makes perfect sense. There's no doubt in any logical mind of why we have an atmosphere that has a gradient, why things don't fly up into the vacuum 60 miles up.
Logic has
Did you hear anything I
absolutely
said?
nothing
Were you
to
listening
do
to
with
anything
this,
I said?
Danik.
Were you listening to anything I said?
Yeah, of course, but you got to take a break. I mean, do you want another 10 minutes?
I wasn't going on.
What's the weight of a helium balloon?
You're just ignoring what I said. I spent a lot of time thinking about it and presenting it to you real slowly so you can understand where we come from. So you can
Did you hear the question that was just asked of you, or were you just talking through it?
I was trying to explain to you in such a way that you understand there is serious logic behind what I just said. It makes perfect sense.
I think percentage asked you a question.
I
Yeah,
heard
Danik,
him
you're
try to
saying
jump in,
gas
but I
has weight. So what's the weight of a helium balloon?
Depends how much helium you put in it.
Yeah. The weight of helium balloon would be how big is the balloon, and that'll give me its weight. Give me the
So
volume.
how are you weighing it?
I know
When it's going upwards, how are you weighing it?
I know the mass of helium per cubic meter. So if it's a cubic meter balloon, it'll have a weight, just like a cubic meter of air will have a certain weight.
Yeah, but weight is a measurement. We're measuring it. We're
Weight
not talking
is
about
a
just
force.
calculating it and maybe being
Weight-
wrong.
no, weight is a
so
force.
this helium balloon is floating up.
Yes.
How are you weighing it?
Well, so if you want to do it scientifically, you'll say, well, why is it floating? Well, there's other gases around it that weigh more than the helium. So we're going to remove those gases, put it in a vacuum, and then see its weight. And we'll measure exactly what we think or know weight of helium is.
No, but then you have the balloon weighing it
Do
down.
you know what the mass of helium in a 1 cubic meter balloon would be?
It depends on the balloon.
That doesn't depend on anything. What is the mass of a helium balloon? That's 1 cubic minus the balloon material.
I don't know. What's the mass of helium?
You tell me. You're so certain that you can't have weight when something's floating, but you're missing the point that you have an experiment that is seriously flawed. It's like what is
it's
a
not
brick
flawed.
weight?
You're saying it has weight always. I'm not saying it doesn't have mass.
Well, then if it has
I'm
weight,
saying
yes,
weight
weight
needs to be weighing on something, right?
Yes. Well, you put a 1 kilogram brick. Let's say you get a brick that's made about the size of a gallon jug of water, and you submerge it. What is that? Well, how much less will that gallon jug of brick weigh underwater?
You're not answering my question.
No, I am, because you're not understanding that.
No, you're saying let's change the medium. When you change the medium, you change the weight of it.
No, percentage.
No,
you're just
you
arguing.
don't change the weight.
Or just
You
arguing.
support the weight. All
Listen.
you're doing is supporting the weight, like when you
Hold on a
use
second, Michael. Hang on a second. Just one last.
Yeah,
sentence.
but it weighs differently in that guard.
Why
if I'm weighing myself in air, and I jump in the water and I weigh myself, I'm going to weigh less in the water.
Into another medium, it weighs different, but it doesn't weigh different.
Yes, you know what's funny? Here's a coincidence.
It's buoyancy and displacement.
Can I finish a sentence, please, Mike? Just 1 second, and then you can.
Sure,
respond.
I was. You interrupted.
Okay, just 1 second, Mike. Okay, then you can respond. So we know, and might be just a coincidence, that whatever we put underwater weigh exactly the volume of that object less the weight of that water for that same volume. So whatever you displace, that's how much less it weighs. Isn't that a coincidence?
No, not really.
Well, really?
Archimedes principle.
So why do you have a problem with that? When it
I don't have
shows
a problem with that.
mediums. Well, here's the net. The medium's weight is heavier than the helium balloon. That's why it floats.
Okay, and then you take away that medium, and what's weighing it down is the helium balloon. Without the helium balloon, it would just be floating. It would be the air would be everywhere.
No.
So you still haven't nailed down the weight of helium.
No. So you have the balloon inside of a vacuum chamber. You pop the balloon. You think it doesn't have weight anymore? Of course it has weight. You weigh that vacuum chamber before you have helium and without the helium. It'll weigh exactly. If that chamber is 1 cubic meter, it will exactly have the weight of 1 cubic meter of helium, and it has a weight.
It's buoyancy.
You know what that weight is?
Displacement.
Do you have any idea what the weight is?
Bro, what does it matter what the weight at the actual weight of helium is?
You can't weigh me a molecule.
Because you're making statements about where things should or shouldn't go, or if things.
Well, you're making statements about.
You don't even know what the weight of helium
you
is.
Can't prove. Prove the atomic weight of helium, will you?
Who's at the racetrack?
Zanik.
Percentage
Sounds
of
like home, brother.
We're racing out here.
F1.
I got
It
the
was
55. I got the 55 ready to run down the track for the gasser races.
Here's something you might find interesting, Zanik. I was watching a video with this professor, and he was talking about the natural laws that we have, and he was on about the knowledge of the human race, and he predicts that either when we get to a point where we meet other alien races, or the human race gets to a certain point on a Kardashev scale, that our knowledge will be so that I wouldn't say that he didn't say that we'd have to change them from being laws. They would be recategorized because our knowledge would tell us that these things are not exactly laws, but they are laws under certain conditions.
That doesn't work, bro. It's either a law or it isn't. So whoever said that, professor or not, he's mistaken.
But this is what he's saying. These are laws just now because of the knowledge that we have.
Sorry, say again?
Because of the knowledge that the human race has at the moment, then they are laws.
Doesn't work like that, bro.
No.
How does it not?
A law is just an observation that rings true under exact same circumstances every single time.
Exactly.
That's all law is.
Yep, it is. So what? So by the way, what was that in that race? Was that a motorcycle that was running down the street? Actually, kind of cool sounding.
Oh, I thought that was you.
No,
It's
like an F1. Either a motorcycle
sounds
or
like my Honda
Somebody was doing F1.
Yeah, it was a motorcycle.
Yeah.
I got a Honda 1137 that's pretty fucking bad. It's been dynoed 10 times. I got about 8,000 worth of custom work into it. That motherfucker's bad.
Like one of the rocket ship.
I had it going 211 the other day. I didn't have the ball to go any faster.
That's a little
I ain't gonna lie.
too dangerous for me.
That's fast enough, man.
I'd rather be on four wheels.
No, I'm gonna upgrade the suspension and I'm gonna go faster, but it was dipping too much, you know. And at 210,
a quarter mile? 210?
You hit 210 miles an hour?
Yeah, on a CBR 1137.
A quarter mile or just down the street?
Shit, man.
Billet. No, not in a quarter mile. I wasn't drag racing down the highway. Who goes? Streets are in the city, man. Who the hell goes?
I meant street is
200.
Hey, to me, it's
you on the highway, yeah.
pavement. Be careful.
Yeah, I only open it up on the highway. I don't like doing it in rural areas where everybody else is going 40.
Pretty fast, too.
Right.
10 miles an hour on anything.
And you, right.
Watch out for those state troopers, though. They'll be hiding.
Yeah, we drove up north, and then once you get 2 hours north, the highway is empty. There's very little traffic. And we go to this thing called the Blessing of the Bikes. And you ride your bikes up there, and this priest comes out in the Baldwin Airport, and he says blessings over everybody there and over your bike. So, but it's more fun because of that. It's a 4-hour ride, and 2 hours of it is like empty highway. We can just, nobody gives a shit. We're like, wah, 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 1340, CBR 900, just killing it.
I used to drive my race car to the racetrack up 3 hours, race called Thunder Hill. Yeah. And I got one of my competitors also doing the same thing.
What type of car?
And we, and then
in Scotland,
I was racing a turbo Porsche. It was probably a 95 turbo Porsche 993, and he probably had like 600 horsepower in it. And we'd see each other, and I'd saw him and had his numbers on the side, and his car was all packed with shit like mine was. And he'd take off, and I'd chase him. We get about 160 miles an hour, and we'd slow down, and give a thumbs up to each other. The next time, 170, then 180. It was just fun. The funny thing, we got to the racetrack the next day. We were going faster on the way to the track than we were all day on the track. On the highways, wide open.
And in Scotland, we have this thing called Thunder in the Glen, and it's where all these bikers meet up. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Thunder in the Glen.
And because there's so many bikes in the Glen and Aviemore, see people in the surrounding areas, it actually sounds like thunder. It's fucking mental.
Well, you got Island of Man, so right there, that's mental. Those videos, I can't.
The TT.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Beyond imagination.
Do you know what? I've actually been there and seen the Isle of Man race.
Oh, must be just
no shit.
Mind blowing.
That was fucking crazy. I was a young lad at the time. I think I was 10 or 11. But yeah, that was fucking crazy.
Imagine having that kind of confidence and fearlessness, drive bikes like that on kind of speeds.
It's seeing them actually take the bikes clean off the ground. That's fucking crazy.
I bet.
Isn't that like the deadliest race? The Isle of Man?
Yeah, you see some of those wrecks. The ones that the guys...
Dude, yeah. Holy fuck. Saw one where he just hits like a brick wall or...
tree.
Yeah, something like that.
Or just flies into a field. Cartwheeling.
So many bad ones.
He flies for like a mile before he stops.
Yeah, some of those were instant deaths.
A lot of them are, yeah.
Yeah, you need some set of cojones to race in that, I tell you.
No question about that.
Adrenaline, yeah.
Oh, well,
it's
I
like
got
a drug.
those cojones. I'll race anywhere, bro.
You want to do Isle of Man?
It's got to be a level surface.
Isle of Man.
Level surface.
Take your 210 to Isle
You reckon we can't race on a globe, huh?
No fear.
Yeah, go to Isle of Man, then pop off.
Well, for anybody that says changing, a
damn
damn train.
You're fearless because you already went 210, which is a feat in itself.
Yeah.
But Isle of Man is something young and the very, very talented.
Oh yeah, I know. The young, the talented with money. Nowadays, it's who's got the best motor builder, who's got the best suspension team.
Crazy. Do you see how far there's the dirt bikes now? Remember
I know.
Evo and Evo Knievel was so badass. These guys are doing it. And he'll ramp up for he'll train for like months.
I watch the
X big jump. Bro. These guys are doing his jumps on a
daily
minute by minute basis. They're flying.
Oh, they're killing them. They go over here and do a front flip, and then they do a back flip.
180 with a freaking
right.
Yeah,
the fucking Superman seat grab kills Evil.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, look at the T bucket. People talk shit
I don't
about
think
these
you do that. I
cars,
think
but
we're all too little old to develop those kind of
no,
skills. So that's what
I'm
I'm saying.
cool with that. You can see my Chevelle, my Trans Am, couple Camaros, the
I see how
Monte Carlo,
your toys. I know you got toys.
a Model A. You see the Model A back there under plastic?
Yep. My buddy's
Look,
got one
that
of those.
Model T, you know, that's about style. We're not going to beat the piss out of that, even though it's a hyped up 350 small block running on wreck fuel, you know? We're still not going to beat on it because there's no seat belts, there's no suspension. If the tire grabs and you're the passenger while I'm drifting to the right, you're going out the fucking car and I might run you over. the
Look at that
bitch
motor in that.
ride. Yeah, the bitch rides
Motor in that
like a
hot rod. I mean, look at that thing. That's probably a good. That's
it's
a
a
good
Model T. It's
800
a
horsepower
T bucket.
bucket.
Yeah, but that bitch is like riding a fucking roller coaster, bro. Miner's cart full of coal.
What do you think of the monster trucks?
Oh, I built them too.
I seen an advert that when I was on my tea break at work for the monster truck show that's coming to the UK, but apparently they're doing it at night time because all the monster trucks have got all these new fucking flashy lights on them.
Look at the Trans Am there. I already posted the Trans Am at different angles.
Yeah, that one's sick.
That's
How much is
not
that?
fake.
Where's your buddy Bert? How come
What do you have on the Trans Am? Do you have it? Is it stock or do you have any like?
Oh hell no! It's a
That's all. Look at the
592.
size of the tires in that thing. They're
Yeah, that's mad.
It's
I
a
didn't see that.
592,
Yeah.
5-speed, 592, 453 rear end greer. It's a chopped 3 inches. I got 4-link suspension in the rear end. It's badass. This is my 68 RS SS Rally Sport Super Sport. I couldn't choose on high gloss black or candy apple red, so I said, fuck it, I'm gonna fade to black. That's got a 350 small block punched out 60,000s. It runs E80. This is nothing you're gonna. I took it to Woodward, which is about 100 miles there and back. So I get a $1 a gallon. You know what I mean? 100 miles, $100.
Check the rims on that fucking thing.
So Woodward, if you get on the videos on YouTube and see Woodward, you'll see me and my Camaro, my buddy, and my Trans Am, and then my other buddy in his REO Speedwagon. We ordered pizza right there on Woodward Ave. If you know what Woodward is, it's in Detroit. People go up there and we just beat the piss out of our cars, you know. And they let us, the cops.
Oh, the main street?
On the
Is
main
that-
street. Yeah, listen, it's the
They don't
motor.
care? The cops
Think
don't
about
care?
it. Think about it. It's a motor motherfucking city.
Yeah.
And it's Motor City Madness, baby. We're gearheads. This is Michigan. You know? Look, the Model A, I got this motherfucker already with a 455 rear end gear. It already came chopped, dude. All I gotta do is fucking black cherry. That's not black cherry, that's candy apple red over gold. Real candy apple red. It's House of Colors paint, bro. No
about
offense,
those
but
rims though.
the paint.
Too chrome.
Yeah, some people
Too
say
disco. But I like the color, and I love that. I mean,
It
that's
goes with the
Oh,
air,
shit.
dude. It's a 68.
Yeah.
I bought this. Look, I bought that Model A for $3,500 out the barn. I couldn't
Does it have the
believe it.
automatic headlights, or is that the one that has the?
Yes, it does.
It's what, like 19?
It's
early
got hideaway
1900s?
headlights.
That's one of my favorite cars. I love. That's one of the best cars ever made. That
1930 something.
Oh,
yeah,
30s.
the RSSS is the sexiest car made.
Yep.
So I got more Corvettes than anything, but I got a lot of RSSSs. If you look at the picture up there, yeah. If you look at the picture above it, that's a 67 that's in primer behind the Trans Am. That Camaro is going to be that you can see behind the T-bucket. I'm making that exactly like the Shocker. The Kai Kelly edition. I'm going to sell it right out of here, out of the garage, with the LS6. With a shot of nitro in the turbine. You're supposed to be able to get 1,200 horsepower out of a LS6 with a turbine. So I'm going to grab a shot of nitrous and see what I can do with bigger injectors, and a Dominator fuel system and computer. I mean, it's some work. But when you got money to play with, you know, and you're good at building them, that's the thing. Before I'm done, I got so many people that hang out around the garage. They just hang out. So before I'm done, I normally have offers on my cars already. People already want an addition. So I keep buying them. And because I run a salvage yard, I buy every field full of junk cars I see, and that just makes more money I haven't spent money on the cars in a long time. I just make it off the salvage yard. And that's free money. That's just, my little brother runs it. He didn't have a job, so I bought 6,000 cars from up north and brought them down here and put them on my property and said, start telling parts, bro, you know. I give him a paycheck. And once we made more than I spent, I started giving him bonuses every week. Because he sells parts. That means he goes and pulls them and all that shit, you know. He's the one that takes that shit down. Takes it off, sells it.
6,000 cars?
Yeah, up north they don't have salvage yards. They don't have scrap yards. They have to drive 4 hours to scrap a load of steel.
Were they like trashed cars?
Trash? No.
Like working cars, or like like cars that need to be salvaged, basically?
No, not salvage cars. Most of them were 90s and early 2000s. And they're parts cars, you know.
Yeah.
Yep, that's tight. I don't like to change my body too much. My body lines on that. But, I mean, I can show the Trans Am from a lot of angles, dude. Trans Ams I got a lot of, too. But, I mean, a lot of people up here had them, you know. So they're in fields, they're in barns, all that.
So graphene can be used to separate these matter and antimatter pairs. And if you could separate them and keep them from collapsing back into each other, annihilating each other, then you've created these particles into existence like permanently. And if you could do this, you could create energy. And the whole conservation part, the first law of thermodynamics is done. This is free energy. If this is what they're saying is true, this is free energy out of nothing using graphene.
It's not free energy. It's just converting energy from one form to another.
Yeah.
Converting it from what?
Yeah, but how affordable can it be done?
Well,
And how efficiently?
Listen, it's kind of like solar, is what he's saying.
Right, you still need something to get something else. But
He says out of nothing.
how efficient and how
nothing but a magnetic field. They're getting particles.
I'm with you. Yeah, well, we do that when we wave magnets in front of it, you know, and steel in front of magnetic fields, and we're collecting energy that already exists with an alternator or a generator. We're not creating it, we're collecting it.
Yeah, but this is creating like a chain reaction. I'll post this right here.
So you're not creating it. You're just transferring it. You got your kinetic energy. You're moving to electrical energy. There's nothing's being created or destroyed. It's just being transferred.
From what, bro? From what?
You have to move the magnet.
No, just tell me what you're transferring it from.
Well, from magnetic energy to electro.
He asked. Hold on, Mike. He asked me a question. You have the motion. You have this force that you created, pushing the steel bar across a magnetic field, and that will induce an electric current. That will create energy.
Yeah.
It'll transfer. Sorry, not create. I'm me saying it now. It will transfer energy. It'll transfer
from electromagnetic,
the kinetic energy to the electrical energy. Both same energy.
It's both.
Same energy, same joules, same measurement units of measure. It's just one is created by one is transferred by doing the motion, by adding the force to the system.
Listen, we only change the state. It's electromagnetic field.
The
so
electromagnetic
you're just
field
separating the electro from the magnetic.
Field does nothing until you break the electromagnetic field's lines of flux. Once you break those field lines of flux, you can induce current.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying it takes electricity to create a magnet.
Hold on, Mike. You can't transfer 100%. You're going to have efficiency loss, but you can transfer the motion, whatever it took to break those field lines of flux. That energy gets converted into electrical energy. Nothing was created or destroyed. Just transferred at a loss. At a loss.
Listen, to have an electromagnetic field, you need flowing photons.
Really? Flowing protons?
Right. Yeah, so that's already electric. You're not.
No, magnetic fields have no energy in them innately.
They're induced from electric.
No, you only induce by breaking the lines. You don't induce. Magnetic fields do not create any energy. There's no energy in a magnetic field.
No, they're a product of energy moving.
No, they're not. They're not.
Yes. Why is it called electromagnetic then, Zanik? You need the movement of electricity.
You have to have energy, yes. You'd have to have current flowing that create an electromagnetic.
You need electric. You need the flow of.
The field itself doesn't do any work. The field itself does no work.
I'm not saying it does work. I'm saying it's a product of electricity. This is why it's. You're taking energy that started as electricity, moved to EMF, because even in your circuits you got an EMF field from the movement of electricity. All right, and
only when there's motion.
I just said from movement of electricity.
No. So let's say you have the electromagnetic field. Hold on, hear me out. And I'll
if there's no electricity, there's no EMF field.
Hey, I just offered you something.
Can I get a consensus
let me finish my sentence, and you can go. Hold on. Let's go back and forth.
Yes or no? Does it take a movement of electricity to create EMF?
Hold on, Michael. Are you obsessed? Hang on a second.
No, you keep changing the point.
Let me finish a sentence, and I'll be done. Seriously. So you create an electromagnetic field. Yes, it takes power to do that. That power is released in heat energy. There's no work being done, physical work. There's no kinetic energy being created. All you do is you're running current through resistance, and there's I squared R losses. Heat will be generated. No work is.
Yeah, when you make contact.
But there's no energy being released. That field is doing nothing. That field only does work when you break those field lines of flux.
Heat is energy by definition.
Yes. That's how it's being released in the form of heat energy, yes, but not in the form of electromagnetic. The electromagnetic field is not doing anything. Nothing can happen with magnetic fields.
I never said it did anything. I said within it. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. That's why I jumped in.
No, you keep. That's why I said you keep arguing a point I'm not making. You said we're transferring energy. It was already transferred from electricity to EMF. Now we're just taking it back to its original.
No, that's the wrong term. It's not electromagnetic forces. The back EMF or electromagnetic force is not created. It only has to. That only is created when there's motion.
So you're saying a magnetic field can exist without the flow of photons? Is what you're saying?
A magnetic field.
Yes or no?
Yes. Photons flow. No, not photons.
What?
They're not photons. They could be considered virtual photons, but they're not really photons.
Does electricity have to move to have an EMF field? Yes or no? Come on, you keep dancing around it. It was electricity
you're loading the
to begin with. I'm not.
You
That's
can't
why
have
it's
EMF.
electromagnetics.
No, but it's not. You do not have EMF with a electromagnetic field. That it's only created when you move something to break the field lines of flux.
I'm telling you, electricity flowing through a wire has an EMF field around it. You're wrong.
A magnetic field.
Wrong, Xanac.
No, electromagnetic field. It comes from electricity. This is why it's a specific definition.
I learned about it years
It's
ago
not.
being a computer
EMF
Hold on,
does not
Xanac.
mean
Hold
electromagnetic
on, Xanac.
field. It means electromagnetic
Xanac.
force.
No, force. Let's see. These people are stuck on
Like
force.
back EMF.
Xanac,
I
give me
You
know.
rotate
a
a
second, Xanac.
magnet. When you rotate a magnet and it's
Okay,
dragged due to magnetic
electrons,
force.
not photons. Photons,
Photons?
electrons. Yeah,
Flotons?
whatever.
Is that what you said?
Flow these tons,
I won't
man.
stop talking.
Teabag them.
Okay.
I know.
All right, so what I want to point out is that everything in nature appears to be electromagnetic. And there is nothing in nature that isn't either some kind of electromagnetic. So,
Electromagnetic? Really? No,
excuse me.
that's not true.
Be quiet. Right? Everything has a charge or something in nature, and they've been trying to hide this for like 100 years, right? They say solar winds. They don't say like solar electric winds, right? They say magnetic, but they really talk about virtual particles popping in out of existence. And it's like, wait a minute, this is really weird that they're talking about creating something out of nothing. Like, if that's true, that's like free energy. And this was predicted like a long time ago and just got proven because of the new technology that we've been using with graphene. So that's free energy, guys. If what they're saying is true, because you can't create something out of nothing, but that's what they're claiming that they're doing. Creating energy out of nothing. Because if they have the ability to collapse, when they collapse, that's what makes what makes the charge? Because you got a negative and a positive, right? And when there's a flow, anyway, this is blowing my mind. I don't know what to think about this. How can you create something out of nothing? Unless there's a background something that we don't know about, and we peeled it back and looked. Isn't that what we thought they were doing? They were peeling back like levels of reality, and damn, I shouldn't have did that DMT.
How are you, Larry?
Good. We're poking into the the unseen, the unknown parts of the, I don't know, is it like dimensions? Because that's what my grandmother told me. It was like different dimensions. But she wasn't talking about like X, Y, and Z. She was talking about like you can peel back the fabric of reality, or I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm good, bro. I'm really good. One beer.
Hey, can't you demonstrate the principle that I'm talking about with 2 wires, a screw, and a fucking battery?
Yeah, in the ground with a little water on it.
Yeah, it creates an electromagnetic field.
Yeah, Xanac's wrong. Everything is
Through the
electromagnetic. I was
movement
warned
of
about playing video
electrons
games with a
in a
computer.
wire.
Go ahead.
Well, it's the most basic science. It's the easiest science experiment when they tell you to do one. You just make a magnet. You create a magnetic field by making it flow through a circuit.
Right. We no doubt that happens. And I was talking about back
the
EMF.
movement of electrons
Of course, you're talking
creates a
about magnetic fields.
creates a magnetic
But
field.
there's no work being done by that field. That field does no work. No energy in that field.
I
at all.
never said it did work.
Okay, then we're on the same page. Then the only work to be done is
Yeah,
to break those field lines.
I'm saying you can extract from it, and that's what we do with generators and alternators. We extract electrons from that field.
They extract electrons from that field.
Yeah, a generator and alternator doesn't create electricity. We don't know where it comes from. We just create a state where
We do. It'll induce current flow in an opposing coil.
Induction isn't creation.
No,
we don't create electricity.
induction is
Electricity is
induction is
natural
the
phenomenon,
cause
bro.
and the okay. It induces. So when I say it induces current flow in an opposing coil, in a nearby coil, can you not induce current into another coil? If I break the field lines,
you're trying to confuse the
if
point.
I have a coil of wire, if I have a coil of wire and I pass it through electromagnetic field, an EMF field, field, not fluid.
Well,
hold on. Will I induce? Dude, Mike, you're impossible to talk to. Will I induce current? Will I induce current in that? Will I induce current in that idle coil?
Yes. How many times do I got to say it? That's
Right.
basically what an alternator does. We didn't. Induction is where you transfer it from one to the other.
Energy by breaking those field lines of flux. Yes.
We agree on that. You just described what a generator does. That's what I said it does.
Yes.
But
until you don't break those laws.
I said we don't create it. We don't create it. We
It's
don't
not
create
electricity. You're just transferring the energy.
That's what induction implies.
Yes, but if you didn't have
these
those
are
lines
specific words, bro.
Mike, please. If you didn't break those field lines of flux, there'd be no induction. There'd be no current. There'd be no magnetic lines.
Listen, what does that have to you
all
keep
the
on?
current, all the current flowing through the wire would go up in heat.
No, nobody argued about that. Why do you? What is the point you're trying to make with that?
Arguing just to argue right now.
No, you are, dude.
That's what you're doing.
You are. You're not even.
Sending his man.
The point is, we don't create electricity. We don't know where it comes from. It's just a natural phenomenon that we know how to induce.
Really?
And we actually, so you need that magnetic field to even induce energy. Where does that energy come from?
No, you don't. There's no magnet in a battery. I can induce current without magnetic field. So that's a
how'd you get fucking current in the battery, motherfucker? Without magnets, how did you induce it and actually charge a fucking battery?
I can have two.
I thought so.
No, I'm going to tell you. It's very easy to do. How do you think a battery is made? You can have two different materials that'll have a difference in potential between them.
Well, I know that. You can also use fucking fluids that already have
chemicals.
in them.
Chemicals that have
electrolytes.
That have a chemical reaction to create them. All you need is a differential in voltage. That doesn't just. It doesn't tell you have a magnetic field.
Induction.
Oh my god! Every time I'm talking, you got to talk over me. Every single time. I'm letting you talk. Just don't talk over me. So you don't need a magnet to create to charge a battery.
Okay, no, you don't. But you need it for consistent energy.
One way, magnets are very useful. So the whole point is, Mike, that you agree with me on is that magnets are very useful in the process of transferring energy. Example, like you said, making an AC generator. I got to turn it with magnetic energy. It breaks the field lines of flux. It induces current in the wire, and then it charges the battery. We all agree. We're arguing for the sake of arguing. I don't think we disagree.
No, I don't. That's why I was saying, how does it change the point? We agree. We've agreed on everything.
You need a magnet to create.
You just changed my wording.
No, you clearly said.
No, you need the magnet to make the magnetic pickups make an alternator work. Do they not? Fuck.
Magnetic pickups? There's no magnets in an alternator.
No, there's armature. There's pickups.
No, you apply a voltage to the coils.
The pickups become magnetic.
You mean
they get charged when you take that shit.
Magneto. So a magneto, yes. You spin the magneto, you create electricity.
Yeah.
But that's one way. You don't have to.
Yeah, that's just one way. I know this.
You said you couldn't make electricity without a magnet. And I said you can't.
No, a magnetic field.
You can create electricity without a magnetic field. All you need is a potential difference. That doesn't denote a magnetic field.
I know.
Magnetic field will arise out of it, but it's not needed to.
Well, give me an infinite free power source when I can create that potential differential without any work or input or induction.
for input or induction. Well, the
That's the
energy.
point. I mean,
Well, no, we know there's materials that have differential. They can have differential voltages. That'll actually allow current to flow.
yeah, he was talking about a state that would create that, where you can just infinitely draw from a natural source. That's what you're trying to talk about, right, Larry? So
Larry,
he's not saying it's free, because yeah, work's got to be done, but it's feasible for that work to be done on long-term
Yeah,
fucking
exponential.
scales.
Yeah.
Right.
This is the new, like, thing that we're going to be studying, like, heavily all over the world for the next 5 years at least. Like, it is going to happen. Single atom layer sheets of graphene, and the Casimir effect is creating.
Yeah, listen,
these-
bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
You need to present this argument for these motherfucking nerds as sustainable energy instead of free energy. Sustainable energy that just means that you could build it right there on your farm or your plot or wherever you're building your home, and you could sustain it on your own.
That's right.
Because the system's going to create work, and you're going to have to do work to maintain the system. So that's what he's saying. It's not really free, but to me and you, it's sustainable. Hell, I mean,
like nuclear fusion and nuclear fission, both are sustainable.
Oh man, they're a lot of fucking work though.
But they're sustainable, and if we can develop a way to have fusion,
not though.
If we can have a fusion reactor, then we're really in good shape, and that's what's being worked on now. Hopefully, that'll that'll be our answer. No toxic radioactive waste, and unlimited power for.
Question is, how are you going to rub gravity on this?
Rub it. You gotta rub it like a dry spice. Before a barbecue, and then we're gonna smoke it in a little Einsteinian shit. Smack it with some Euclidean geometry.
No, it's more like Khufu was here, bitch. Khufu, that's my pyramid.
Where the hell Kusho go? I ain't heard that motherfucker debate or even talk in a long time.
I just want to talk with Witz and Elijah about this shit. Man.
Tammy. My ex-wife's name's Tammy.
Uh-oh.
That's why all three of my children have T names. It was Michael and the 4 T's. Now it's Michael and the 3 T's. And they were all, well, not all of them. T-Dub.
You're talking about tea, now I'm thirsty. I'm all out of beer.
Hey, I got some marijuana tea right now. I got hard cider, Larry. Shit. I felt a little nippy today. Fuck it. It's that time of year.
Yeah, I could tell when you first started talking that you had a drink. But yeah, you're right. It's that time of year where the weather's changing. You might as well put a little alcohol in your throat.
Oh man, apple cider does wonders for the body, whether it's in a hard state or a natural state or vinegar. Apple vinegar is good for cleaning the body out. My grandma used to give me a spoonful of 5 different things every damn morning. And people say that shit don't work, but here I'm 50 and I look 30. So, I'm not arguing it. I'm like, if cod liver oil makes your joints not hurt, use your cod liver oil. if you still got... Oh, I know. We only did one a week. You don't do that every day. You don't need
this one guy from Electric Universe gave a testimony to where he was like a top tier like brain surgeon in the country, and he was taking too much cod liver oil, and like the next thing he knew, like he was so sick that he could barely stay awake like 4 hours a day. And in that 4 hours a day, he had to like figure out what was wrong with him, because the rest of the time he was either like incapacitated like mentally or like physically asleep.
How much was he fucking taking today? Holy shit.
Anyway, yeah, ever since then I'm like, damn, like be careful with that, because Well, how much cod liver oil would you come across in nature? You know, like distilling things can be, you know,
Yeah,
right? So,
that's why
there's
we only use a teaspoon to oil your joints
yep, like a week.
one a week.
Yeah, I wouldn't take like 4 or 5 a day or anything like that.
Hell no.
Vitamin D is also
Well, I
good
wouldn't
about
eat.
2 weeks.
I wouldn't eat liver and onions, even though it's good for me. I wouldn't eat that 3 times a day.
Hell no.
Nothing.
No.
That's gluttony.
Yeah, like once a week is good for like if you do a different one every week, like 1 week kidney, 1 week liver. I guess
Yeah.
you can do it like all the time, but
I
there's lots
I
of
eat,
nutrients in there.
I eat a lot of chicken, a lot of fish, and a lot of fruits and vegetables. If I make a burger, it's gonna have a few different kinds of cheese and everything from the garden that I can fit on that bitch. Most people like pickles. I like cucumbers on a burger.
I
My
want to know more
daughter's.
about this.
Go ahead.
I want to know more about this. Like, where can I find more article? Because what did they say? They created a new thing, right? It's where did I post? Fuck. Where did I put that shit? Damn.
Isn't it funny how you can change the density of the medium by adding or removing electric flow? You can even change the density of materials or weights with flow and resonance.
Superlatus. Well, I don't know what superlatus is, but I gotta get me some of that. It says with many intricate and counterintuitive properties. I want some superlatus, yo.
Superlatus.
That's
You
what they
mean?
created.
Oh, created.
A type of material known as superlatus. Yeah.
They manipulated. We manipulate materials, but we're not creating anything because you're just playing with what already exists, man.
Yeah, I know. The people that wrote the article, they probably want people to be dumb and think that you can violate the first law of thermodynamics.
Right.
And we know that there's a background medium, and what they're doing is they're finding out that they've been chasing their tails for 107 years, and you know, people like flat earthers that were talking about, hey, what about this 0 point energy thing and the Casimir effect and the fact that gravity doesn't work at the quantum level? It's like, you shut up, gravity's awesome. It's like, well, you think we
Yeah,
should look into that Casimir effect thing? Like, no, shut your mouth.
that's why the standard model isn't unified, right? They all argue that this proves that, that proves this, but the standard model isn't even unified from megascopic to microscopic. They say what's true at a microscopic level changes when you build out a building bricks that all have the same fucking principles. It's like I can build a wooden house out of bricks or a brick house out of wood, because when I put so much wood together, all of a sudden it's going to act like brick. Well, this could be true if we petrify the fucking house after we build it. But it can't be true for changing brick to wood. That don't ever happen. Just like, greater
I sure
mass.
wish I could have been a fly on the
What
wall.
if you pump?
Scientists were
What
like,
if you pump the air
watching.
out of the wood?
Sorry, hold on. I wish I could have been a fly on the wall while these scientists are like pulling out these particles out of the vacuum and going, remember that ether thing? Fuck. Well, fuck.
Yeah. I said you can
Sorry.
make wood into rock. You can do that. Petrified wood is brick. But you can't make brick into wood.
Okay.
but we can petrify wood. I pull logs out of my river from logging that are petrified. Like, we tried to drag one out because the boat kept hitting it, and the damn thing was so heavy I had to get a Bay City crane. And I put a walkway down it. It's a Grand River Trail, goes to all the way down the Grand River, runs north to south. The north branch of the Kalamazoo River runs east to west. They meet. I made a walkway because I own all the way to the rivers, but I made a walkway where people who canoe the Kalamazoo or the Grand River, they canoe it. I made a place where they can stop, a sanctuary. I mow it all. I plant food up there like corn and stuff for deers and animals, and it right there by the water. On my property, I don't hunt. I go somewhere else. So there's food and water here for wildlife. So it's a wildlife trail. I got deer everywhere on my property. I got hordes of turkeys. The coyotes come around because there's turkeys. They'll come through. It's crazy. My dog don't fuck with the turkeys, but coyote come through and grab two. They're quick. They just come through and got him by the neck before the turkey even knows that his head's bit off. You know, there's squirrels. We got acorns and walnuts.
Sorry, Mike. Really high-speed footage of a guy shooting a turkey with one of those razor arrow tips, and it just totally
Annihilated the turkey.
just thud, you know?
Yeah, I shot one with a rifle one time. My dad said, go get a turkey. I went out there and shot it with a 30 cal. It disappeared. I was like, man, the fuck I'm supposed to shoot a turkey with? He was like, I was only 12. He said, hey, you're supposed to take the bow and arrow out there. What the hell are you shooting out there, boy? I said, I got some turkey feathers. Hey, turkey eggs are good for anybody. We find them everywhere, man. You can cook them. You can cook duck eggs, goose eggs. Oh, that shit's good.
So, Michael, do you think or Battle whatever the hell they call you?
It don't matter.
Do you think that I have to reconsider ether now? Because if we're pulling shit out of the ether's ass, you can't say it don't exist.
Well, that's what a luminescent ether would be, just a magnetic background field. Hey, look, this is my buddy. This motherfucker just hopped up to the house and he won't leave my porch. I was like, man, I can't believe the dog didn't fuck with him. The dog seen him there, was staring at him. He was sitting there on the ground just staring at my dog. I was like, this is fucking crazy. And I went over there and he turned and just started staring at me. So I was like, okay, all right. I took a picture. Like, you just gonna hang out, huh, motherfucker? Up here snatching flies off my porch. I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, I might have to dig a hole and bury his ass come winter and keep him. If he keeps hanging around, I'll put him in an aquarium in the fucking house. So that's a bullfrog. For any motherfuckers that ain't never seen one. They out here, man, the bullfrogs get, 2 pounds. I've seen a 3-pound bullfrog, big motherfucker. And there's fish out here that can eat them in one bite, too. There's big fucking trout, big bass right down through here. 2 rivers meet, and creates a eddy, a circular swirl before they go downstream, and that makes a pond. Can't swim in the pond, though, because it has a really rough current. It'll swish you around. You can't bobber fish in this pond. I mean, you can, but when I do it, I cast the bobber out there and I just leave the reel open and let it drift the bobber way out into the middle of the river. Because it'll just circle around back to you. Maybe even go downriver. Shit, there's big fucking catfish here too. I seen something this morning. It was 4 foot long. I'm pretty sure it was a big cat, big channel cat.
Hello, catfish.
Me too. Shit, you. Them channel cats
Yo,
aren't
Mike,
good.
your
Good for
girl
eating.
catfished me, but I still let her petrify my wood and turn it into a rock.
Whoa, what girl? What girl are we talking about? My daughter or my ex-wife? You did me a favor. If you're talking about my daughter, I'm gonna have my oldest daughter, who was naval ELIN officer, find you, and I'm gonna hunt you down and end
Yeah, she
you,
a freak.
motherfucker. My youngest daughter's 17. My oldest daughter's military trained. So, do what you do, player.
One of them's is fighting
Yeah,
words.
shout out to JJ in the chat.
Yeah, either one of them would probably whoop your ass. I'd bet money on it. Buy you a
You'd
truck
lose.
if you. I'd buy you a truck if you can whoop my oldest daughter's ass. She's a pretty bad bitch.
Let's do it.
Shit, we can tape it and
What kind of truck?
we can live stream it. Truck? I didn't say marry my fucking daughter.
No, you
What
said you'd
the
buy me a
hell?
truck.
No, I said I'd pay you. If you could
I
whoop
thought you
her.
said you'd buy me a truck.
No, that's if you marry my fat sister. Are you that brave? Tell him, Larry.
It would have to be a really fucking nice truck, like
Well,
diamond encrusted
I'm
and
down
shit
for
like
that. This is a big bitch we're talking about, bro. I mean, if you're gonna love her, you gotta love her, man. I'll get you a fucking.
Yo, fat girls need love too.
You can get a HD with all the accessories, bells and whistles. I might even pull in the garage and tune it for you at 0 miles, and then dyno it. I got a dyno out there. We put a turbine on the LS6 HD. It'd be a fast motherfucker. I buy them for the company. I only got 3 because you can't spend fucking 40,000 on every damn truck that's just hauling a trailer, you know. Equipment deteriorates. You got $2 million worth of equipment, and eventually it's going to be a couple $100,000 worth of equipment because it's going to be outdated. But if it does the job, damn it, maintain it and keep it. That's how I feel. I mean, my grandfather started this business on 40s Fords and 60s Chevys, and then everything became a 79 Chevy truck, 1 ton, 3/4 ton, half ton. And I still own most of those, the 70s. I don't like to sell 70s trucks. Keep them. They're good fleet trucks, good, easily maintained, cheaply maintained fleet truck. Don't have a bunch of computers, injectors. It's got fire, gas, heating and cooling, suspension. As he went straight to, I let your girl petrify my wood, motherfucker. That was a good one. I'm so high I couldn't even think of a respawn, damn it. Other than I'll hunt you down, boy. I mean, if that's my ex-wife, I don't give a fuck.
No, not your ex-wife, definitely not.
Oh, yeah, no, you're doing me a favor, bro. You can drive the Corvette if you're screwing the ex-wife, eh? I'll maintain it for her, but you got to keep that bitch happy so she don't come to my house.
No, thank you.
Otherwise, if you're not doing your job, I'm going to come find you, drag you out of the barn away from that young chick and kick your ass and send you back home to the old bitch. Bring a county sheriff. I'll bring my county sheriff cousin with me to escort you home. I got another cousin that's a judge. We'll hook you up with the domestic violence if you don't follow the rules. Get you on house arrest.
Yo, you'd be doing me a favor, putting me in jail.
Get him on house arrest. We'll turn him into a farmer, a Yankee farmer. He'll never leave. He'll get
whatever you
fat
do to get me away from that woman.
Get him fat on peach cobbler and The chick won't be that much smaller than him anymore.
Lord have mercy.
Man, I was thinking about getting me a fat chick, man. I mean, I don't think none of my nephews want to steal my fat chick.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest. One of the craziest chicks I had was a chubby one.
Oh, sexually crazy? I'm
Yeah,
assuming
like
that's
she was a freak.
so you
man.
meant freakiest, not craziest.
Yeah.
Freakiest bitch I ever
No, but it
had.
was crazy because most can't keep up. But this girl, she like
You know what
all
I
night,
heard?
man.
This girl would take it anywhere. He'd put it all night long. See that plant? That's a properly pruned outdoor plant. That shit right there is two shades of purple now, with orange hairs. My son tried to tell me all them plants are purple because it's getting cold, Dad. I said the whole fucking field would be purple, dude. Come on, think about it. If it was temperatures, all my weed would be purple, right? Because it's all getting the same damn temperature. But we live by water supply, so until the water cools off, it's going to be hot and humid around these, warm and humid. Shit, dude, half the time I'm choking not just from allergies, but all the moisture in the damn air. I pretty much live in a swamp, surrounded by water. Come on, man. See this Pontiac Le Mans convertible I'm converting to a Judge? It's a 68. I pulled this out of a barn. No interior, no frame, nothing. For $100 bill. It was solid metal though, and it had a title. I get dude $3,000 for it. I've been working on that car like 3 years now though. I had to collect everything for it, The Judge hood, the rear spoilers, bumper mounts held me up for a while. I finally got the specs offline and just fabricated my own bumper mount.
It's pretty cool. So that's pretty cool that you just made your own bumper.
Bumper mounts, yeah, to hang the bumper.
Oh. Then it's not that cool.
Well, I had to fabricate them, center and locate the bolts.
Yo, what's a fabric that's fabricated?
Yeah, it's fabricated.
Yeah, MJ.
It's a riddle. What's a well, not really a riddle, but just a question. What's a fabric that's fabricated?
All fabric is fabricated. Fabrication is assembly, putting together. You fabricate things.
The other kind of fabricated.
You fabricate fabric. Yeah.
Like fake fabricated.
How's the 65?
There's no such thing, bro. Why do you gotta make up words and pretend like there's something they're not, bro?
The answer is space-time. The fabric of space-time is a fabrication.
That's a candy apple over Matty Black. It came out like brandy wine with ambient.
Yeah, it looks too dark to be candy apple.
It's candy apple. It's just true candy apple. You spray. You put down 3 coats of primer, then base coat. Your base coat will be white, bright white, so that when you spray gold off of it, the gold pops really high. Then you spray a good quality of candy apple, doesn't have to be house of color, over the gold. And without the white base coat and the gold, it's not true. It's not true candy apple. If you skip any of that, it's not true candy apple.
So why does it look so dark? Do you skip the white?
No. Well, I put the white down because white is like most primers filler. You gotta sand it down, but the white is just a base coat, and it comes out really flat and really thin. And then you wet sand all that, and that's what gives you the perfect surface to paint on any color. It stands off of white. But I put matty black, which is like satin black for you people. It's a flat black. I put flat black on it, and then I sprayed candy apple over it. Next one I'm gonna do is it's gonna be gunmetal gray over base coat, then candy apple.
It's a matte black, not a matty black.
Matty,
Fucking
matte.
redneck.
I'm not a redneck. I'm a body man, and all body men call it "hand me the matty." We don't say matte. Why? Because they'll hand you a car mat. Think you're putting in the interior.
Fair enough.
So
they should know better if you're painting.
This is true, but not every laborer in the damn body shop knows everything. Most of the guys I don't want them to know shit about paint because I don't want their 2 cents. I've been doing this since I was a child, man. I was airbrushing at 12, My first Mustang had Eddie on it from album cover from Iron Maiden the Trooper. I paint flames on the car, put a flip front end on the motherfucker hydraulic. I flipped the fucking hood up. The last hood, I had to fill it in with fiberglass and then bondo the shit out of it so I had a real smooth surface that I could paint. And the flames I painted on the outside of the flip front end, I also painted on the inside. And I put a bunch of purple streamer lights in it. Like you get chrome racing radiators. I put chrome hoses, braided hoses, everything's chrome. And you put the streamer lights under the hood and light it up and have a grill you can see through. And then you look, when you're riding down the road, you can see the engine compartment and all the chrome right through the grill. Works good on Mustangs. So a guy pulls up next to you and sees all the lights, he thinks, yeah, this is a cafe racer. But if he's seeing you coming from the other way, all he sees is motor reflecting light.
Yeah, Bounce, you're right. It does look like black cherry.
Yeah, it came out looking like black cherry, but it fades. The reason you do that is you put the ambient clear coat on it, and depending on the angle of light, ambient means the full spectrum exists in it. So the full spectrum of color exists in the ambient clear coat. You spray it over the paint job, and those colors reflect light at different angles. And then you could park it under a parking lot light, in a store or something. Come out, and the front half will look one color because it's in the shade, and the back half that's lit up will have 5 different colors because it's all getting different angles of light, I spray candy coated paint jobs, flip flop, all that. I can put a $20,000 paint job on your car. That takes a long fucking time though, like a museum quality restoration. It takes a long time because you got to get every sticker that it came with. It's got to be the complete stock specifications, and then it has to be laid perfect. And you don't, a lot of us hot rod guys will put it all back together and then paint it. We'll paint the bolts and everything, But on a museum quality rebuild, you paint all the body panels without the bolts in them, and you paint the bolts, because they come black. So you paint them to look factory black again, or you have them black oxide dipped. You clean all your bolts and you just have them re-black oxided, which is black rust protecting, but it's a matte black. So museum quality, you have to even restore the bolts. Every bolt you're going to put back into it. Well, that's what I prefer to do, though. I mean, I like my resto mods, but whenever you can put a car back to classic, when it's so close to classic, fresh body, no Bondo, you should take it back to classic stock. So it exists. I mean, you just don't tame a classic. Like, I got a 63 split window, been waiting forever, had a million ideas what I was going to do with it. And when I actually did it, I took the motherfucker back to classic. So I just couldn't fucking do it. I couldn't fuck it up, resto mod it. The new suspensions, new motors, all that stuff just makes it faster. Some of these cars are most sexy in their original. Like the 65, I like the 65 500 GT, but I think they're best in their classic condition. I gotta get off this beautiful Oni page. There's a bunch of chicks run this page and they post pictures of themselves every day, and it's like, oh my god, just don't even talk to guys. Just take your booty shorts and your tan lines and fuck off my news feed. Just making me take 5 cold showers a day. These women with their makeup and their airbrushing and their Bondo, they wonder why guys end up sucking. It's like, girl, you look like a fucking Barbie doll. They want to play with you like you're their sister's Barbie, damn it. They're lonely and they've been staring at your picture every day and you share it for likes. The fuck did you expect? Keep your glory hidden and niggas won't stalk ya. Especially in Michigan. I don't know why these girls are like, man, you know how many gangs there are stalking you just because you got hot photos? It's Michigan, damn it. Yeah, the end of the summer is coming, man. I'm growing beardage, getting hunter ready. I can't wait for the opening day this year. It's already bow season though, so I'm already hunting with a bow. I just ain't shot none yet.
since I got the mic. Mic check. Can anybody hear me?
Good check. Good check.
Thank you. So this is very similar to the HHO generator on demand. And I'm kind of wondering here that if you had like an HHO generator and you could get a fuel out of it that you normally get, which is hydrogen plus these particles and the superlattice, the new particles that they're pulling out of the question mark ether background particles or whatever you want to call it, the not nothing, whatever you do, don't call it nothing. It's very similar how the Casimir effect and these yeah, I think there's like gonna be new technology coming out of this, and I think we probably might be able to go to like electric cars, but they would be like hydroelectric cars. And it would have like the ability to store in the tank when you're normally running it like hydrogen. And like if you needed to pass somebody, you would just kick in like the hydrogen drive or engine, and not if not, then you would run on the electrical side. Like I think if this is real, because I don't know if it's real. Fuck, what if I know about superlattice, right? But from what I can tell, like this stuff goes back to all the stuff that I've been like researching, like the colloidal silver, if they did this with silver and gold. But anyway, I'm kind of excited because it's not free energy, it would be sustainable energy. Thanks, Mike, for correcting me on that. But yeah, this is pretty interesting.
That sounds very interesting. Yeah, man. They need to make electric vehicles better. I was just shitting on electric cars earlier.
Hey, what? I really would like to play with some super lattice. If anybody wants to come get me, and we can go do that shit. I wanna play. Graphene, which is an individual single atom sheet of material shown here, is the hardest material known to humanity. And in pairs of sheet, it can create a type of material known as superlattice. So, if this happens and these two sheets are attracted to each other, right? And it's the same with the Casimir effect. Any superconductor, like two gold sheets, right? They conduct toward each other. So, wouldn't the Casimir effect still be happening with the Cavendish so-called experiment? I mean, they're balls and not plates, but at the point to where the two balls are, that would create the Cavendish experiment would create the same effect that we would see in the 0 point energy or the, you know, the Casimir effect. So how? Okay, here's my question. Let's formulate it like this: how did Cavendish take into consideration the Casimir effect and keep that from happening? How did he control for that?
I always thought it wasn't even an experiment. It was just like they're just like trying to measure something, right? There was no like hypothesis or control or anything like that.
No, that's why I said it in joking form. Like, to me, it was a joke. How did he control for that? He didn't control for anything. You know?
Right. Yeah.
We can really make something from absolutely nothing. Now that's the dodge the hijack. This is the part that is supposed to contradict the first law of thermodynamics, but we know it doesn't. We know it doesn't. It doesn't contradict the first law of thermodynamics. So there has to be rewriting done on this Big Think article. It's all written in like extremely slanted bias. When we first saw the spectacular characteristics of our super latest devices, they're creating super latest devices. What they're pulling devices out of? What does that mean? Maybe that word means something else.
You know what I think? This is like a little off topic. But I don't think they're going to be able to fake any more moon missions or Mars missions or any of that shit pretty soon because we're just catching on like every single time they're fucking goofing up. And I'm pretty sure that they're going to have to do some Project Bluebeam. Oh, there's aliens. We can't launch stuff into space anymore for a while or something like that.
Well, I kind of think they waged war against a certain group of people, like over and over again, and they keep popping up. I think that history is going to repeat itself, and you know, you can't really stamp out ideas.
Yeah, I just don't know how much like shit people are going to keep taking. I was pretty surprised at how much shit people took during the last 30 months. But I feel like there's also been a lot of awakening going on in that time. Like people before those 30 months who acted a certain way, where after, like, it was an awakening for them. Like, that was their realizing. Like, I have this one friend who was totally like, his, he just likes girls, he just likes to work. He's always saying, you know, like, if they're thin, I'm in. You know, just kind of just like a Chad. Like he doesn't care about politics or anything. And after the last 30 months, he's like, man, I'm pretty sure 9/11 was an inside job. Like he calls himself ascended. Like he doesn't believe in politics at all, but like thinks that it's totally corrupt. I think a lot of people woke up, man.
That's interesting, man. I think that every person's gonna have a chance to wake up. You know, I can't see how they can hide God, because the more people know and understand, you know, they can't do it. They can't hide God. Not even from these astrophysicists, right? The fine tuning problem and all that stuff. Like his fingerprints are everywhere. And I think everybody's gonna have like a chance to wake up, because I think that the creator is benevolent for the most part, and hell wasn't created for us at all. It was created for the angels. So I think everybody's going to be given an opportunity to make a choice, you know. And there are those with a retrograde mind, you know. Don't have to say any names. And some people might come out of it, you know. You never know what might shake you out of a, you know, previous hypnotization that you experienced, you know, trauma-based mind control, whatever, programming.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, one thing that kind of gets me is like people are like, oh, you know, it's gonna be cool. Like we're gonna go to heaven. It's all good. How this is going, because you know we're gonna live good lives and we're gonna die and go to heaven. And I'm on board. I think that I'm going to heaven, but I don't have any illusions about heaven, because even in Revelation, there's a fucking war going on in heaven, right? There's a war going on here and in heaven. So it's you know it's going to be interesting just to see what happens. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be surprised to see who goes to heaven, and I think a lot of people are going to be who are probably considered bad people are going to end up there, just because God judges things like differently than we do.
Yeah, I kind of always thought, like, you know, it says that we're not supposed to like judge one another in certain ways, right? Because by what measure we judge, you know, each other with, the same measure will be used against us.
Right.
So it's like, okay, I probably shouldn't partake in any of that. And I've always kind of had this idea, like, you know, everybody's got like one life to figure it out, and that's why abortion isn't fair. But other than that, I digress. Everybody's got their choice to make, right? Their life to live, their run at it, right? At the race. And I kind of feel like, you know, everybody's got like 100 years to figure it out. You know, you might not have 100 years, but good luck anyway. And it's like, what am I gonna do? Like, have you heard of Jesus? You heard of Jesus of Nazareth? He raised from the dead. It's like everybody's heard it. It's like, what do you do? The only thing that you can do is show the people that they've been lied to and hypnotized and brainwashed. And I like to post that video where it shows that the BBC were hypnotizing people like back in like the 40s and 50s. And then they said, oh, we better not do that, because what if no one's there to wake them up? It's like, okay, let's stop doing it like that. So they've learned to do it in a way to where they don't just leave like sleeping hypnotized victims in their, you know, living room for a month. They've done it more subtle now with word magic. These word wizards.
Yeah, I was just talking to my buddy earlier. We both agree, just turn off the power for like a month, maybe two. Everything will kind of work itself out from there. Because these black tablets, these little magic scrying screens made out of silicon that everybody keeps in their pockets and makes sure that they're charged and stares at for Americans an average of 5 hours a day. It's just they gotta go. Like, yeah. I think there's a good argument for the phones being like the mark of the beast. I know it's not in your hand or your forehead, but you do hold like the colloquial like hand gesturing for a phone is literally to put your hand to your head. So it's just kind of weird.
Haven't you seen them wear the mask on their eyes? like the 3D virtual reality cell phone contraption that's like $20 dirt cheap that everyone in the world could probably have one that has a cell phone. So they could wear them on their heads.
Of course. Yeah, gotta get everybody to put on the goggles and the special helmet. Hank,
I
like
don't
Hank
need I
Williams?
don't need any of that. I just need my tinfoil hat.
There you go.
Yeah.
Too bad they don't make it out of tin anymore. It's usually all aluminium.
Yeah, they've gone down.
Are you from Germany?
Well, close. A Germanic tribe, Denmark.
Okay, that's cool. Sound European. So that's why I asked.
Yeah.
How's Europe doing? You guys okay? What's going on over there?
Depends what eyes you're looking with. Me, it's a shit show.
Yeah, man.
I don't know how to sum it up quickly, but I mean, it's not much different over at you. We are just a little bit closer to quote unquote a war. Uh, and yeah, but
Oh, right, you got the war.
let's take a simple example like food prices in the last 9 months or something like that has risen with 100%. Energy prices, like my energy bill every month, risen with approximately 100%. So they're really robbing the people, trying to make us a third world country, a third world region. You know.
They are. They really are. I feel for you. I was tipped off that something bad was happening in Europe, or something bad was going to happen in Europe when the Arab Spring happened. There was like some projections about just how much migration would occur as a result of a destabilization in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean we need this. It's actually like counterintuitive, but they need to mix us together. But they want this like don't have a nuclear family and stuff like that. But the result of that is that we're not breeding enough babies, so we need outside working force. So it's just like it's really like it's a big game.
It is a big game.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to unravel it all. And when you feel like you have like, oh, okay, now I feel like I have it down. But then something else comes up and your new worldview is completely shattered again because holy shit, the rabbit hole goes deeper, even though you have been into this like for 18, 19 years. It's kind of amazing how it works.
Hey, Larry, you like Hank Williams Sr.?
I'll put it like this. I despise Tennessee country, all the mainstream stuff. If it's on, like I'll just like turn it off or like beg the people like in the store, like, do you have to listen to this all day? Can you turn it off? But if it's outlaw country, like I can tolerate it and I won't ask people to turn it off. So Hank Williams, Shooter Jennings, Cross Canadian Ragweed, that sort of stuff I can kind of tolerate. Of course, Willie Nelson, right? Stuff like that. Not really a big fan of like Reba McEntire, Garth Brooks, Brooks and Dunn, or anything like that.
I didn't even know like the last three that you mentioned, but most of the guys that you mentioned, like the outlaw country, I know. Outlaw country is crazy, dude.
I can tolerate it. I can dig it. I mean, it's not something that I would like put on when I usually play music, but if someone put it on, like I'd be tapping my foot to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Johnny Cash and Merle Haggard would probably be like, the face of outlaw country. Those guys were pretty popular.
Yeah, their stories are crazy too. Just like all the trouble they got into. It kind of reminds me of rap, like the precursor to the rap scene.
Johnny Cash. Did he cut his brother or something happened with his brother while he was in there?
Yeah, the story about Johnny Cash and his brother, the way he died, and very traumatic story to be told.
Yeah, dying on a fucking saw blade. How in the hell would you have an accident on a big old blade big enough to chop you in half?
Pulled into a table saw, so he's probably wearing some clothing he shouldn't have been wearing.
No, I don't want to wear those clothes. The number one brand not to get caught. I always wonder why they got to sing till they're 80 years old. Up on stage with the walker. It depends, like, yeah. Isn't it funny? The people will be famous for a really long time. And then, like, when they pass, some weird ass way, like 12 gunshots to the back of the head. Like, there'll be a weird story, like, oh, they were weird, they did all this crazy stuff now. It's kind of weird, don't you think? Like, nobody knew about it when they were alive, but then when they were dead, now you just knew it all. So in space, you just pull the table out from underneath the rocket. It's like 24,000 miles an hour. If you take away the resistance, you got like no resistance, which would be space speeds, right? What is it, 10 to the negative 13 degrees? Or 10 to the negative 17 degrees? What is space? How cold is it?
Isn't it like minus 100, 370 Celsius?
Sorry, absolute zero is minus
Uh,
273.15
yeah, something like that.
Celsius. Yeah, which is 0 Kelvin, obviously.
Zero. Is that a fun temperature to be? Like, what's that do to equipment?
But isn't it saying that there is so few particles that you don't feel cold and heat up there?
Like filters, air pumps, and stuff like that. What's it do to all that? Like, you get a machine out in that cold that's condensed, like it's condensation on the outside. It'd be like liquid, just pouring out liquid in the air. Like, what would all that do when it's like pouring and freezing and like react? Like, what would that do? You guys don't have that material, like a little bitty one in the lab, like with liquid nitrogen and like other stuff, like doing stuff? That's weird. So they, without even worrying about it, they just put people on there and they were like, here you go get super cold. We're not even going to see if these little lab mice can do it. That's weird. We got some pretty brave space people, don't we, you guys? Which one of you guys want to hold hands and be like, yay, let's go, risk our life for space and never come back? That's what makes me not believe none of it, really. Because the people always seem really happy to like go die, right? At any second, you're dead. Like the rockets can't even work. You never know. It's gonna be dead in a second. But they act like they're coming back for chicken pot pies later. To me, that's weird. It's like, oh, no problem, no worry. Don't eat my last candy bar out of the pack, Margaret. I'll be back for that. You know it. I mean, it just seems like it's no different than going and getting in the pool outside. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. They just took a dip in the fucking pool and they got done. They came back and they had lunch. I mean, it was no big deal at all. Nothing. Oh, but after they got out of the pool and came back safely, they were sad and walking around drunk. Nobody finds that weird. Happy to risk your life to go. Like, I'm going to risk my life. I'm going to die for science. I'm going to be a burnt turkey. And smile and wave in a line as you do it. It's just weird. Like you're going to a production. Like, hi, Mom. Bye, Grandma. Bye, kids. I'll never come back again. There's an opportunity. But then when you come back, when you made it, like, you don't kiss the ground and hug everything. And it's just weird, right? I know some people that get in an airplane with a crazy pilot and kiss the ground after they land. They're like, oh my God, thanks. I can't believe we made it alive. Fire that pilot. Or wait a minute, don't fire him. We made it alive. Rehire him. Still don't know what helium is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 9. Or ozone or oxygen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 9. Where's the space dock? Where does the mud ball end? The end of the muddy water ball. Where does it stop? Where can we stick our hand past the curve of the earth? Say that's where the ball ends right there. And that's where my hand goes past it. Horizontally. Where is that spot?
You're weird.
Well, it takes an IQ to be weird, doesn't it? You know what I mean? It takes an originality to be weird or odd or different. And it takes somebody different to break the mold and to debunk goofy stuff like globes. That can't be possible because we can't find the dirty water ball edge of it. You claim there's a horizon or geometric anything, but if you can't stick your finger past something, then it's not. There's no ball. Horizontally, you should be able to stick your hand somewhere off the globe with a selfie stick and see no dirt and water underneath you. I mean, these are just the attributes of a ball, and I don't care if you're a damn ant. An ant should be able to stick a selfie stick off this ball because he's the highest point on the surface of any ball. And him having a little stick to stick out horizontally is all he would need, facing down from the blue ball that he was on, to see not the blue ball anymore, to look down and see something other like the space, right? That's reality on a ball. The ball stops here, you know, the buck. The ball stops here. It's supposed to stop somewhere, and you're supposed to keep going forward. Like, you know, an imaginary curve that supposedly exists. You're supposed to go forward past that curve with like a selfie stick, not a boat, sticking to it and riding along it. You know, like a waterfall. You're sticking your selfie stick past the edge of the waterfall. It's going to stick out. You're going to look down at the people falling down at the end. You're going to see them falling. See? But in this case, we're sticking it off the globe, right? We're sticking it off the edge of the globe horizontally. And we want to see where there's no dirt and water. Where is there no dirt and water horizontally on this supposed ball we live on? Everybody wants to do math and do all kind of weird stuff. They want to run from 33-degree tilt. We should have a selfie stick that you can turn down horizontally and see the sun and moon going down where they're going. Supposedly going down, like live in the fucking camera feed. Two cameras on the selfie stick, one facing up, one facing down. And literally you could see the sun coming towards it and then going down past the other camera too. Look, Mom, we're on a ball. But you know what you don't have? You don't have that. You don't have a side view. You don't have an edge of this ball that something's supposedly going down past, which is weird as hell. Like it's supposed to exist in six miles, but it doesn't exist for 240. That's kind of odd. So what would be weird about what I'm saying? I mean, I got all the drawings. I got the fishing pole, the globe fishing pole.
What's interesting, Essie, is when Flat Earth goes viral in the minds of the globers and they realize they've been lied to their entire lives. Us of the 100 that have known since 2015 will just be forgotten in the weeds.
You guys are the chosen ones, fellas.
You are the chosen one too.
Am I?
You're part of it.
Anybody with a brain should be a chosen one. Every kindergartner and through every 12th grade should have the ability to see every science experiment ever done since the beginning of mankind and redone whenever asked. We should be able to see the redone videos, the re-ni-ra-da and the redo for any science or physics that we claim for a ball, or we want to shove down somebody's throat or say we know this or we can prove this or evidence points to this when there is no evidence. Like cartoons are not, Walt Disney is not a globe. You know that, right, Ruhith? I mean, you hot micing it? All I've ever seen for a globe is Walt Disney cartoons. Do you have any dirt and water stuff? Do you know where the dirt ball edge is, Ruhith? Where can we find the edge at? Where can I stick something past the horizontal dirt water ball? You know, like off a cliff or a curved hill in my backyard. I could stick the selfie stick past the dirt ball live to show you how that works. I mean, if you don't understand, it was too complex. Because the hill in my backyard has a curve on it, you know, and I can sit down on one side and not see anything on the other side, no matter what kind of day it is. Then I can stick a selfie stick off of it, a little bitty one, past it, right? And it's smooth, don't you worry. And then it's smooth, right? So there's nothing in the way. It's just looking straight down to space. From where it would be if it was a globe, it would be looking straight down to space, and it would have no problem doing so. So why do you guys have a problem finding the curve of your ball? It's supposed to be a ball. It's supposed to be nothing but a curve everywhere. So it should be so simple to say, here's my horizontal stick to mark. I got my buddy filming me, sticking my stick out. Okay, here's what you see in his stick. Now click. Here's my stick. Here's what it sees. And the selfie, there's space looking down. Right there, we can see 33 degrees diagonally. The sun and the moon and stars down past the curve, down past below, down past the curve. Like, why don't we have these visions past their ball? Like, why does the ball stop? Nowhere. Why do we see down? Nowhere past it. If it's past the curve somewhere, and we're looking at it with our eyeballs. No instruments, no gadgets, no telescopes. We're on the beach. We see the sun and moon supposedly, wink, wink, go down. Supposedly, right? Now, where's the helicopter with the vision of those doing so? Because clearly, if I can see with my eyeballs looking forward, the sun and moon go down past some dirt and water. Clearly, the helicopter and the hot air balloon and the high altitude balloon above me can clearly, at a 33 degree angle, right, looking down where that is in front of me, exponentially further with each one in elevation, should be able to see a different amount of degree from 2 degrees to 3 degrees to 33 degrees, past, down, diagonally, down past the horizon, not forward. Not one direction globes. We don't have a one direction globe. This is not Walt Disney. This is not a camera studio. You know, only studios have one direction. Only
Hey, Ruhif. Sorry, you see, Ruhif, do you think it's possible to use some type of let's say infrared camera or night vision camera, and put that on the front of your theodolite and check out the horizon, and just keep it centered on the horizon, and then wait until the daytime and see if it's in the same spot. I mean, do it at night, yeah.
I don't know whether I'd have the inclination to do that, but I could.
Can you
Do you
shoot
think
a
that
laser
would?
diagonally past the horizon, down
What
past
I'm
0 degrees?
what I'm trying to say is,
Go
what
ahead.
I'm trying to say is there any refraction at night?
Yeah, of course. There's always refraction. Refraction's generally stronger at night.
Stronger at night. So how can you see it when it's
Yeah.
dark? What type of device do you use?
What, to see light? What do you mean?
No, to see the refraction.
No, we're measuring the atmosphere.
No, I mean you can in the daytime you can visually see that refraction, right? But at nighttime you'd have to use some type of night vision goggles or whatever.
No. Well, I'm talking purely about atmospheric measurements. It's generally stronger at night.
Yeah, the
I mean, if you want
atmosphere.
a demonstration that someone did years ago, let me chuck a link in the chat. One sec.
What did they use? Like,
I forget. I think they just took photos of a hospital and matched up the lights between the day and the night. I'll post in the chat.
matched up the lights. Yeah, it's the same as like when I'm looking at I'm looking towards the north, and there's this really bright star. You could probably almost see it now if it's dark where you are. I don't know what that star's called, but to the eye it looks so big, and you look through it, the star just becomes really tiny. So I wonder if that effect would be the same with your camera or your light.
Yeah, let me drop.
Is that refraction or magnification?
All right, go again.
I was just thinking about that bright star, how the demonstration I was talking about using your hand and looking at it, and when you do, it sort of all the glare disappears and you see it really small. Is that magnification?
Between what and what? Like you see it really strong and then you see it really small. Like what happens in between?
Yeah.
But what is happening in between seeing it really big and really small?
Yeah, that's just the glare and the magnification that you're looking through the atmosphere at it. Yeah.
You're zooming in. Like what are you doing to make it go from big to small, or from whatever to whatever?
So you just look up at the star, and it's really bright, really super bright, and then you get your hand, roll your fingers up into a tube, and look through with your hand up against your eye with the other eye closed, and the star suddenly it becomes the angular size becomes really tiny. Yeah.
I've never heard of that ever.
Well, it's just like the moon. If you look at the moon at night, it's really big, but you do what I just said with your hand, and you can scrunch up your hand so you can just see through the tube of your fingers, and the moon just shrinks. Yeah.
No, measurably does not.
No, visually it does. Visually it does. Like when you're looking at it just with your naked eye, and you do what I said, then it just shrinks.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's a trip, huh?
Monkey.
So I don't know. Is that refraction, or is that magnification, or is that just the glare from the atmosphere, the light scattering?
It's actually a
I think
mixture
that's
of
your
swamp
brain.
gas. It's swamp gas and weather balloons.
Playing tricks on you. The moon measurably does not change size. Anybody?
No,
you know that's not what he meant, though. You know that's not what he meant. Every single child that has ever done that and looked through their hand, looked through the little crack in your fist at the moon and see how small it gets. He wasn't saying it. He was saying visually. Come on, dude.
Yeah, that's
You're
why I
trying to
brought up
his brain is playing tricks on
that's
him.
why I brought
It
up the
doesn't
idea
change
of being able
size.
to use your theodolite at night.
Take that tricky stuff and just save it for somewhere else,
Yeah.
man. Come on.
Right, but I don't need to do that at night. Like I can use infrared during the day. That's fine.
It's physiological. It's in your mind.
It is in your mind,
Totally
yes.
is.
The moon does not change size.
That's not what he said.
Well, so cutting out glare makes, if glare looks like it's part of the actual object and you use something to cut out the glare, then it looks smaller. But what I'm getting at is that when you put your hand next to the moon, your brain starts to rationalize size based off of relative objects, relative being your hand. So brain starts thinking it's small. That's why you look up in the sky and it looks big, because there's nothing nearby for your brain to look at and compare to.
Yeah. Your brain is playing tricks on you. Because if you actually measured it, you'll see it doesn't change size.
I understood
Well,
what you meant, Marley.
the only way you can see the moon clearly. There's only one way you can see the moon clearly at night, right? Like super clearly. How do you do that? You have to use some type of camera with some type of zoom mechanism on it.
Well, how far do you have to go, Ruhip, to hit your curved horizon before I can stick my selfie stick past it? Give me the number real quick, and we can all just go home, and I'll go film it tomorrow. Hello? Horizontally, how many miles, since your numbers don't change, your geographic dirt water edge, right? Your horizon, your geometric, it doesn't change, right? So if it's not running from you and it's not hiding from you, right? So you should be able to stick a pole in there and say, hey, Demonk, tell you what, buddy, go about 7 miles out, put your little sticker there, and then stick your selfie stick forward. And then you should be looking straight down with no dirt and water underneath you, off the curve of this planet, off the curve of a ball, where you are on the edge, the surface of being the highest point from that point. Horizontally, though. I mean,
I'd like to hear more of Marley's point, if that's all right.
yeah, no, we're talking about that point. We're talking about he just said that stuff doesn't change when you measure it, right? So he measured the globe, and we have the measure of it. I would like to talk about this point. How far do you or I have to go from where you're standing, where you look forward? Do I got to go from you to stick my fishing pole past the fucking dirt and water to say I'm sticking it past or off a globe? Why would anybody want to do any other point but this one? It's beyond me. I mean, continue talking about light and nighttime and stuff, but I'm just telling you, man, my stuff's definite. There ain't no guessing games, no phenomenal. You guys will literally be talking about light till you're dead. Nobody want to put it into it. I mean, we were just going to keep talking about what Ruhif measures in air at night and the daytime, lights he sees by the land or the sea, like Paul Revere, and how they blend together, and 20 lights together looks like one star in the distance. And like, what are we? Where are we even going with this air shit? I don't understand. I'm lost.
And I don't know. I think Marley, Ruif, and I were both a little maybe confused about what you're. I think I understand what you're saying as far as getting rid of glare, but the size things.
Yeah, well, there's no glare on the moon, right?
If you take like a picture of the moon, yeah, it's going to be glared out if you don't have the settings right.
Not if you're way overexposed, yeah.
I mean, a picture of the moon probably doesn't look the same as how it looks at naked eye, but Maybe Marley took a break or something.
Boom, boom, boom. Let's go back to my room. Monkey. Oh, yeah, so we don't have to do this at night, of course. I'm pretty sure I've got an infrared camera and infrared filter. So it could be doable. Oh,
I remember those Generation 4 night goggles were illegal in New Zealand at one stage. I'm not sure if they still are, but I'd like
rings a
to know
bell.
what the reason for banning them was.
Yeah,
You
no
ever
idea.
heard of that?
Oh, it rings a bell from like 20 years ago or something.
Yeah.
Maybe RAP, something like that. You know, these Silence of the Lambs scene.
Well, I remember that, what's his name, Richard Hoagland, using them and seeing crazy shit up in the sky in his Generation 3 night goggles, and he had a whole bunch of people that were doing it. And then Generation 4 came out, and I thought about with some friends buying some online, and they were like not available in New Zealand because it was illegal. It's like, really? It's just some goggles.
Yeah. It's like lasers are banned pretty much here. Like any laser with reasonable power is banned because dickheads started shining them at planes. What was I doing? What are we going to have for dinner, Boo? What am I having for dinner? Oh, there we go.
The Discord app's push to talk button is really irritating to use.
Sorry, push to talk.
The Discord app has a push to talk button that sometimes just stops mid sentence for some reason.
Yeah.
I was just saying that Renee, I don't know, just pointed out that what Marley was describing is the same thing as just squinting when you're looking at something bright to get a better idea of what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, but we can measure these things quite accurately. Oh, lordy.
What about an Earth curve stencil, a 10-foot one? You guys can't even do a 10-foot equation,
Thank you,
calculation,
buddy.
subtraction, and put it in material. That way we can all feel it and touch it. So we can see, feel what the Earth curve feels like. That's what all the kids want that I know. It's like that's the cool thing for the cool kids these days. Earth curve stencils. We've never had one of those because there's no Earth curve. I mean, pretty simple, right?
I just want to buy a toy model of one of those rockets that can land back down on its ass.
Okay. On the table.
That's actually probably doable.
It's on the table, buddy.
What I'm saying is we need a PVC tube. How long do we need to make our PVC tube to stick it through the water, just the top of the water, the ocean, like a straw, to make a tube observatory, so we can actually see what's going down around the other side of the curve and put it at a diagonal 33-degree tilt and stick it through the water. Like you go to the ocean, you take it at a 33-degree tilt, you have it sticking out, you got your first PVC, as long as you can make it straight, and then keep making them, keep adding them as long as you can, and just keep diagonally going down through the water, and just see the other side, you know, past the curve and just wait. So you see the sun go over your head, and then you wait, it's past the curve, goes down, right? Supposedly wink, wink. And then while you got your tube diagonally 33 degrees going down into the water, you know, calculated by the Globers, the best. And they're going to tell you how long your tube needs to be to stick out the water so you can see the sun and moon and the stars on the other side of the curve, diagonally down at 33 degrees. So Ruhiv can do the math, get some PVC, old PVC nobody's using from all the old buildings, just glue it together, and we can all look through it and see what happens.
What about this? What about getting that pipe that you're talking about, say 10 foot long, or you could go bigger. Get a huge concrete pipe and make it as level as you can, and put it on some poles so that you could stand up comfortably with a camera on the other end, on the same end as what you're looking through, and point it at the horizon. Get it as level and horizontal as you possibly can, and see how much how much clearer you can see if you're looking through this extremely long pipe, rather than just relying on the camera itself and that little tiny little cover that sort of shades it from the sun, you know.
Right, little sections, and you're looking through the tube from one side to the next without any, there's no refraction to worry about. Yeah, I'm just making straight. But you can do that one, but you also need this one I'm talking about, because if you can take something outside, see, think about it. If you're on a flat plane that never ends, it's not a fucking pizza, it's not floating in space, it's the bottom of everything. I mean, you can't even dig 6 miles through it, for God's sake. So there's no space underneath it. So my flat earth idea is a never ending sandbox. There is no edge. So there's nowhere you could ever stick a pole horizontally ever on my flat earth ever and see the edge of it. You're never going to, I don't care what military you got. So on the globe, there is an edge. So that's what would tell me, as my flat earth idea, that you have a globe, and it debunks my theory automatically. If I can see the edge where you can stick something through it and you can see like the sun and moon go down past the curve of the earth, and you see it live in your tube observatory. And it doesn't have to be super straight, because remember, you're just putting it at an angle. The only one that has to be super straight, it just has to be straight enough to see through, right? So big enough that you can see through it. It doesn't have to be too deep in the water, nothing crazy, just deep enough to where you stick it diagonally at a certain degree down into the ocean. So you'll look as a person, you'll come up and see this big tube sticking. You stand up on this ladder, you look down in it, and you'll be looking down diagonally through the earth, through the water, past the curve of the earth, forward, and you'll be waiting, and you'll be able to see, anybody in the world, pay and see and look through it and see the other side. You can look through the other side and see people looking in this side. You see what I'm saying? You can have the part you look through to where you won't see faces, or you can, or you can have the part where you look through and just see space. You have set up a couple of different ways, but you just need like a couple 100-mile tube stuck together. Doesn't matter if it bends a little bit or any fucking thing. We don't care about none of that. We just want it diagonal, sticking through the edge, slicing through the edge of the ball's water, so we can see on the other side of the ball at a 33-degree tilt. That would prove it's a ball. That's only one way that's the only way to prove it's a ball. You don't have to go to space. You don't have to do anything crazy. You just stick old pieces of PVC together that nobody wants through water. You don't have to dig them in dirt. I mean, it can't be any more simpler than this, man. Literally. And we can do whatever other stuff too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not shunning anybody else's idea at all. Do everything. You ask me, do everything. Take NASA's budget, spend it every day on doing anything you can to disprove the bastards. Somebody should be doing electrical stuff too, and shocking stuff, and seeing how electrocution differentiates the water, the air, the other stuff, and makes it what they are. And if you really know, then you'll understand, like, it's just like, differential. Positive, negative, high, low, hot, cold. It's all electrical differential. Cold air, hot air, positive, negative, neutral, all that dog shit. Magnetism. minerals, the periodic chart, all of it. If you electricity, in my opinion, is 999. Basically, the only one that can be 100 or 1,000 on the chart could be like the top would be God or information itself, the intelligence. And intelligence has to have itself, and then it has to have itself to be. So, like a receiver, transmitter, whatever, they have to be intelligent. Both sources. You can't just have one thing like, oh,
Oh, you got
action,
beautiful.
something. What do you think, Ruev? You think action and reaction are intelligent in
Again,
their own right?
I had my name.
Well, you're the only one I see lighting up. So you couldn't calculate how long of a tube you'd need? Tube observatory? That's weird. You know, all kind of other math. Couldn't calculate a wooden earth curve stencil? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 foot, a mile, nothing. That's weird. No material. You know, that would shut everybody up too, right? A material. Because then we could just line all the material, line a whole bunch of those up and be like, okay, you were right, Rufus. Right here, there's a curve that matches these curves you made us. So easy to put something to bed about the shape of something that could be matched or unmatched, shapingly wise, with a shape. You don't need too much crazy ideas, dumb shit. You really don't. That would have been the first thing I pulled out as a Glober. I'd have been like, look here, you guys. I got this Earth Curve stencil right here. Go match it up wherever you want, bud. Let me know when it doesn't match up. Matter of fact, I'll bet you money. If you disbelieve me, you can take this Earth Curve stencil and I'll bet you 10 to 1, whatever amount to this amount that I can, afford, whatever, make a bet. Because if I'm going to win, I'm going to win. Right? I don't care. I'll give you 100 to 1, right? It doesn't matter. My money. So if I'm winning the bet and I give you the Earth Curve stencil and you can't go line it up nowhere without matching it, then sad to say, I win the bet. We can go do a contract in court. You can't just like make it on the agreement in voice chat. You could actually get it actually notarized. I'll bet anybody about the things that I'm saying that they cannot do. You understand? There is no horizontal edge to this fucking ball anywhere. It doesn't ever stop horizontally. How can that be? It's not that big at all.
Who have you been talking to, Denmark?
He'll go for hours. He'll go for hours when no one's listening.
What does that mean? You don't know how the physics of a ball work? That a ball stops, like the ball stops here. If I got 10 green balls around a blue ball, the blue ball stops, and then somewhere the green balls start. So somewhere off the blue ball, you could stick a selfie stick horizontally because it's a ball through all the way around. So somebody somewhere can stick a stick horizontally off this mother and see there's no ball, no blue there. It would be green or something different. That means no dirt, no water. You would see off the ball. Who I've been talking to is physics.
Who wants to see my hot
No,
pussy?
I mean, who in this room have you been talking to? I don't think anybody in this room is listening.
You guys are on
Thank you, buddy.
YouTube. I'm talking to YouTube. I'm talking to the beautiful audience out there who have common sense and who can see past the goofiness. You know what I mean? If you got one penny worth of sense, and the penny drops, you're like, damn, everything this guy's saying is right. These mathematicians can't even math a 20-foot stencil and make it material and go print it up with their printers. They got AutoCAD, they got all this other stuff. They can print guns, 3D crickets, and everything else. But these two smart, brilliant guys can't even print a 20-foot, 10-foot, 90-foot, 30-foot, 80-foot curved stencil. That to me is sad. If you guys think you got something good, I mean, let me know. I know that everybody I've ever talked to that I ask these questions to, they say, you're damn right. We want the same thing you want. Why is that? None of them say what you're saying. They all say, well, they all lie. Everything they say is dog shit. The government lies. Everybody I talk to, none of them say the government tells the truth about anything. So I don't know what group of people you're talking to or what. I mean, I don't know where you talk to people at, but all the ones I talk to, they either don't know anything and they think, oh, well, you're crazy because they just go with the norm. They don't have a clue. And then the ones that even stop, they're like, what? Are you serious? That's what they say? No, they're not on board with any of that. 90% of all people aren't on board with your guys' shit.
What shall I have for dinner? These are the big questions.
Math. How about some real math? Just a little division for
That'll
You're not smart enough
That'll
to
do.
trigonometry and geometry and isosceles triangles, pi and ratios. It's just weird, right? Division, subtraction, 24,901 divided, right? You put it down into feet, right? Miles, inches, millimeters. That's too hard. I didn't know that was so hard to do. I mean, there's calculators that can do that for you, Ruda. You know that? I mean, even Mick West can't even do it. What's going on here? You guys can calculate imaginary refraction and imaginary air, light, bending, mirage. You calculate a mirage? How the hell? What does that even mean? And how do you have a dip angle? A dip angle. An angle is a straight diagonal line. Where do you going down? What the fuck? That's what I'm asking for. That's what we don't have. We have zero, which is the horizon. That's zero. And nothing's going down past that. Something needs to go 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree more. 5 degrees, 6 degrees, 30 degrees, 33 degrees. Right? We need to see the 33 degree soar fall like an eagle. I don't understand how there can be people on the other side of a down curve when they can't shoot lasers up back at you. You can't look down at them and talk to them. You can't say nothing to them. Like, it's all like, I mean, there's a curve there, but there's nothing beyond it downward to do anything upward at you or at your side view or anything. Like, what the fuck is going on? Everything that anybody does from any point of view is going to be vertical and straightforward to you. There's not down around. They're not down around any kind of curve ever. No. Like, I mean, what the hell? You literally think if you lined up 1 million boats and you got a side view, you wouldn't see none of them tilt on a ball? Show me the ball where that doesn't happen. Show me the ball where you line up boats all around it and you don't see none of them tilt from the next boat. I just want to see that ball. A ball, an actual ball that is what it's supposed to be. A ball presenting itself as a ball. Not you saying, oh, the earth, because that's flat. We already know that. We want to see what a ball looks like. So when you look at that ball and come back and look at flat earth, and you're going to say, damn, they didn't match. Our ball was wrong. Because everything we see on a ball doesn't look like this at all. Nothing. Nowhere. Nothing on a ball is vertical. Where do we see that on a ball? Vertical stuff. On a ball, I see 33 degrees, 45 degrees, all the way in between. Everything, all the way around. If I put 1 billion pins in a little ball in my hand, there's every degree you can think of. In every direction. Like each one is vertical and horizontal and vertical and diagonal, and what the hell are we even, I mean, we don't have none of that. Anywhere you leave this plane, you go up, it's like a flat pizza box or a flat, your globe is a flat pizza circle. I mean, what the hell? Everything's vertical on it.
Denmark,
Anything that's not vertical.
do you stop talking ever?
Sure. Why?
He
Hey,
can go forever.
well, listen, that's now talked.
Like, who is he talking to?
If you weren't talking, I mean, what the hell you want me to do?
I don't know. It's like we're in a room, right? We're at like a library, and we're all sort of reading our own books. And you're in the corner talking to everybody but nobody.
Well, see, I'm in the corner making sense, and if you're not listening to me, you can go ahead and read your fiction books all you want. How's that helping you? Gulliver's Travels, Leprechauns Eat Chunky Ice Cream in the wintertime. What's that helping you with?
Have you been drinking? Are you drunk right now?
No, I don't drink, buddy. Apparently you have. I'm telling you the truth in the corner, sitting over here in the fiction section by myself. Right?
So it's 17. So at 2 a.m. for you right now, or so, 3 a.m.
Where is he? I assume in America. Yeah.
It's time for truth. Which section are you in the bookstore? The true section or the globe section? Which one?
No, I'm trying to figure out what that background noise is too. Are you at work right now?
I'm trying to figure out which one of you guys can do a little math problem like divide or subtract. And then can you make a material to match that? Because I need
Is your
stencil, a 10-foot earth curve stencil or a 20-foot one.
is your manager around?
Huh?
Is your manager available?
You're talking to him. Hello, how can I help you, sir?
No. The one that pays you the money.
Are you going to pay me, motherfucker? Because if you're not paying me, you should stop worrying about who is.
Oh, are they around? Are they available?
You did what? I didn't hear you.
Well, I'm just because it's got to be like anywhere between 2 and 6 a.m. for you right now. So either you're at home by yourself doing something, or you work like a midnight shift.
I don't know what that's got to do with your inability to count or subtract or do division or fractions. I mean,
But based on the background noise, I guess you sound like you're in a workshop of some kind. There's a lot of things going on in the background. So I assume you're at work, maybe.
DMUG doesn't work.
I mean, I am surprised that he could hold down a job, but I think we talked about it before, and I'm pretty sure he does have a job.
I'm a bad motherfucker. That's all you got to know. Do you need me to do some work for you? Is there any problem you need me to solve for you?
Do you what sort of work what are you good at?
Solve the problem for you. Well, what problem do you have, and what kind of check are you going to pay me once I solve it?
Can you change oil?
What?
Like, can you change a car's oil or like do brake pads?
Negator, I can't hear you that well.
It's probably because you're at work and background.
So, what'd you ask one more time, please?
I'm just asking what you're good at, man. Like, what do you do?
Everything, man. I just told you, damn it. If you got a problem that you can't solve, I'll solve it. I can think for you. I think originally, like outside the box. Like, so like people are like, man, I need this thing. And I'm like, well, why don't you do this? And they're like, what the hell? Thank you. Here's $20. Thanks for solving that for me. And then they go down about their day because I solved the problem for them. They pay me. Now, some of them can be more expensive depending on what you do. This was just like how to have a door in a certain way where they had no room. I said, take it, make it like a barn type door, have it where it slides over, where it slides on its own. It's just against the wall. When you need to, you have a little rail. And they were like, brilliant. No one's ever, they said, for 3 years, nobody solved the problem. And you did. I said, okay, thanks. And they gave me $20. I just solved it for free. But I do it too for pay for other things. But I mean, that's not your business. But what I'm saying is, if you have problems with like stuff that you work in a field of any kind of stuff that's like that you have a problem in, I can solve it for you, goddammit.
All right, so you're a handyman? Like you work for a handyman? You're a handyman?
Sure. Yes, sir.
So you like, because we actually, it's funny you mentioned that. We had a barn door installed in our house a while back. The handyman we hired to do it didn't do it right, but.
Isn't that crazy?
Could you tell me we could have hired you to do it?
Well, hell yeah. Why not? I told you, I work for money. That's what people work for, right? If you're like, hey, man, I'll hire you, and you're going to pay me fucking money, and I'm going to come do the job, then yes. Yes, sir.
What other kind of jobs have you done?
I'm telling you, man, I solve problems. I do what you need done. If you need something done and you can't do it, I come do it for you. Like if you're crippled and you need something, I come do it for you. If you can't think about something and you need something to like think about an intricate problem and you're like, man, I'm having this problem in this battery or with this magnetism thing over here, Democ, and I work in this field and I do this. Can you help me? And I help them out, and then they pay me some money. So it doesn't matter what it is. I just use my intellect to try to solve the problem for you. If you don't understand that,
Can you change brake pads? I'm short of a few tools I need to do it, right? Like I can get the tire off and I get the pads on, but I don't have the right tool to. You know how there's a cylinder, a hydraulic cylinder that you have to press in before you put the pad in place?
a brake pad? Yeah, C-clamp. Yeah, you get a C-clamp. And you take the C-clamp and you have it open, and the C-clamp goes around it, and you can press it down with the C-clamp. Is that what you're talking about?
I broke a C clamp doing that. And I also understand you're supposed to drain the brake lines or
Yeah, you can't.
do something with the hydraulic fluid.
Well, a lot of the brake lines when they're broke like that, not to be funny, but some of the older cars when they do that, they're kind of messed up anyway, and you kind of like got to put new fluid in them and redo them anyway. So like a lot of the fluid's bled out already, kind of. So you get your C-clamp, and usually it's not a problem. I mean, how big of a cylinder are you working with?
I don't know about the current car. I just bought a little cheap car, and I definitely have to
car's
replace
falling
the front
apart.
brake pads.
Been steering a bit odd, and I had a look at the level of the left rear wheel compared to the right rear wheel, like relative to the wheel well. It's not good.
Sounds like a struts or an alignment issue.
Yeah, I had the front strut replaced. We had a bunch of rain here a while back, and the roads just went to shit. And I had the front struts replaced 3 or 4 months ago. That sounded like the backs got to go as well.
And sometimes
which will be quite a few $1,000s.
Sometimes that piece can be bad also, the caliper itself.
Okay.
But I mean, most of the time a C-clamp usually works. It just depends on how big your shit is. Like if you got a semi or something like that, it's gonna be a little crazier, yeah, than just a regular car.
Ow.
Okay. You broke a C-clamp, you say? Huh. What?
I think it was a little cheapy C clamp, and I didn't. What I should have done was used a wood block to place over the.
Yeah, you gotta have it braced. Yeah, you gotta have something. You gotta hold it in place, and then you gotta have it braced in place before you start to tighten it, and then tighten it. Yeah, and it should be all right after that.
Yeah, I didn't do that, and I don't think I had the C clamp on. But I think the C clamp was just cheap.
Yeah, but I've done that too. Get something, spur of the moment, real fast. Like, oh man, this is what I need, but it's not really what I need. You know what I mean? It'll work,
Yeah.
but not too good. But I mean, yeah, usually a C clamp, as long as you get a good one, yeah. My dad's got a lot of mechanical type tools. He always has. So like, whenever I need stuff like that, I'll just go like, give me the heavy duty shit, and go over and grab it up. But like that, kind of like how you said, hey man, I got a problem with this or whatever. Yeah, just like that. Like somebody has a problem, they're like, hey man, what can I use to cool this? I haven't, I've been talking to people, I haven't really come up with a solution. I try to help them with an idea that I can come up with. And if it solves their problem, they're like, thank you, and they reward me. If it doesn't, of course, then there's no, no love, no law. But I mean, in a room like this, how we are, like literally this type of room should be on the internet like it is, but with like going over discussions and going over stuff to where it actually, our stuff gets formatted as we're talking. As like things we discuss are actually doable and producible and demonstratable and repeatable. And it like something comes out of it. Like we come up with like the best free energy ways. 10 different ways of free energy, whether it's HH whatever to anything, just frequency on air. Just whatever you come up with. Like these things should be put down, and we should be making the stuff, and like we should get a kickback. Not nothing to say we run the world crazy. Get all this. No. You get notoriety. You get a little check for your, what you make, and everybody should be able to do this. Everybody that should be able to be tapped into this in their schools. If you come up with an idea as a human or a kid, person, an adult, anybody, a scientist. I mean, I'm just trying to say it doesn't matter. You can be a bum on the street. If you walk in the room and say, "Hey, man, do this, this, and this," and it's free energy, I guarantee it, and you go do it, and it does. Why not reward the guy? Why are we rewarding these guys that have been sitting there for 50 years and haven't done nothing when other people can be doing it in 2 days? I don't get it. And we're not putting it down. We're not adding it to anything. We're just like shunning it. Always shunned. But I'm serious about what I said. If you guys have a problem at your work and it's like technical, whatever, I don't. It doesn't even matter what it is. Literally, like if you just need another like thought process, and you might think, "Hey, man, the mark's crazy as hell," but that might be just what you need. I'm not kidding at all. And a lot of people, they thought that too, but I helped them with their problem. I mean,
Negative.
one of you guys could be in the middle of like getting ready to create like a brilliant new thing. And you're like, man, I got this one problem. And you message me and I message you back and it fixes your problem. And then you create the thing and you're like, that damn Demok, he was right.
So what's going on here?
Demok's monologuing, basically.
Nice. Very good.
Just wondered, very good. I just wondered about ideas that we could brainstorm together about to like improve the world or make Earth curve stencils or two observatories. Shoot lasers 33 degrees past the horizon down diagonally. Just anything diagonal past that horizon down.
I like it.
Ruhith, have you ever seen anybody's real video of like high altitude footage or Negator, if he's still here, maybe, I don't know, where you're not in the center frame, to where you're like not in the center of the world ever? I mean, there's nothing that flies up. There's nothing that sees anything but the center of this fucking center of what they go up, and it's the center. They're in the center. No, you put 1 million objects up right now, they'd all be in the center of Earth. Doesn't make any sense. No object can go horizontally past Earth. You always have to have Earth underneath you horizontally. Every object forever till the end of time. Forever. You guys keep talking about the air, and if air bends around the ball, what gradients of air are you talking about? If you guys have gradients of air, you just disproved your ball right there. Talking about levels of air, gradients of air, but you haven't seen them bend down. Your air doesn't bend down where the sun does. Your air doesn't bend down around past that boat. That's weird. Pretty odd.
The fuck was that? Is that a wine bottle?
What?
Was that a wine bottle?
No, my whiskey.
Alright, better, much better.
Yeah, I don't drink wine. This is what is this? Oh no, I'm sorry. This is bourbon. What am I saying?
What are you, 12?
Dude, I was a badass when I was 12. I lost my virginity to a model. I lost my virginity to 6 models.
Yeah. There was a beer in Australia called Hahn Ice, and it was 8%. And I had a 6-pack of Hahn Ice when I was 14. And then, like, it's probably 9 o'clock in the morning, I just fucking threw up everywhere. Still. And I just don't drink beer anymore.
Yeah, I know a couple people that have had some bad beer experiences and can't touch it. Makes them gag.
Yeah. Sure.
I'm kind of like that with psychedelic mushrooms. Sometimes I put them in my mouth and the taste makes me want to gag. You know, if you like just put mushrooms in your mouth and you just let them chill for a while, it's supposed to be way more potent when you digest them. And I didn't know that.
I saw Tyson take like a full mouthful, just chew it all up and swallow it like a huge handful. It was nuts on this fucking podcast.
Yeah, that's how you get like an injury. I wouldn't recommend doing that. I've taken a heroic dose of mushrooms, and I'll never do that again.
Good boy. Oh, they're beautiful. Has everyone seen my hot pussy?
What's that?
Has everyone seen my hot pussy?
No, what is that, like a band or something?
It's another animal in Ruhif's menagerie that he can make an excuse to run away from a conversation to feed.
Hey, Tess. Oi. Oi.
You own cats?
I know.
What
I have one
understanding?
cat. I have one cat. Hang on. Incoming.
How often does the cat get fed, Ruhif?
Once or twice a day, I think. I'm officially not the cat owner. So it's officially my daughter's cat.
But you step into the breach from time to time to
Yeah.
stop the cat from starving, yeah?
Stuck on her.
How do you deal with the droppings of the cat?
She was trained. Yeah, she was
Use
trained
the
to use a
toilet?
kitty litter. No, just a cute little box. She's she came well trained
Where's that located in your house?
in my daughter's bedroom.
Oh my god! Wow. We should probably move that.
Why is that?
Cat urine has some of the highest levels of ammonia of all urine, and ammonia is really not good for humans to be around all the time. It actually has like psychoactive effects. It makes us angry.
Yeah, I think she'll be fine.
I mean,
Thank
also
you for
just
your concern. Again?
like, oh yeah, this is my daughter's room. This is where the cat shits. You know?
Yeah,
I don't know. It sounds cool.
it's gonna be fine. 7:20.
Yeah, it'd be handy if you could make it on Friday, Ruhif. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, Saturday
I'd
morning,
enjoy
like
it.
6 a.m. is probably okay, but
Well,
5.
what's his name? I can't. Was it Dawn? No, it was the other one. What's his name? Kosho. Kosho's going to do a model in Blender to essentially put a model together to visualize what would happen on the ball with a given surface of water.
I haven't read your message yet.
So
Can you measure the drop of the level line with theodolite? Yes. If I have 2 locations of known elevation, I can calculate what the angle should be.
Let me stop you there and go back to my reply to that message in the chat and read that one, please.
Yeah, I'm talking about first order measurements with no calculations of the results. What do you mean no calculations?
Well, you take the measurement and the measurement is what it is.
Yeah.
You measure that drop from an established horizontal plane of the level line being as you claim the surface of the water.
Right.
Now, I do need to clarify something at this point. Your deviation of the level line is a drop from an established horizontal point at the point that the horizontal is established, yeah?
Yep. Yes.
Yep. So the further you go out on that horizontal line, the more acute the drop will be, let's say, of the water.
The easier it will be to measure, yeah. Yep.
Right. Okay. And you know that graphic I did where you gave the drop numbers? Do you have a copy of it?
A long time ago. Don't think I've got a copy. It's not difficult to replicate, though.
No, I'd just like to go from those numbers, seeing as they were the first established numbers that were given for this drop number. Do you have a copy of the graphic?
No. What reason would I keep one of your shitty memes, DP?
It wasn't a shitty meme, it was just a graphic to represent the numbers that you gave us for the drop numbers of the level line from an established horizontal plane. So it was hardly a meme, it was just a graphic to put all those numbers in one place.
Yeah.
So you don't have a copy of it, no?
I do not, but it's easily replicated.
Would you be able to kind of back engineer it and give me the numbers?
Sure.
Could you do that by Friday for me? I know it's a bit short notice, but I'm sure you're a man of
Easy.
many talents.
It'll take 5 minutes, and if I wasn't laying in bed, I'd probably do it now. But I'm not doing it.
I'm not asking you to do it now, Ruhif. There's time between now and Friday.
Yeah. I'll do it on tomorrow. It's actually a public holiday here tomorrow. A day of mourning for the dear departed leader.
What, the Queen?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Public holiday, Australia.
Yeah,
when you say with no calculations of the results, what do you mean by that?
Well, there's a measurement taken from the horizontal plane.
Yeah.
And it is a first order measurement. How do you need to calculate that measurement? What would you need to do?
I'm going to compare it to calculations for each model. Like, what does my measurement match? Which model does it match?
Right, so if my measurement matches a calculation,
a prediction.
A calculation, It's not a prediction anymore, Ruhif. You have said that these numbers apply to the surface of standing water at a given distance. It's not a projection anymore. You've put your rubber stamp on these numbers as the drop numbers of the level line being the surface of the water from an established horizontal plane.
Right. They're also ignoring optical refraction, so they'll be slightly less.
Where does that come into play with a physical measurement?
Well, I'm using a theodolite. Hang on, buddy.
Yeah, you might be using a theodolite. I won't be.
Will you be
I'll be using.
Sorry.
What are you going to use?
Yeah, I was about to ask you what you will be using.
I've got one of the boys yelling at me.
Well,
Yeah,
let's leave
what are
that
you
till
gonna
let's leave that till Friday, shall we?
Okay.
Because it is part of the presentation, and if you really want to know, you'll be here for the presentation.
Yeah, I'll do 6 o'clock, but I don't think I'll do 5.
Well, you know, like I say, I've asked Kosho, or Kosho has agreed to do a blender model to represent what would happen with the surface of the water being the level line when compared to a horizontal plane within your model, your ball model. So Kosho will do that. That will take, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, and we'll fluff it out for a little while if you like, and we will wait for your hallowed arrival if you like, Ruhif.
I'm usually up at 5:45, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll just wake up earlier. We'll see. Maybe I'll set an alarm.
Yeah, maybe.
Something
That's a good set of ideas you've got there, Ruhif, and if you really want to know, you'll be here.
Yeah, I'll definitely be there by 6, but maybe earlier.
Lovely.
I heard had the term physical measurement used.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible. Straight up.
What does physical measurement mean? It sounds like the term physical was thrown in front of that for a specific reason.
Not a calculation. You are making a measurement and using that measurement as your physical measurement. How else do you want me to phrase it?
Optical? Are you trying to just oppose it to optical measurement? What's the word? Not oppose, you know what I mean? Contrast it. Are you contrasting that with an optical measurement?
There is no contrast, Ruhif. The measurement is what it is.
Yeah, but if I make an optical measurement with a theodolite, is that a physical measurement in your mind?
Over what distance?
Any distance.
If you are using optics, are you not?
Yes.
And is the subject of your measurement subjected to optical refraction over distance?
Yes.
So you're not measuring the true position or the true size of the object with your theodolite?
Yeah, not its true position. It's in its refractive position. Yep.
And so what good
Should
is
be the
it?
same size, at least horizontally.
At least horizontally?
Yeah.
But you can't guarantee the vertical size?
No.
But you're measuring to a vertical point on that object, no?
Yeah, but you can't guarantee it if you're close to the surface. But if you get above the surface, I can, near enough to guarantee it.
Near enough guarantee it?
Yeah.
Near enough?
Yeah. Within a few arc seconds, I reckon.
Near enough guarantee it within a few arc seconds? A few being how many, Ruhif?
5. Something like that.
And this depends on the size of the object you're looking at, obviously, because a smaller object would appear smaller over that distance.
Yeah, if I know the distance and the actual size, and I'm above the surface by a decent amount, I will predict the measured angular size to within 5 arc seconds.
You were asked if an optical measurement, for example, with a theodolite, is a physical measurement or not. Really?
Well, when you're measuring to a refracted object in a refracted position through optics, your optical equipment being your eye, the lens of the theodolite, and then the lens of the atmosphere? You tell me.
Does that
It's
mean
sounding
that
like a
every
no.
measured
No, you were
color
asked,
is
3DP.
optical?
Please give an answer. Please give an answer.
It's
Yeah,
sounding
and
like a no.
You were asked if
I've just set a set of parameters that actually happen when you use a theodolite over distance. And I'm asking
but you have not answered. You have
I'm
not answered the question you were asked.
Is
Please
that a
answer the
physical
question
measurement?
you were asked.
No, I don't think it is a
No,
physical
okay.
measurement. My
Alright, so you're not
opinion
doing an optical
is
measurement.
my opinion is that an optical measurement over that distance isn't a physical measurement because the object isn't in its correct place or its correct size, and you're trying to make a measurement off of that.
Okay. It's
No,
not
but
physical.
you've clarified that you're
Up
not
to which
making an optical
distance
measurement.
is a measurement with the up to which distance is a measurement with a theodolite, a physical measurement? Because you did imply that it was
Now
dependent
you're
on
splitting
distance.
semantics. Now you're splitting semantics, right? Now I'm not going
How long is a
into
piece of string?
yeah, exactly. I'm not going into the wheres and wherefores of how you should and shouldn't use a particular piece of equipment over a given distance. I'm not going down that path with you. If you want to do that, there is a certain server that you can go to and they will talk that with you all day long. I suggest you go there.
Give it a shout out. Give it a shout out, DP.
Okay.
I'm not wasting my time,
server would
Ruhif.
that
I'm
be?
not wasting my time with them anymore.
I don't know
problem
which
is
server you're
you're,
talking about, though.
okay,
but
forget the server doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is that it sounds to me like you're setting the scene to dismiss something by using vague definitions. And I guess we're trying to get you to be specific.
Well, I'll tell you
He's
what,
gonna do
right? Negator, right? If you,
Negator.
oh, whatever, however you pronounce it.
I like the first one, but go ahead.
I'll tell you what, where are you?
Korea.
Sorry?
Korea.
Oh,
You're in Korea, okay. Will you be
Okay.
able to make it on Friday? Friday evening for me? Probably Friday morning for you?
No, it'd be like 3 o'clock for you, right? 3 in the morning.
Yeah, correct.
Whereabouts in Korea are you?
Near Seoul.
Okay, all right.
Okay, well, if you can make it, it would be nice. It would be nice because I'm trying to get all opinions on this. I'm just putting something out there that I've thought about and a way of possibly measuring the drop of the level line from an established horizontal plane. Now, the place I have chosen is quite unique in many
won't
ways.
be able to make it.
You won't be. Well,
it will not be possible.
This is a good thing that the place you've chosen is unique.
Sorry,
Many ways.
say that again.
Is that a good thing that the place you've chosen is unique in many ways?
Do I think that's a good thing? For what I am trying to establish, yes, it is. And then once I've established what I'm trying to establish, then it can be taken from that one place and applied everywhere.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you now, if you're trying to do a physical measurement, it just isn't feasible.
Well, we'll talk about that on Friday, eh, Ruhif?
Yeah, we will.
And that is your opinion
3DP.
that it's not physically possible, but there are ways of taking physical measurements over distance. We know that. Surveyors do it all day, every day.
Except they still use optical equipment.
They use
cut this
optics.
into smaller segments, right?
They use optics in the equipment they have. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
But they use
you
that.
just established that
Why are you talking over me? They use the optics in the equipment they have, and they use that equipment within the parameters of that equipment.
It's physical. And when it's used within the parameters of the equipment, then the measurement with that equipment, even though it's optical, is physical. We've established before. Now, why are you talking over me? When we've established before in the conversation we just had about measurement over distance with a theodolite being physical or not, you said no, it's not physical because the position that you're sighting on is not the actual position but a refracted one. Light refracts in air. This still happens with the equipment that the surveyors are using. Light still refracts in air.
Yep, good point, well made. Good point, well made. And as Ruhef has said, not very much. The closer you are to your, we'll use a measuring rod, the story pole. The closer you are to the story pole, taking those measurements, the more accurate the measurements will be. We all know this.
We started talking about what surveyors use and the fact that surveyors use optical equipment under context of you saying that there is ways of taking physical measurements, and then you take, like, for example, surveyors manage to do that. The problem with that is that you, before all of this, denied that the optical instruments or measurements, optical measurements, are physical measurements. And when I asked you, like, okay, starting at which distance or up to which distance can they be regarded as physical measurements, you denied to give an answer and said, like, there's a whole server discussing that. I'm not going to go down that road with you. And now you're referring to that yourself.
Only because you pressed me on it. If you'd have just left it where it was and waited till Friday, then, you know, I wouldn't have said the sentences I said. And
okay.
And you've you've kind of pigeonholed me now.
Okay. I'm sorry, this was not my intention.
That wasn't, strictly speaking, fair. Now, I've made a statement that there is a server that is dedicated to that, and then you continued to press me on that. And I also stated that come Friday, unfortunately you said you won't be able to make it, that we will go deeper into this.
Okay.
You could use auto levels or theodolites over short distances in your proof order.
In my what? Sorry, Ruth, if you
in your fucking plan, whatever your plan is. You're allowing yourself to
standard
use
surveying equipment. Standard surveying equipment can and will be utilised. Doing what I'm thinking to do over the distances specified, by the manufacturers of these tools. So we will be working within the parameters, and there will be no wriggle room.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I'm here to say it's going to be impossible. So anyway.
Well, that's your opinion, Rohith.
Can I ask? Okay, I would like to ask one more question though. So, given I can't make it on Friday, do you plan to post the methods and what you're going through on Friday anywhere else, or do I have to go through the log of the stream?
Right, I'm glad you asked that question because I've been in touch with Geo in the background, and this server, anybody can stream, anybody can record. I will be recording. It will be streamed on at least 2 YouTube channels. I'm working at getting other YouTube channels involved. So you will be able to refer back to it as a singular presentation. You won't have to scroll through 12 hours of Geo's live stream. If that addresses the question you were asking.
Exactly, that's awesome. I just will need to know where I can, on which channels I can look it up, and then I'm looking forward to it when I get to it.
Cool. I'm looking forward to doing it.
I'm looking forward to smashing it.
You're looking forward to splashing it, eh, Ruhif? Bring your best game, Ruhif, and make sure the dogs are fed.
Yeah, that'll be 6 o'clock in the morning, so it should be fine.
So there's one other red flag for DP I wanted to bring up. So when you, and I only bring this up because I've had this conversation with other groups a million times. You mentioned within the parameters and within the specifications of the device. And I think I know what that means, right? You're going to cite its accuracy rating, right? And those things are rated to certain distances within a certain amount of inches, right?
Yep.
And what I want to explain is that reading is the device's ability to determine distance. That's the limitation. When it tells you if it's accurate within a half inch or a quarter inch, it's telling you I can measure out to 100 feet plus or minus a quarter inch. Okay.
Oh, no, it's more. It's called double run leveling, where they do like 30 sites, each of like 30 meters or something, and calculate a standard deviation for where they end up at the end. So it's not quite like the level that you can read something at depends a lot on how good your eyes are at, right? So it's a different thing. I can probably send you a PDF of how to do that.
Right. Yeah.
We could also use. Sorry, we could also use double rodding here, couldn't we, Ruhif? Where we do 2 rods on one site at separate or different distances from the theodolite or auto level.
Yeah, but you're still going to have the same problem. You need to do long optical sights.
Well, you're claiming.
Hang
on. You need to do long optical sights for what, Ruhif?
Before we move on,
Negator, let Ruhif finish his. I'll ask him a question.
Remember, you responded to him, and then.
I know. I'm gonna double back to you, but I just want to clarify on what Ruhif's saying, please.
Yeah, you need to do long optical sights for capture curvature at the end.
You need to do long optical sights to capture curvature. So by doing shorter sights to measure curvature can't be done, no? According to you.
Yep.
All right, okay, back to you, Negator. Sorry to cut you short there.
That's what I'm circling around to, is that when you cite that 1 or 2 or 300 foot limitation, you're setting the scene to dismiss long distance optical measurements. And the limitation of the device in that regard is the accuracy that's normally measured in arc seconds, right? There's a reason those specifications say accurate to within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arc seconds, because it's telling you its ability to determine angle at any distance. There's no distance limitation to that.
Right, okay, so say we do the same, because it is a stretch of water that I'm proposing this to be done over, obviously, because water adhering to your level line being the curve of your Earth and your level line being a curved line, then this is the only place that you would be able to measure this curvature. Because the topography is up and down all over the place, and to actually measure a curve of the Earth is near on impossible. Is impossible, I would say. Nobody has ever. I've been asking for 2-3 years for somebody to give me a method of how the curve of the Earth is measured, going back to the first order measurements, how the curve of the Earth was measured standing on the outside of a ball using only Euclidean geometry based tools.
Yep.
And all you've come up with is a slope.
No, it's not a slope, it's a curve.
It's a slope,
So it's not a slope. Curve.
There's actually
3 points. It's not going to be a straight line.
Point to point is straight line, Ruhif.
Yeah, but if I have 3 points that I'm looking at, it's not going to be a straight line.
3 points form a triangle in a plane, Ruhif.
No, we're talking about vertical separation. Those 3 points that I'm looking at will not form a straight line. They will not line up.
Because you're looking at refracted objects miles away. Yes, we've just established this, Ruhif. They're not in their true position or their true size.
We can account for refraction if you get above the surface. Well, we can
So
account for
again,
it close to the surface, but it's
you're going back to
Okay.
calculations. Now, what I want to
No.
do is a first order. Yes, you are, Ruhiv. What I want
You're
to
just
do
making a measurement.
is a first order measurement.
Well, doesn't a first order measurement, it sounds like you're telling me you want to dismiss calculations, right?
Why use calculations if you can measure your curvature? You claim
So if,
you claim your curvature is measurable. The drop of the
okay,
water is a physical thing, according to you.
well, since we are going to dismiss refractive calculations,
Now, you
what
are
he's told you,
claiming, hang on, let me finish. You are claiming that I'm going to dismiss refraction without even hearing my presentation. So please be here on Friday and I will fill you in on all the details.
well, you did just say you want to dismiss calculations.
I don't want
And
to use calculations, not dismiss them. Now you
What
are
do you think
turning
you're
what
going
I've said
tell you
into
what,
a
let me,
hand wave dismissal negator, and that is
well,
typical tactics from your side. I'm not
What do you
hand
think
waving.
your
let
I'm
me
measurement
not
is?
explain,
hand
since you've
waving
actually,
dismissing calculations. Just in this particular instance, I don't want to use them.
What are
so
you
then you
comparing your
simply
measurement
want,
to?
you want 3 measurements, right? That's when Will have
I,
said 3 measurements, 3 points, he's talking about in a straight line across Earth, right? You could do it on a salt flat or along a beach. And you simply take a measurement from point A to point B and then B to C, and you'll see an angle between the two. And if you continued along this Earth and mapped it out on a graph, put all of your angles together from point to point to point, you will see a curve. That's what we've measured as humanity over the years.
right, so each of those point-to-point measurements is a straight line. From point A to point B is a straight line. From point B to point C is a straight line. From point C to point D is a straight line, etc., etc. And what you are doing is forming a curve from those straight line measurements in your heads using a refractive index.
Well, that would revolve around calculations, wouldn't you say? Because I'm not
Calculation,
applying
calculations again.
a refractive index to any of those measurements. I'm simply taking the measurement because that's what the measurement shows without the refractive index.
The measurements are all straight line measurements. Yes, well done. There is no curvature in a straight line measurement. Yes, well done. So where is your curvature? In the refraction, which
No,
is calculated.
This is patently false, and I'm not sure why
Well,
this.
okay, you say it's patently false. Well, be here on Friday. Listen to the presentation I'm going to put forward. There will be questions and answers afterwards, and then it's a free panel. So fill your boots.
Okay, so let me just say this that can be your last time telling us to be there on Friday. We understand. Okay. If you don't wish to discuss this, you
Not
should
right
leave.
here, right now. No. Because I'm setting up the scene for Friday. If you want to be here, be here. If you don't, not my problem.
Well, if your underlying argument is that there are no such measurements made, you're either lying or ignorant to the thousands and thousands of measurements that are made that show that point A to point B drop an angle, point B to point C drop an angle, and so forth. Because that's what happens in reality.
I did just notice that you accused me of being a liar. I'm not lying. All I'm simply stating.
He did not accuse you.
All I'm simply stating is that there will be a presentation here on Friday. It will cover all the bases you have outlined.
Well, the issue here is you've disputed the bases that matter.
If you want your optical measurements over that distance, you can have them. And I'm setting up a way for it all to be done at the same time, if you want. Now, all we got to do is bang our heads together and figure out a way of getting it done.
We've just told you.
Well, you haven't even heard the presentation, and you've just told me your opinion.
Well, no, a mile from point to point, high elevation seems fine to me. Ruth agrees.
Yeah, I've done it.
Well,
I'll
I'll tell you what. Over what distance was that, Rohith?
The shortest was about 30 k's. I think the longest was 60 or something like that. I forget.
Right.
Years ago.
Okay. So, you having said that, then exactly the same thing would be applicable in, say, a mile.
The problem with doing short things is the error in your instrument will be approximately equal to, an error due to curvature.
Well,
You're not going to be able to distinguish
really,
curvature
that didn't
from
answer the
just accuracy.
question. Can you do that over a mile? That which you have done
Over a mile, yes.
over 30 kilometres can be done over a mile.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
That's my dinner, people. Oh, my dude. Ah, you fuck. What?
So then, guys, I'm going to drop out again. I've got stuff to do. It's
Go on, feed the dogs.
yeah. Well, if I had a dog, it would be breakfast time, I think. But it's breakfast time for me. So I will bid you all fair leave, and I hope to see you all on Friday if you can make it.
I'll be there at some point.
Please drop in. Lovely job. Speak to you then. Cheers.
Just cannot be done.
Well, I mean, you know what he's planning to do.
Yeah, leapfrogging auto level shots, I think.
Yep.
And I guess his maximum shot will be, I don't know, 100 meters. And then he's got to distinguish what he's reading on the rod from like the 0.7 millimeters of curvature. Just, not going to happen. 0.8, actually. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Where's my fucking dinner? You cunt. Demo's been quiet.
Maybe Flatty will talk to us.
Also, Jeremy's asleep, I'd imagine. Platypus will be awake. Hey, Boo. Fuddy's here. Giving us some grief in the chat, eh, Fuddy?
Did I get him?
You're giving us some grief in the chat.
No, look,
You
I
think
just
you're
you guys.
scared.
Sorry,
Again?
negative just gets triggered by me. It's all good.
Okay. Negative. Why do not? Oh, fuck. I do not should be here. Dude. Yeah, playing Fuddy. Thank you. Cheers. Yeah. Boom. How clean's your room, boo? Hey? Not clean. Alright. Okay. Fuck all y'all. Godric has joined. Evening, Godric.
Hey, what's going on?
Have I got you turned down, or is that you just being quiet? Hold on.
Right now, am I too loud or too soft?
Alright, I'll turn you up a bit. There you go.
Ruhif, the infamous Glober, defending the globe 24/7.
Don't blow my ears out, Godric. I'm going to turn you up to 200.
Can I turn myself down, or do you have to turn me down?
No, I've turned you from 100 to close to 200.
Oh, I can talk
I can't
louder.
hear.
It's just late, and there's people sleeping. I don't want to
Okay.
wake them.
Alright, I've got you up reasonable volume now. So it's flat, eh? Uh, Bones? Oh, that was a good one. Yeah, that's alright. I've got to feed him soon anyway. Oh, come on, Whitewater. No one's talking. If people were talking, I would have been in my control. Thank you.